Chapter 1, The Bastard of Winterfell. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. It was one of the Riverrun servants who first called him a bastard. Jon, barely 3 days old, hadn't known the meaning of the word, but children are perceptive. The tone, the curled lip, the look of contempt, that lodged itself deep in him, a splinter he'd feel for years. Jon and Robb had been playing some courtyard game, the rules long blurred in Jon's memory. What remained was the expression on the temporary nanny's face. Their usual nurse had been called away, leaving them with this woman who already looked at Jon like he was something she'd stepped in. Jon swung his little wooden sword against Robb's. Both boys jumped at the sharp crack that split the air. Wide purple eyes met wide blue ones before they looked down at the long fracture running up the center of Jon's sword. "What did you do?" the woman snapped. "This is why bastards don't deserve toys, no respect for your betters' belongings." Her lip curled as she ripped the broken sword from Jon's hands, her nails catching his skin. Jon burst into tears. Robb, older by a few turns and already fiercely protective, tightened his grip, raised his own toy sword, and smacked it against the woman's knee with all the righteous fury a toddler could muster. Her shriek summoned the guards. One scooped the enraged little lord up under one arm, deftly relieving him of the toy, while the other crouched beside Jon, who was sobbing so hard he hiccuped. "Come now, Snowpup," the guard murmured. The years had wiped Jon's recollection of his name, leaving Jon only with a vague impression of kindness. "Wipe those tears. Any more crying and your nose might fall clean off." "Oh. Too late." He plucked Jon's nose from his face, holding his thumb up triumphantly. Jon's sobs hitched. "Hick, no, hick, it, hick, won't." The guard widened his eyes in mock horror and hastily pressed the nose back onto Jon's face. "Look at that, good as new." Jon rolled his eyes dramatically, but the tears had stopped. The guard took his small hand and led him toward the kitchens, chatting about the fresh scones cook had made and how a handsome boy like Jon could surely charm the old woman into giving him 2. Back in the courtyard, it only took a short conversation with the little Lord Robb for the guards to understand the situation, and lead the infuriated servant towards the Lord's chambers, where an extremely uncomfortable conversation with Lord Stark awaited her. Jon didn't learn what bastard meant that day, but he also never saw that particular servant again. Jon had been raised in the nursery with Robb, shared a wet nurse, toys, clothes, lessons. He was a clever child who'd met the Sewin twins several times, so naturally he assumed he and Robb were also twins. They were brothers, they were the same age, what else could they be? Lady Stark corrected him swiftly. "I am not your mother." Her cold blue eyes pinned him in place. Years later, Jon would be able to look back on Lady Stark's treatment of him with a certain level of understanding. Their relationship could be best characterized by a series of ups and downs, but while she had not treated him kindly, she had also not mistreated him. At times she had even acted cordially with him, especially once she realized Jon had no interest in Robb's inheritance. Unknown to him, but his own destiny awaited him. Jon had grown up in a unique position, a bastard raised alongside the Lord of Winterfell's legitimate children. Even in that North, who didn't view bastardy as sinful, at least on the child's part, that was just not done. Very few people had known how to react to Jon at first, and for a devout follower of the Seven and highborn Southron lady, Jon wasn't surprised Lady Stark had been less than pleased with Jon's existence. A northern woman might have taken a strip out of their unfaithful husband's hide, but a proper Southron lady like Lady Stark would never allow herself to be outwardly angry with her husband, which made Jon an easier target. Despite this, Lady Stark had never hurt him. Jon's belly had always been full, his firewood always stocked, furs and boots as functional as her own children's, and the only bruises Jon ever had were a product of training or his own ill judgment. Jon had attended lessons with her children, and while she wasn't pleased when Jon did well, there were never any physical consequences when Jon did better than Robb. How much of that was her own morals or Lord Stark's orders, Jon would never know. But at 4 days old, none of that nuance existed. All he knew was that Lady Stark wanted him gone. And everything changed the day she forced the matter. *****. Jon crouched outside the nursery door as voices rose inside, his left eye positioned in the crack of the door as he watched his papa and Lady Stark fight. "Not have that bastard learning at the foot of my son your heir." Lady Stark's cold blue eyes had flashed with anger as she argued with his papa, her tone clipped and short, her arms wrapped around baby Sansa protectively. Both my sons will receive the best education I can provide as Lord of Winterfell. Papa's face had been stone cold and immovable as the mountains, and Lady Stark's expression went distant and placid. You told me Winterfell would be my new home, yet I have endured insult after insult since you brought your bastard here, she cried. Your people sneer at my faith. They parade their daughters at you. They call me Lady Stark but none accept me. I warned your father, Ned began. And you do nothing to stop them, she snapped. I've done what I can. But you make it harder by pushing the 7 on those who follow the old gods. You replaced servants without consulting me. I cannot alienate my bannermen. They call Rob Andalborn. They question my fidelity. Tears streamed down her face. They say the same of Sansa now that she's fire-touched. Ned's silence was heavy. I have provided for the child, when many other Southron ladies would have ensured the little beast had an unfortunate accident, offered him food, shelter and protection, but this is too far. I will not have my son raised in the shadow of some base-born whelp. You will not touch Jon. Papa's voice wasn't raised, but it reverberated through the room all the same, dripping menace, and Lady Catelyn's face turned the color of milk, and Jon flinched from where he was crouched outside the door. I'm wroth with you, my lord, but I would not harm a child, and the fact you think me capable of more. Tears dripped from her eyes, and the tension bled from Papa's shoulders. I know. Ned hesitated, I promised his mother I would protect him. Silence. Jon held his breath. What woman, Catelyn whispered, commands such devotion from you that you'd threaten your lady wife, who holds such a tight grip upon your heart that you would bring your bastard into your home, offer him a seat at your table, a lord's education, and raise him along your true-born children? It is not relevant. It is entirely relevant. Ned didn't answer. Regardless, I am the Lord of Winterfell and I'm telling you that Jon will be raised as a son of House Stark. Papa's voice was low and even, with an icy edge that Jon had never heard at that point in his young life. If that is your final decision, my lord, I have no choice but to accept your judgment. However, I believe we are at a crossroads. Lady Catelyn's lips quivered, and she pulled a folded letter from her skirts, and handed it to his papa. Either you compromise with me right now, or I shall be returning to the seat of my lord father. I'll start preparing for the separation of my household in the morn. Lady Catelyn's face was a cold mask as she looked at her husband, unflinching and uncompromising. Jon wouldn't learn what the letter said for many years, wouldn't know what had been said to create such a look of rage and loathing on his normally gentle papa's face that even Lady Catelyn, sure of her ensuing victory, took an instinctive step back. Are you certain you want to take this step? Lord Stark asked, not a drop of warmth in his face, and Lady Catelyn's hands fisted in her skirts, and more tears fell from her eyes. You think I want any of this? Nothing about this situation is what I want, but I can't live like this, Ned. Lady Catelyn's voice cracked like ice snapping, and Papa didn't respond, his eyes glued to the pages. Robb is the heir of Winterfell, taking him from Winterfell without my blessing would be a declaration of war. Your father knows this. He would turn you away at the gates of Riverrun. Papa's words were certain, but his expression was grim and sad. Sansa isn't, Lady Catelyn stated, and Papa's eyes closed briefly as if she'd struck him. I could take it to Robert, Ned acknowledged back, and it would only be once Jon met the Stag King as a man that Jon would understand the undercurrent of threat those words carried. Robert would kill Catelyn for stealing his brother's child, but especially a Stark daughter. It wasn't a question. It would mean war. The Seven Kingdoms vs the Riverlands. The Riverlands would lose. Badly. And every life lost would weigh on his father's shoulders. They both knew he couldn't do it. You won't, Catelyn stated, and Papa didn't respond. She was right. They knew it. And one day Jon would understand, but at almost 4 years old, he only saw his Papa refuse to fight for him. The first of many, and the beginning of Papa becoming father, and Lord Stark when he was particularly cross, to Jon. I won't send him away, Papa stated, and Lady Catelyn's face tightened. Even now, she demanded, and Papa gave a single nod. Even now, Papa confirmed, and Lady Catelyn's expression shuttered. Either remove him from Rob's lessons in Perpetuum or remove him from the family wing, including all the privileges that come with being housed alongside our children, Lady Caitlin demanded, and Papa was silent as he wrestled with that. He'll stay in the guest quarters. He will continue to eat at our table. He will not be separated from our children. Papa surrendered, and Lady Caitlin's face lightened as John's heart dropped into his stomach. I can live with that, she acquiesced, but Papa's face did not soften. John runs away, leaving the conversation to continue behind him. You worked to undermine me in my own castle, wife, conspired with another Lord Paramount, weaponized the care I hold for my child, and threatened the realms with war, all to appease your wounded pride. This will not come without consequences. Papa's voice unsettled Lady Caitlin. All Riverlanders with the exception of your personal household attendants shall return to Riverrun. I will allow our children to be taught by a scepter, as was agreed in our betrothal contract, but they will be allowed to choose which faith they follow, and you will not protest. Mayor Stillowin must approve all proposed educational material. You will not be permitted to arrange terms on behalf of House Stark in Perpetuum. Lastly, John shall answer to me. He will be forced to obey you as Lady of Winterfell, but all punishments will be meted out by me, and if I find you have enacted any Southron punishment upon him, you will face Northern justice, regardless of what your Lord Father threatens. Lady Caitlin's face paled once more. I understand, my lord, she said timidly, and didn't speak another word as her husband left the nursery. Papa found him hiding under his bed shortly after. I thought I heard little feet lurking. Papa sighed, his shoulders slumped as he sat on the floor beside the opening under the bed. Are you sending me away? John's voice warbled, and Papa's large calloused hand reached under the bed, palm up, and John shyly slid his small hand into his, gripping his Papa's thumb tightly. Never. Papa vowed you might be leaving this room, but you will always have a place in this family. You might not have the Stark name, but you have our blood, and that means something. Papa promised, and John was quiet while he rolled the conundrum around his head. I have your blood, but not your name. Does that mean you're not my Papa? John asked, tears burning in his eyes, and Papa's hand gently pulled on John's arm, encouraging him to come out of hiding. John scrambled out, throwing himself into his maybe Papa's arms, who pulled him close, placing him on his lap. You are my son, Papa stated, and John buried his face in his Papa's beard. But Rob's mama isn't my mama? John asked quietly, and Papa sighed tiredly. No, she's not. Your mama was someone very important to me, John, and one day I'll tell you all about her, but not today, Papa promised. For years, John would question if Ned had been lying about telling him the truth, if he'd changed his mind as John grew, or if he really did intend to tell John who his parents were. He would never know the answer, since John hadn't heard the truth from Ned, and never could bring himself to believe his words in the aftermath. What does that make me? John asked sadly, and Papa ran gentle fingers through John's messy raven curls. The world will call you a bastard because I wasn't married to your mother. Some might mistreat you over it, but Stark blood runs true. You are exactly where you are meant to be, Papa promised, and John, still only 4 days old and holding a childlike love and trust for his Papa, accepted this easily, laying his head on his Papa's shoulder. Do I really have to move now? John asked sadly, and Papa sighed. Not tonight, his Papa promised, and John accepted that, letting his Papa tuck him into bed, even though he was getting much too old to be tucked in. I love you, John whispered as Papa pressed a kiss to John's forehead. I love you, too, Papa whispered against his forehead, leaning across John to blow out the candles, drenching the room in darkness as his Papa left him to sleep his last night in the family rooms. Tomorrow everything would change. But for tonight, Jon Snow, known to exactly 3 people as Aegon Targaryen, slept peacefully. Notes. Updated the 25th of November 2025 for typos / errors. Chapter 2, Lessons in Tongues. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. 2 years had passed since Jon had been removed from the family wing when word reached the north of the Ironborn rebellion. Jon, not yet 6 days old, knew the moment he learned father would ride south to join the war, leaving Lady Stark as the Stark of Winterfell, that she would do everything in her power to separate him from Robb. She would never dare send him away outright, but Jon fully expected to be discouraged from taking meals with his siblings or barred from joining Robb in his lessons. As it happened, she did both. Rob hadn't believed him until the next morning, when John was turned away from their lessons at the door. The look on Rob's face told John this was the first time he truly understood the breadth of his mother's mislike. "It's not right," Rob frowned. "I know. But she's your mother," John said softly. They lay side by side on the grass before the weirwood in the Godswood, the one place Lady Stark would never enter, and no northern servant would dare disturb them. Rob's hand found his, their fingers squeezing tight enough to whiten their knuckles. "I won't let her separate us," Rob vowed stubbornly, lip curling in a wolfish expression that made John blink. For the first time, he recognized how much Rob resembled father. His eyes were no longer the bright tully blue of early childhood, more grey now. His features echoed their father's, and even as a boy he had the tall, sturdy Stark build. Even his red hair ran darker than the tully scarlet, something between red and brown. If anyone bothered to look, he did not appear all that southern. Years later, John would realize the same logic applied to himself. Despite the dark hair, pale skin, and long face of the Starks, his bone structure was unmistakably Targaryen: high cheekbones, thin nose, a wide, sensual mouth, a body built long and lean. Above them the weirwood's bone-white branches stirred, and a faint static pricked John's skin, though he dismissed it. "I know you'll try," John murmured, "but we're only 6. And outside this place, she has all the power." Rob's grey-blue eyes narrowed. "I'm the real Stark of Winterfell. Mother is technically only my regent." He sounded so priggish that both boys dissolved into giggles. "She's a regent who controls your dessert privileges," John teased. "Like I'd ever trade you for dessert," Rob scoffed. "Even chocolate cakes?" Rob's face twisted in mock deliberation. "I mean, ow," he yelped as John punched his arm. John turned away with a dramatic huff. "I'm teasing, you big baby. Of course I love you more than chocolate," Rob laughed, dragging John into a smothering hug and planting a disgustingly wet kiss on his cheek before shoving his face into the dirt. "Rob. Get off." John wheezed, failing to push his brother off. Rob only laughed harder. "What's wrong? Don't you love me, too?" "I'd love you more if you weren't so heavy," John groaned, earning a scandalized gasp. "Heavy? I'll have you know I'm perfectly normal-sized, unlike your delicate constitution." "Ow. Watch the elbows." The weirwood's branches swayed, red sap trickling down its carved faces. As the boys roughhoused, the faces almost seemed to smile. "Come now, young sir, you're much too pretty to waste your face on frowns. Keep that up and you'll look like me when you're old and withered," old Nan teased. She had begun joining John for his midday meals since Lord Stark rode to war. It wasn't the first time someone had called him pretty, though coming from anyone else the word might have stung. The first time he'd bristled, old Nan had promptly scolded him for abiding by Southern foolishness. Northerners had their own prejudices on soft men, but Northerners called those men droskin, which didn't necessarily mean weak or pretty men. After, Northerners understood that everyone had their role to play when winter came. Not all of those required you to be 7 feet tall and capable of swinging a battle hammer with one hand, and that didn't make their contribution mean less. That wasn't to say Northerners didn't value battle prowess, but war for the sake of war was wasteful, and there was nothing the North hated more than waste. But purposefully trying to avoid hard work, or leeching off of others' hard work, that was more a sin to a Northerner than being a bastard ever could be. They also held their nobles to the same standards as commoners, so it was a common Northern saying that the Northern lord who starved his people while living in the lap of luxury would soon find himself 2 heads shorter. At near 6 days old, John was much too young to be considered droskin, and for all the sins Lady Stark had heaped on him, not even she had accused him of being lazy or wasteful. "Where's that shadow of yours?" old Nan asked, stroking John's unruly black curls with bony fingers. There was an affectionate shine in her eyes, and John opened to the affection like a starved flower. "In lessons," John muttered, lips turned down slightly, and old Nan's eyes turned flinty. "And why aren't you in your lessons?" old Nan asked, her voice light, but like she already knew the answer. "Bastards don't need to learn history, I guess," John sulked, and old Nan spit out an unfamiliar phrase, the words sharp as cracking ice, but smooth and lilting like rolling waves. And Mayor Stillowin approved this foolishness. John shrugged. "Lady Stark is the Stark of Winterfell now. He doesn't have a choice. I'm not allowed in the library, and he can't answer my questions. Old Nan rapped his knee. And what am I, home? Think that upstart with his robes and silly chain knows more of the North than me. Children these days, no respect. Before John could protest, she hauled him to his feet with surprising strength. Old Nan, I can't ask you to do that, you're already so busy. John looked down at his feet and the old northern woman harumphed. First of all, look someone in the eye when you speak to them. Old Nan started leading John down the hallway. Second of all, your father left me with half a legion of attendants before running off to war, so I've time enough. Now come along. Old Nan grumbled, and the corner of John's lips turned up in a small smile. If you're sure, John whispered. She was. And John soon found himself seated at a sturdy wooden table within her Wintertown cabin. Old Nan, as a highly respected elder and decades-long member of the Stark household, was afforded luxuries that most northern commoners would never see. She shared a small cabin with Hodder on the edge of Wintertown, full of sturdy northern furniture, a large hearth, and copious amounts of furs. Don't you worry, by the time I'm through with you, you'll be begging for Lewin's lessons back. Old Nan gave him a small devious smile before dropping a stack of books nearly half as tall as John himself on the table between them. Oh dear. Despite Old Nan's ominous warnings, John took to her lessons like a kraken to water. Each day, while his siblings studied with Maester Lewin, John spent his mornings drilling Old Tongue pronunciation and Northern history, and his middays learning the houses, bannermen, and trade networks of the North. After some grumbling, Old Nan conceded Lewin had taught him common and numbers well enough. Probably best that way, I've always preferred words to numbers. Old Nan had grumbled, and turned to quizzing him on each of the major northern houses, their bannermen, who was allied with whom, and what their main trade exports and imports were. One afternoon she poured tea for both of them. Why do the mountain clans obey the Starks? They're the only northern clan that still openly calls the Starks kings of winter. Old Nan asked him as she poured them both cups of tea. They don't like the South? John ventured. Are you asking me or telling me? Old Nan asked pointedly, and John struggled not to fidget. Telling, John said firmly. It's more than not liking the South. The Dracari have stood with the Starks since the beginning, since before the wars against Marsh Kings and Barrow Kings, and the dozens of uprisings and wars since. To this day they hold the only surviving chapter of the Green Men other than the Isle of Faces. Knowing that, why do you think they remain loyal to the Starks? Old Nan asked, and John blew gently on his tea as he thought about it. Something ties us together, deeper than alliance or marriage. A vow upon a Weirwood Grove is eternal, John declared, and Old Nan nodded. Legends say that the clans knelt to the first king in the Drakkar, swore upon the gods to serve his blood eternally. Other houses have tried to claim they were descendants of the first king, but the Dracari have held that the Starks are the kings of winter. They have served faithfully ever since. No amount of threats, bribes or alliances have swayed them. They continue to tend to the Weirwood Grove and record the history of the North, acting as impartial witnesses in disputes and wars. They never participate in Southron conflicts. No king of winter has ever convinced them to fight in a Southron war, not Brandon the Golden, nor the Hungry Wolf, nor Torrin the Kneeler, and not your father, Old Nan explained, and John's eyes widened in surprise. They didn't fight in the rebellion? John asked, and Old Nan shook her head. At the time of the rebellion, most of the lords didn't want Lord Stark to kneel to the Stag King. 300 years of loyalty hadn't earned the North much more than bloodshed and disrespect from the South. The Dracari were among those who wanted to crown Eddard as King of the North, even offered to fight with him. Eddard refused, and managed to talk most of the lords down, but the Dracari refused to fight, Old Nan explained, and John sat still as he processed that. John understood both sides of the argument. 6 years after the rebellion, and John could see the discontent among the Northerners was getting worse, not better, since his father had knelt and taken a Southron wife. There wasn't a Northerner alive who hadn't thought of independence, but John could also understand where his father was coming from. The North wasn't ready to be independent. They weren't strong enough. The rest of Westeros greatly outnumbered them. They could hold off an invasion on land, but so much of warfare was naval now, and the North hadn't had a fleet since Bran the Burner. This Ironborn rebellion was proof of that. The Northern army had to march to White Harbor, then sail all the way around Dorne to convene with the rest of the Crown's forces. This had taken 2 moons of travel time, whereas if the North had a fleet on the western shores, perhaps Sea Dragon Point or the Stony Shores, it would have been a matter of days, perhaps a week or two if the roads were poor. They also relied too much on the other realms for trade, particularly the Reach Scrane, after the loss of the Gift to the Night's Watch. The Gift had been predisposed as one of the few areas in the North capable of producing grain, gutting the North's economy as the greedy bastards of the Reach demanded more and more extortionist prices. Northern independence during the rebellion would have either failed or cost a lot of lives. But it was coming whether his father wanted it or not. If not now, what about when Robb became the Warden of the North? A thought chilled Jon to the bone and made his breath quick in his chest. The North was loyal to the Starks. But what happened if the North decided Robb wasn't Northern enough? Unknown to Jon, those were the exact fears that had caused Lady Stark to fear Jon so much, because Jon looked Northern. He might be unusually pretty, with finer features than the average Northern child, but he looked, walked, and talked like a Northerner. Jon hardened his jaw. He would make them loyal to Robb. Not today, but someday. He would stand behind his brother and shield him. Fire-touched or not, Robb was a Northman and the future king of the North, and if anyone chose to dispute that, they would answer to Jon. Notes. Old Tongue words. Drakkar, mountains. Drakkari, mountain men / women, gender neutral. Updated the 25th of November, 2025 for typos / errors. Chapter 3, Mother Knows Best. Summary. This chapter will have a couple big time jumps. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. 6 months after riding out with his bannermen, the Warden of the North finally returned to Winterfell. The next morning Jon resumed his lessons with Maester Luwin. Despite the tension that clung to Lord and Lady Stark like frost, neither acknowledged what had transpired in the months Ned had been away. Feeling a pinch of vindictive satisfaction, Jon simply asked old Nan if he might continue afternoon lessons with her. The old woman laughed her raspy laugh and agreed. Unknowingly, his actions had sparked a bit of a cold war between the two, which would last until Jon was well into his adulthood. Jon had not been the only one affected by Lady Stark's behavior. Robb had tried, at first, to reason with his mother, only to be sharply rebuffed. Since then he'd turned frosty in her presence. In recent weeks he had even begun accompanying Jon to the Godswood instead of attending morning sermons with his mother and siblings. Lady Stark only attempted to force him to attend once. The Northerners had not taken lightly her attempt to turn the future Lord of Winterfell from the old gods to the Seven. Lady Stark had nearly been lynched, and her reputation had taken permanent damage. It was decided that Robb wouldn't rejoin until Lord Stark's return. Just another thing she blames on me, Jon complained to old Nan. She told him to quit his bellyaching over what couldn't be changed, and promptly redirected him into a lecture on old Northern folk tales. Despite sitting at the high table during Ned Stark's homecoming feast, Jon had never felt more isolated. Lady Stark's shunning had grown sharper still after her failed attempt to remove him from Robb's lessons. Robb had taken to accompanying the Greyjoy heir everywhere, and both Sansa and baby Arya had occupied his father's time. Months of loneliness followed, until, shortly before Jon's 7th name-a-day, Uncle Benjen arrived. The Night's Watch Ranger hadn't visited Winterfell in years, but he made a point of seeking out Jon whenever the boy looked forlorn. "Have you started riding lessons yet?" Uncle Benjen had asked one day after their morning meal. Before Jon knew what was happening, Jon was being pulled away from his lessons to spend the day in the stables with Uncle Benjen learning about caring for horses. "I thought we were going to be riding," Jon had asked, on the verge of sulking as his whole body ached and feeling in desperate need of a bath. Uncle Benjen just grinned at him. "Did Maester Luwin hand you a book before teaching you to your letters? Or Sir Roderick hand you lifesteal in your first martial class? When it comes to learning to ride, knowing how to care for your steed and doing it yourself is crucial to building trust. Riding is a partnership between horse and rider, so caring for the horse is important for building trust, and ensures the horse will listen to you and won't throw you from its saddle," Uncle Benjen had explained gently, and Jon's face had twisted in annoyance. "I wouldn't know about the lifesteal, you'll have to ask Robb and Theon," Jon scowled, and Uncle Benjen looked at him in surprise. "You haven't started your martial lessons?" I'd assume you would start with Rob, since you two are so close in age, Benjen observed, and John crossed his arms across his chest. No, father doesn't think it's time. John kicked the dirt, unable to look at Uncle Benjen, even as a voice, sounding unsettlingly like old Nan, chided him for rude manners and bad posture. And the riding lessons? Benjen's voice was deceptively mild. Father gave Rob his first lesson before he rode out, and Sir Castle has continued them since. When asked, he said that a boy's first ride was a father's right, so he wouldn't teach me. John slumped, assuming Uncle Benjen would also refuse to teach him, and Uncle Benjen's spine straightened. Don't worry, something tells me your parents would prefer that I teach you, Uncle Benjen declared, his tone ringing oddly cryptic, but John was too excited to care. Really? John beamed, and Benjen grinned at him. Yes, and don't you worry. The ranger's grey eyes flashed like a knife in the dark. I'll be talking to Lord Stark about your martial lessons, Benjen promised. John, with all the sureness of a nearly 7-names-old child, didn't believe he would succeed, as he'd been asking near every time he'd seen his father since Rob had started training over a turn ago. Still, each day John would return to the stables with Uncle Benjen, and after a few days of caring for a young grey-haired mare, Benjen helped John into the new saddle, and stood back as John guided the mare, who John had quickly named Sweetness, around the paddock. As John came to a stop beside Uncle Benjen, a wide smile stretching his lips, raven curls windswept, and the sun beaming down on him, Uncle Benjen had given him a confusing look as he clapped. As John prepared to get down, a gust of wind brought the scent of winter roses and sunshine over him, and an odd warmth against his back, but as fast as the sensation came, it was gone, and Uncle Benjen was steadying John as he got to his feet. The night before Uncle Benjen was slated to return to the Night's Watch dawned gloomy and forbidding. It had been a long day of lessons, first Uncle Benjen dragging him away from his bed to spend the early morning for a couple hours of grueling work in the stables. Then after the morning meal, John had his lessons with Maester Lewin in the morning, then old Nan until the evening meal. Usually John would spend the hours before nightfall with Rob or Sansa, though the later was becoming rarer as Lady Stark's lessons on the sinful nature of bastards took root. But he was tired of weathering the cutting gaze of Lady Stark and the snide remarks of the Greyjoy heir. Theon had taken to sticking to Rob like a particularly vile barnacle, and Rob, the well-meaning idiot, had taken the Ironborn hostage under his wing, and was little to no help in diffusing the older boy's cruel remarks. So, after the evening meal, John had taken to wandering the maze of hallways within Winterfell in order to escape. He had just taken a seat next to one of the air ducts, which carried hot air warmed by the hot springs below Winterfell through the castle, when he heard it. Would be furious if she could see how you're treating her son. Uncle Benjen's voice carried down the vent, and for a second John didn't recognize his usually somber uncle's voice, as he'd never heard the man so furious. I have protected John the best I can, no thanks to you. Father's voice wasn't raised, but the deepness radiated down the pipe, and John's breath caught. Were they talking about his mother? John wondered, his heart quickening, and he leaned as close as he dared to the hot pipe. You let your Southron whore treat him like mud. Uncle Benjen was cut off like a loud banging sound. That is my wife, and the Lady of Winterfell that you're talking about. Father's voice raised, and Benjen made a derisive sound. Oh please, Ned, everyone knows that Catelyn refused to marry you under the Weirwoods, and therefore she's not a lady of anything, let alone Winterfell, Benjen said derisively, and father fell silent. Be that as it may, I am your lord, and you will keep a civil tongue in your mouth. Father's voice was stone cold, and John shivered despite the layer of sweat that was starting to form on his skin from continued contact with the vent. So quick to defend that trout, but a child of the north gets mere crumbs. Benjen's voice was equally cold. Everything I have done since I brought John here has been to protect him. You may not like it, but you will respect it and cease your interference, father ordered, and Benjen scoffed. I'm a brother of the Night's Watch, I don't have to obey any order you give me. I have returned here for one reason only, John. I wanted to ensure you were treating Lya's son how he deserves, and I see now my worst fears are true. Lya would tear your head off herself if she were here, and you know it. Benjen spit, and father fell silent. I love John, he is my blood, but not all of us have the luxury of running away from our responsibilities. I am the Warden of the North, my responsibilities extend to more than just John. You forget that Catelyn is the daughter of a Lord Paramount, coincidentally the same Lord Paramount that supplies 60% of our crops during the winter, 10% of which goes to the Night's Watch. It is not as simple as punishing Caitlin for her slights against John. Father's voice was a low growl, and Uncle Benjamin scoffed. So why even bring the boy here? Why not send him away? You claim you've done it for Lia, but you know she would never want this for her boy. Or did you do it to ensure he never became a threat? Is that why you refused your dear friend Robert's offer to legitimatize the boy? Uncle Benjamin's words echoed in John's mind, and he missed what his father said in response. Would have killed him. Father growled, and John's eyes widened. You've refused any talk of offering the boy a holding, and you've rejected at least a dozen betrothals with noble girls already, and the boy's not even 7. You refused to send him away, but you've done everything you can to ensure he's got no future in the North. Uncle Benjamin yelled. This conversation is done, Father declared, but there was a heavy bang as Benjamin refused to leave. And all of that pales in comparison to the injustice you've dealt the boy by refusing him the right to learn to defend himself. As a boy with no name, no title, no family, all he has is his body, and if you don't give him the tools to use it, eventually he'll find other means of using it. It wouldn't be hard, he might have the Stark hair, but the boy's already. The spitting image of Benjamin's voice had turned cruel and mocking. Enough. Father roared, and Benjamin fell silent. He won't be a boy forever, Edard, Benjamin said coldly. You think crippling him keeps him safe? But we've seen how such mercy ends. I'll not see what happened to Elia's children play out again. So choose, your blood, or your whoremonger. King Benjamin spat, and there was a loud bang of the door slamming behind the younger Stark brother, then the office fell silent. It's important to note that at 6 years old, John didn't know what a whoremonger was, and since Benjamin had called Caitlin a whore earlier, he assumed that they were also talking about her here. Once he was sure no more would be said, John stumbled away from the event, his skin flushed red from the heat, and his mind spinning from what he had learned. That night, he slept restlessly, and when he woke, he wasn't surprised to see that Uncle Benjamin had departed for the wall ahead of schedule. John was disappointed that he hadn't said goodbye before he left, both because John would miss him, but also because John had so many questions he felt like he could burst. After stumbling through his lessons that day, visibly subdued as he struggled with what he had learned, though everyone else assumed he was merely missing his uncle, John returned to his room, and flopped onto his bed, only to nearly brain himself of something hard that had been placed under his pillows. Sitting up, John pulled the pillows back and found a wooden box, long and thin. The polished wood and oiled hinges looked expensive, and on the lid of the box was an engraving of a strange and beautiful creature. It was a wolf with large wings, an abnormally long neck, a long spiked tail, and monstrously large teeth. A dragon wolf. John wouldn't realize until years later the massive clue his uncle had left for him. For all his Uncle Benjamin insisting that as a brother of the Night's Watch he didn't have to obey the Warden of the North, the Night's Watch still worked out of the North, and as such owed the Warden of the North a certain amount of loyalty. Ned had ordered him not to tell John who his parents were, but he never said Benjamin couldn't leave clues. Opening the box revealed the most beautiful set of weapons that John had ever seen, barring the Stark ancestral sword ice. Within was a double-edged long and short sword, and 4 daggers, 2 of which were slightly smaller than the others. On top of the sheathed blades was a roll of parchment in his uncle's familiar elegant scrawl. The note read, "Your mother once told me that it's impossible to break a rule that hasn't been made. Technically Lord Stark hasn't ordered you not to train on your own, so you're not breaking any rules, but don't tell him I told you that." A devious smile split John's usually somber face, and unknown to him, but this lesson would become a core foundation of who he was. After all, no one told him that he couldn't engineer a northern revolution, so technically he wouldn't be breaking any rules by doing it. Notes. Updated the 25th of November, 2025 for typos/errors. Chapter 4, Knowledge and Warcraft. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. In theory, teaching himself how to fight was a great idea. The execution, however, left something to be desired. John hadn't bothered with the swords, even the smaller one was far too big for his slight frame, so he focused on mastering daggers instead. But after the third near miss where he almost sliced off a finger, he managed to pilfer a pair of training daggers from the armory. These were wooden daggers that had been weighted with a core of steel, allowing children to learn without the risk of anything more than bruises, while also allowing them to grow accustomed to the weight and feel of a properly balanced dagger. From there came the stealthy dawn stalking of the guards' early morning practice sessions. John singled out the men with slighter builds, those who relied on speed and ruthless precision. Their movements reminded him of dancing, fluid and light on their feet, and far easier to imitate than the rigid brutality of northern brawling. Unknown to John, these fighters had come to the north from Essos with the Manderleys, and had travelled to Winterfell with Lord Manderley while he conducted business with John's father. Each of them used a variation of water dancing, and were considered elite fighters across both Westeros and Essos. John quickly noticed many of them fought equally well with either hand. As with all subjects he was curious about but didn't dare ask his father, John went to Old Nan. Ambidextrous, Old Nan explained, is the fancy term coined by the Citadel, but we call them mirror-handed, or Skaithlam. Some of the best northern warriors have been Skaithlam. Can you tell me why? Old Nan asked, and John tapped his fingers on the gnarled wood of her table. It's connected to wrestling, John decided, and Old Nan gave him a small warm smile. That wasn't new to John, who even at 7 years old had received grappling lessons since he could walk, much to Lady Stark's chagrin. Wrestling was an integral part of northern warrior culture, so much of northern combat was tied to it. More than that, it was deeply tied to the Stark family history, ever since one of Jon's ancestors won Bear Island from the Ironborn in a wrestling match and granted the land to the Mormonts. Yes. That isn't to say House Stark doesn't have some of the best archers of Westeros, but much like horse riding, archery is seen as a useful and valuable skill, but doesn't hold the same esteem as the South. Can you tell me why? Old Nan asked, pouring John his tea, and John accepted it with a small thank you while he thought. Between the thick forests, swamps and mountains that made up the north, no one would risk taking a horse off one of the north's main roads. Most battles took place on foot, making both horses and archery rather obsolete. Horses were merely a means of transportation and livelihood, and while horse riding was a valuable skill, unlike the South, their battles didn't take place on big open fields, so most northern battles didn't take place on horseback. None to mention, most horses weren't built to withstand the intense cold for long periods of time. Most commoners preferred oxen, which produced more body heat than even the hardiest horse, so horses remained a status symbol of the northern lords. Our forests are too thick for archers, melee weapons are for war, no one takes a warhammer hunting too heavy, we tend to travel light, no point dragging stones to war only to freeze before you've tasted blood, John stated, and Old Nan's thin lips quirked upwards in a half-smile. Spoken like a true northerner, she muttered as she took a sip of her tea, but John ignored her. Outside of war, a northerner is more likely to fight with their hands than pull a blade, John stated, and Old Nan nodded firmly. Very few quarrels deserve death, and when you pull a sword that is almost always the outcome. More northerners dying in petty squabbles means less hands when winter comes, Old Nan stated firmly, and John nodded in agreement. John had only seen his father pull his blade twice in his life, and both times had ended in death. So, how did it evolve from wrestling to Skaithlem? John stuttered on the old tongue word, and Old Nan patiently walked him through the pronunciation before they continued. Northern warfare is all about efficiency and speed, how to end the conflict as fast as possible. Dual wielding is incredibly difficult, takes years of training, and only the fastest fighters can use it effectively. Melee weapons like warhammers, axes and spears are more popular near the wall, where skirmishes with the wildlings are common, but usually occur in small batches. On a battlefield, swords tend to be the weapon of choice because they are more maneuverable, Old Nan explained, and John absorbed that. How do you know all this? John asked, and Old Nan cracked a small fond smile. My husband was a Skaithlam, whole lotta good it did him when he caught a sickness, but I've never seen a fighter like him since. He used to tell me that it was like dancing, balance and precision was important, but if you couldn't follow the rhythm, the whole thing fell apart and you would find yourself meeting the gods sooner than you'd planned, she reminisced, and John took a small sip of tea. Not that this means anything. But if someone were to go about trying to become a Skaithlam, where would they start? John gave her his most innocent look, hunched shoulders, wide dark purple eyes looking up through long lashes, lips open showing the barest glimpse of milk teeth. Old Nan laughed riotously, knocking her teacup off the table, and ignored the way John's face had turned progressively poutier as she laughed at him. Boy, you're about 10 years too young, and I about 5-10s too old for you to be giving me looks like that. But if you think the girls are chasing you now, Give it 10 years, I assure you a look like that will get you anything you want. Old Nan kept laughing, and eventually John huffed and stomped out of her hut, begrudgingly thanking her for the tea on his way out. She was still laughing when he left. John scowled down at the stones as he trudged back into Winterfell. Regardless of her teasing, Old Nan had started including penmanship lessons for his non-dominant hand in their lessons. John didn't say anything, but the old woman gave him a knowing look at the bruises and calluses that began to form on his hands shortly after that, but she never said a word to anyone. With actual knife fighting beyond him, John paid careful attention and memorized the stretches and warm-up exercises these fighters used, and copied them in his room every night until his limbs felt like pudding. Even then, it would take months before John could compete even a fraction of the repetitions the Manderley Guards did. The Manderley Guards didn't remain long, departing with Lord Manderley only 3 moons after John had started training himself, but before they departed John was able to memorize many of their movements. 2 moons into his training, John started to feel the changes in his body. The exercise combined with John's increased appetite meant a wiry strength had settled into his limbs. Some of the puppy fat of childhood melting from his frame, doing his exercises hurt less, the training daggers felt more sure in his hands, and his aim was improving. He almost always hit the inner circle of the target he'd acquired from the archery range. Even if he was only 20 paces from the target, John refused to ignore the signs of progress. There was just one problem. Must have been a beauty. No wonder the Honorable Lord Stark was tempted. Looks anything like her son, you'd need to be an eunuch not to. Wouldn't mind some grandchildren with those pretty eyes. The Umber girl said he's as sweet as mulberry wine, as well. Smart as a direwolf, too, the way the Maester and Old Nan go on about him. What are you doing? Robb asked, his head tilted in confusion as he found John crouched in a hidden alcove behind a stone statue of a pair of snarling direwolves, and John's hand flashed out, and he yanked his brother into the alcove with him just in time. A pair of girls rounded the corner, giggling between themselves, the eldest only a year or 2 older than John and Robb. They were done up in northern finery, their dark hair braided with bright blue ribbons, and the faintest makeup on their faces. By northern standards, they were rather extravagant outside of a feast or festival, but as the granddaughters of Lord Manderley, the most affluent northern lord aside from House Stark, that wasn't unexpected. Why do you get to ask him? The smaller girl, only 2 years younger than her sister, pouted, and the older one smiled smugly. Because I'm older. Besides, Grandfather has promised I can choose my own husband, and I want to get Snow's measure. Winifred Manderley smirked, and John's eyes narrowed on Robb's reddening face as his traitor brother struggled to muffle his laughter. Isn't it superficial to make a bastard the Lord of White Harbor just because he's pretty? Maybe you should ask Robb instead. He is the heir of Winterfell, much more appropriate for the heiress of White Harbor, don't you think? Wyler simpered, and Winifred rolled her eyes at her sister's blatant manipulation. Suddenly, Robb wasn't laughing anymore. Mother says a woman can forgive a pretty man of a lot of flaws, so even if Snow has the personality of a troll, he'd give me pretty children at least. Not to say Robb isn't cute, but he's very Southern, and we Manderleys get enough of that from the rest of the North. I'm not sure Grandfather would accept such a match, Winifred said, and John straightened, suddenly much less keen on hiding from the little upstart. Who does she think she is? John thought with all the injustice of a highly protective 7-year-old, and it was only Robb's arm around his waist, and the hand against his mouth, that kept John from blowing their cover as the girls passed them. That little John swore a blue streak as soon as Robb's hand was removed, and Robb gave a small scandalized gasp. John! Robb chastised, and John scowled at Robb, struggling against the tight hold the bigger boy had around him. Why did you stop me from pummeling her? John sulked when Robb's grip didn't budge. While John had gotten stronger with his training, not only was Robb bigger, it was fairly obvious only one of them had inherited the Stark build. He'd been training longer and Robb had taken to wrestling with ease. If there is one lord you don't want to get on the bad side of, it's Lord Manderley. He might look all jolly, but I saw him negotiate trade terms with Father, and the man's more crooked than Merman. Something tells me he won't take kindly to you roughing up his granddaughters for a lukewarm insult to me. Robb gave a small shrug, and John stopped struggling and looked at his brother's tight features. You're not a Southron, understand me? Anyone that thinks differently can talk to my fists, including you, got it? John scowled, and Rob's lips quirked upwards in a self-deprecating smile. It's okay, John, I know what everyone says about me, and I own it. I have mother's coloring, there's no denying it, but beating up little girls isn't going to prove them wrong, only my actions will, Rob explained, and John gave a dejected sigh. Why do you have to be so reasonable? John grumbled, and Rob laughed as he finally released John's arms. Come on, we're late for lessons. Rob hooked an arm around John's shoulders and dragged him from the alcove. Thankfully, Lord Manderley took his granddaughters with him when he left, which almost made up for the disappointment of no longer being able to spy on the Manderley guards. Almost. The South calls us savages and practitioners of blood magic, Old Nan lectured. They aren't entirely wrong about the blood, but blood sacrifices to the gods was no minor matter. A person can only sacrifice that which belongs to them, or have been granted permission by a higher power. The more valuable the blood, the more powerful the sacrifice, the greater the blessing from the gods, Old Nan explained, and John furrowed his eyebrows. More valuable. Blood has a value? John asked, and Old Nan nodded seriously. Blood sacrifices have two variables, the method and the sacrifice. Dead blood has no value, there is nothing to be gained from the dead. Blood with no life sacrifice holds power, but a life blood sacrifice is the most powerful, Old Nan explained, and John understood. You mean like when we used to sacrifice criminals to the werewood? John realized, and Old Nan nodded. Yes. A human life will always hold more power than an animal, but remember what I said about a sacrifice needing to belong to you. A hunter can catch an animal and sacrifice it to the gods, but only the kings of winter could claim ownership over their people, only they can sacrifice a man to the gods. However, keep in mind that the gods don't always distinguish between the reigning king and those of the bloodline, so theoretically they would accept a sacrifice from you and your siblings as well as your father, Old Nan explained, and John blinked down at the table as Old Nan busied herself starting a batch of tea. So someone random can't start sacrificing just anyone to the gods? John asked, and Old Nan scoffed. The gods aren't blind, they will strike you down for an insult, and offering an innocent life to the gods is a good way to get your bloodline cursed, Old Nan cautioned, and John sighed, his head starting to ache. If life decides the value of the sacrifice, does that mean the sick and elderly are less powerful sacrifices because they would die sooner than someone young? John asked. Yes and no. For the most part a human life is equally powerful, but not all men are the same. There is power in belief, John. For 8,000 years the Starks were worshipped as kings of the North, kneeling to the dragons didn't erase that. You have king's blood, just as much as your siblings, if not more, depending on who your mother is. You might be free of the stain of Andal blood, Old Nan explained, and John scowled. Stain? Rob is not stained, John huffed, and Old Nan chuckled. Our people fought for thousands of years, it's not common knowledge, but those of the clans know that certain precautions were taken to prevent our gifts from being used against us, Old Nan explained, and John frowned. Like magic? John asked hesitantly. Old Nan had told him stories of wargs, skin changers and green seers, and the way she talked had always seemed odd to John. As if they weren't stories, but personal experiences. Yes. There is a reason Lady Stark's eldest two were born fire-touched. It's a miracle Lady Arya escaped it. I suspect the magic will be particularly strong in her, Old Nan predicted, and John sat with that. So, what does that mean for Rob? John asked, and Old Nan shrugged. In this. Merely that the king's blood is weaker in him, but unless he plans to become a blood magic practitioner, I doubt it will hinder him. Old Nan leveled a severe look at him, prompting him to sit straighter in his seat, but he will be tested, both by his bannerman and the wolf's blood, just as every Stark with a drop of magic in their veins. It will be harder on someone with Andal blood, especially those closest to the line of succession, but don't think that makes you immune. It has a way of purging those who wouldn't make good rulers, pushing them to make bad choices and throw themselves into battle. I loved your Uncle Brandon like my own, but I'm not surprised the wolf's blood led him to ruin. Old Nan's face grew grim and John was quiet as she wrestled her grief. So I just have to keep Rob from making bad choices. As well as myself and my other siblings. I am not sure I'm very suited to that, John said dubiously, and the older woman laughed. No, you can guide him, but this is a path Rob must walk alone. Don't worry about such things now, it rarely starts acting up before they near manhood, Old Nan reassured him, but John had a bad feeling this information was going to bite him in the ass one day. "How do you know all this?" John asked old Nan, watching while the older woman had poured their tea, her hands steady as the grave despite her advanced age. "Pour tea?" old Nan teased, and John rolled his eyes. "No, you're the only commoner I know of that knows their letters, let alone all the history, geography, and medicine I know. The Citadel doesn't allow women. Are you from a noble family?" John accepted his tea, letting the warmth of the cup seep into his half-numb fingers. Old Nan's hut was well furnished for a common folk. Due to her old age and wisdom she was an honored member of the community, but it wasn't perfect and the ceiling on her windows had started peeling. It was particularly chilly this morning, a sign of an approaching summer snow, meaning even wrapped in furs with the fire burning, John was freezing. "I grew up in the mountain clans, where they continue to teach anyone with the capacity to learn," old Nan explained. "It's the only place in West Eos, and I imagine Essos as well, where you'll find common folk and nobles learning their letters side by side. But my letters are far from the only thing I learned there." Old Nan leaned back in her chair, and John absorbed that. A place where everyone was taught together. Why hadn't John known about this sooner? Why didn't Winterfell do this? Does father know about this? Why don't we do that here? There's lots of kids in Wintertown. John frowned, and old Nan gave him a knowing look. "Of course your father knows, but the other lords would riot if he used their taxes to educate peasants. The rest of the North views the clan's actions as queer, but ignores their actions because the clans are the guardians of knowledge, and assume most of what is taught relates to becoming a green man. And to be fair, it is. Why hire a scribe when you can just train your priests and priestesses to read and write? Why allow the Andal Maestas into our walls when we can train our own healers?" old Nan asked, and John dissected that. "But if all the common folk could do those things, wouldn't that be better for the North? We wouldn't have to rely on the South, we could create our own citadel," John said, and old Nan nodded. "I don't think Ned would be opposed, but it would cause tension with the South. They never like it when one of the realms prospers too much," old Nan said scornfully, and John felt the edge of an idea forming in his mind. What if we didn't tell them? What if we could train common folk to be tradesmen, shipwrights, healers, scholars, soldiers, and more? Of course, farming and hunting would always be prevalent among the common folk, but what if we could give them options? And what about the less mundane subject? If magic was real, was there a way to find those with magic, and train them regardless of birthright? Wasn't magic just a different kind of power? Notes. Old Tongue Words. Skaith Lamb, Mirror-handed. Updated the 25th of November, 2025 for typos/errors. Chapter 5, 1,000 Trainers and None. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. 6 months into his training, John's knife work had improved greatly. One of the town boys had even taught him how to flip the blade, and he could now hit a bullseye on the stolen archery range target with either hand. He quickly realized he needed somewhere bigger to practice, and thus began the nightly exhibition to the Godswood. Entering the Godswood had always soothed John. He often felt watched, but never with malice. Tonight, dressed in warm training clothes, carrying his wooden target and wearing weapons, that unseen presence felt heavier. John dropped his things at the edge of the clearing and approached the heart tree. He folded himself to his knees before the massive weirwood. "Old ones, I ask for guidance and sanctuary as I educate myself from the shadows of your arms. I offer this sacrifice in hope you will welcome me into your house and guard me as your child," John said clearly, unscripted and honest, as all prayers to the old gods were meant to be. No scripture. No idols. Only truth. He slipped the small knife from his boot and steeled himself before dragging the flat of the blade along his forearm. Blood dripped onto the roots, stark crimson against bone-white bark. For a long moment, nothing happened. Only the faint whistle of wind. No animal cry. No moonlight penetrated through the branches. Then the branches shifted. Thin cracks of moonlight broke through. John's blood bubbled and sank into the weirwood's roots, absorbed without a trace. Reaching for the bandages he'd stored in his tunic, John went to press them against his wound, only to inhale sharply. The wound looked partially healed, looking a week old rather than minutes fresh. "Thank you," John whispered, bowing his head. He remained kneeling in prayer until his legs numbed. When he returned to his belongings, a fresh chunk of wood lay among his weapons, thick as his thigh and nearly as tall as he was. The bark of the weirwood cutting was stark white and still flush with life and vitality, waiting to be carved into whatever John decided. How he would smuggle it into the castle, he had no idea, but that was a problem for future John. With one more bow to the gods, John hung his well-loved target on a nearby tree, not the weirwood, of course, and stepped back 50 paces. That first night, he hit the target barely half the time and never the inner rim, but he never gave up. By week's end, he was running drills in the clearing, the movements coming easier beneath the watchful presence of the old gods. Each night he gave the weirwood a blood offering. And each night, the blessings grew. The blessings of the old gods were subtle yet abundant. The clearing had become comfortably cool, rather than the frigid walk from the castle to the godswood. Each night he returned from the godswood, John slept deep and free of nightmares. And each morning John woke almost entirely free of the soreness he had come to expect. King's blood indeed. Around the 7th month of his training, the dreams began. At first, John thought them nightmares and wondered if he'd done something to displease the gods to have them revoke their blessing. But soon he recognized them as scenes old Nan had taught him, battles from the North's ancient wars. They came colorless, soundless, fragmented but repeated until he memorized every movement. Later, when he mimicked the moves he'd seen in the godswood, the wind seemed to nip and tug at him, gently correcting his form, as though someone stood just behind him. Some visions he recognized, the stark wars with the Walk Kings and Marsh Kings. Others took place far from the north, lands he knew only from books. Some he didn't recognize at all. Essos, perhaps. Or stranger still. A few visions were so vivid John felt he was there. He smelled the blood. Felt the bite of the cold. Squinted beneath a blinding sun. Sometimes he saw as a bodiless spectator, sometimes he stood like a ghost in the chaos, invisible to all those around him. And a rare few times, he encountered the vision through the perspective of one of the figures from his dream, and could even shift his perspective, as if granted limited control. The first of these dreams came 3 months into his training in the godswood, and it didn't take John long to realize that these dreams were the old gods' attempts to teach him certain lessons. The old gods didn't speak per se, but they were able to show him long-forgotten secrets of the North. Starting with the truth of House Stark's ancestral Valyrian sword, Ice, and the Starks' connection to the Valyrian freehold. 2 men stood on the battlements of Winterfell. The great castle appeared relatively newly built, not young, but not yet ancient, its stone gleaming. "Hello, cousin," said a man wielding a large great sword, Ice, the Stark ancestral weapon, but this man was obviously Valyrian with silver hair and pale purple eyes. He was dressed in dragon hide leathers and Valyrian steel vambraces, but there was something familiar in the man's features. "You are no kin of mine," the Stark king sneered, bearing 2 short swords, and had the signature Stark raven hair and grey eyes. "The lone wolf says otherwise," the Valyrian man smirked, and lunged forwards. The two chased each other across the rooftops, and just as the Valyrian was about to take the Stark man's head, a shadow flew over them, and a giant raptor swept down and slashed the Valyrian's throat. "There is no lone wolf, only an outcast and the coven of dragon-fucking abominations," he whelped. The Stark king sneered, and John realized with a jolt what he was seeing. The lone wolf was the title of Alaric Stark, the brother of one of the earlier Winter Kings predating the first Andal invasion by nearly 1,000 years. He was cast out for trying to force himself on his sister. They say he escaped into the sea, but his ship was swallowed by the waves. But if John was understanding what he was hearing, Alaric Stark found his way to Old Valyria, bringing the blood of the Walk Kings to the pre-Valyrian fire mages of the region, creating the first Dragon Lords. Later, John would realize this common ancestry made First Men and Valyrian magic just similar enough, even with 6,000 years of mutation, that John was able to inherit both sets of magic. A few weeks after the first of these hyper-realistic visions, John dreamed of the Hungry Wolf's conquest of the Andal invaders. A man in wolf's fur stood on a sandy coastline, far from the North's rougher, grey sands of the stony shores. These were soft and powdery, their color almost golden. In the distance, the sounds of fighting carried on the wind. The man looked like what John imagined to be a more warlike Ned Stark. He was huge, easily 7 feet tall and built with thick slabs of muscle. His long face, square jaw and grey eyes signaled him out as a Northman. He wore light leathers, furs discarded due to the warmer climate, and ice was strapped to his hip, about a dozen smaller blades visible to Jon's eyes, and likely more that he couldn't. His straight black hair was bound back in a war braid, the likes of which Jon had never seen outside books. The end brushed the middle of his back and was braided with strips of leather and what looked like human bones. On his head, he wore a circlet of snarling direwolves. "We've breached the walls, your grace." Another man, this one even bigger than the Stark King with the distinctive build of an umber, told the man. The words were spoken in the old tongue, but Jon understood them perfectly, even if his current understanding of the language wasn't yet fluent. A bloodthirsty grin, the likes of which had never graced Ned Stark's face, turned the man's face cruel and anticipatory. "Ready the men, tonight, the old gods will feed well," the king announced, and turned, his eyes passing over Jon. For a moment, Jon thought the man could see him, his eyes seeming to linger in Jon's direction, but the moment passed. Jon scrambled to keep up as the scene shifted and the men descended on a castle. It looked vaguely familiar to Jon, but it wouldn't until Jon was older that he would realize they had just breached Hightower Hall. The legendary structure had predated the Andals' invasion, but had long since fallen to ruin during the various wars and been remade into a temple to the Seven. "Seven, save us!" a choked voice cried out. A Septon, wrapped in golden robes, cowered at the feet of the Seven's statues, his fat hands gripping the hilt of an ornate sword with shaking hands. "The Seven have no more power here," the Stark King grinned savagely as he swaggered forwards. The Septon's face was flushed red in rage, his golden robes marred with blood spatters, and his arrogance hanging from him even then. Soldiers on both sides filled the room to stand between the king and High Septon. "You will burn in the seven hells for eternity for the carnage you have unleashed, barbarian," the Septon spat, and the king grinned. "Your blood will feed the old gods, your flesh will nourish the land, and your rotting carcass shall swing from the trees as a warning to all who seek to tempt northern justice," the king stated, his tone factual and unwavering, his words not merely threats, but a vow. The High Septon's face turned the color of curdled milk, then the two forces clashed. For the barest second, it looked like an even fight, then a direwolf, tall as a horse and thrice as muscled, leapt above the northerners to savage a dozen Andal warriors. The northerners surged forwards, and the Stark King caught the High Septon's blade before it could end his suffering early. "Tonight, the old gods shall feast." The Stark King bore his teeth in a wolfish grin, and knocked the fat Septon out with a single blow. Once more, the scene shifted, and Jon was standing in a weirwood grove as a dozen screaming bodies swayed in the branches. Alive, but begging for mercy from their stone gods, but the old gods carried their prayers away on the wind, swallowing their pleas greedily. "Your grace, you'll want to see this." A woman in wolf's fur grinned savagely as she approached the king. "This had better be good," the king grunted causally as he carved a strip out of an Andal warrior's back, ignoring the man's screams as he gripped the man's ribs, snapping them like kindling and pulling them and the lungs back to form a blood eagle. A tiny tendril of bone whitewood descended from the branches to wrap around the man's neck, and lifted him upwards to join his screaming comrades. Ordinarily, all of the men would have long since passed into death's embrace, but the magic of the ritual prolonged their death in order to squeeze every drop of blood from the sacrifices. "We found the crypt," the woman announced, and the king laughed, the sound deep and darkly delighted. "Prepare a shipment back to Winterfell, we wouldn't want to lose our new friend's generous gift." The king laughed at the choked protests bubbling from the Septon's mouth. The fat man's body was stripped of ornamentation, and placed in the perfect spot to watch as each surviving Andal was sacrificed to the North's barbarian gods. A blood eagle decorated his back, his stomach cleaved open and his intestines pulled out to brush the ground as the fat man's body swayed in the branches. Jon followed the king as he was led to a clearing full of stone crates full of books and weapons encrusted with jewels and odd symbols. "The gods are good to us," the king grinned at whatever he saw. "Prepare a shipment to Winterfell with Ruad Fail." The king's massive direwolf lifted his head at his name, then relaxed, resuming his meal. A dozen of the town's sheep had been gladly offered up to the king's companion. It's not like the Andals would be needing them. The last dream came to Jon the night before what would later be referred to as the incident. In it the gods taught him of the Stark King's conquest over the Red Kings, and the true power of the Stark's direwolves. Jon stood on a battlefield, two armies, one cloaked in grey wolf's fur, and the other in red, faced each other in a northern forest. The red men's army seemed to dwarf the grey, outnumbering them 10-1. But there was no fear on the Stark King's face as he met the Red King's in the center. "You can't win." The Red King grinned savagely, his eyes gleaming hungrily as he looked at the Stark King's crown. "Surrender and I'll make your death quick," the man laughed, the sound deranged. "I will burn your house from the North's histories," Bolton the Stark King stated evenly. The Red King snarled angrily, his hand lingering on his sheathed sword, but not even a Bolton would disgrace a blood moot. "The skins of you and your sons will make a lovely rug, and your daughters will make fine bitches for my dogs," the Red King laughed crudely, and the Stark King's eyes flashed with power, but he didn't offer a threat of his own. "I have no need for dogs," the Stark King smiled, and the Red King snarled as both leaders returned to their lines. The blood moot ended. No sooner had both kings vanished from view, the Stark King to his men, and the Red King retreating behind the walls of his castle, when the two forces clashed together like a great wave. The Stark lines parted, and Jon watched as a dozen men sat atop direwolf mounts emerged, the Stark King leading the charge. The riders glowed a harsh white light, ice creeping like ivy up their arms and crystallizing in their hair, dusting their cheeks in lattice. Behind the red men's lines, the air shimmered, and a direwolf appeared, seeming to step out of nothing. Ice speared a man in red through the stomach, and the direwolf ripped the head off the man next to him. Screams and cursing filled the red men's ranks as more direwolves appeared. There were less than a dozen beasts in total, but they decimated the enemy ranks. "Surrender yourself and your men will be spared," the Stark King's voice was carried on the wind to the ears of every man within miles, but the Red King didn't emerge. The Red King refused to surrender until every last one of his men were dead. No matter, the Stark army killed every man in their way, and bypassed the thick walls of the castle with the direwolves' odd transportation ability. In the end, no less than an hour after the start of the battle, the Stark King stood over the Red King, ice in hand. "Winter has come for House Bolton," the Stark King announced, and the sound the man's head made when the Stark King cut it off was oddly satisfying. By virtue of being included in Robb's lessons, Jon had spent his entire early education suffering through morning sermons at the Winterfell September alongside his siblings, even if he had to suffer through the dirty looks of Septa Mordane. Despite Lady Stark's best efforts, very few Northerners had converted to the faith of the Seven. In fact, Jon was certain that it was only in orders of his father that no enterprising Northerner had attempted to set the building alight. Yet, at 7:30 name days, Jon finally put his foot down. "I'm not going," Jon told Robb, his chin set in stubborn determination, and Septa Mordane made a scandalized choking sound, her claw-like hand coming down to grip Sansa's shoulder. "The lady was kind enough to ignore your unnaturalness, and include you in the House of the Gods, despite the very insult your presence gives, and this is how you repay her. Come along, boy, you're holding us up," Septa Mordane scowled, and Jon met her eyes. "No, I am a Northerner and I will worship like one. I won't bow to your stone statues," Jon said firmly, and distantly became aware that everything around them had frozen. Servants had halted in the halls to watch the proceedings, and several guards were watching him in approval. Boy, Septa Mordane's face was flushed in anger, but Jon was unshakable, when suddenly a shadow fell over their group. "Move alone, Septa Mordane, the boy has said no, and you won't drag a child of the North into your crypt." One of the Stark guards, Jon vaguely recognized him as a third son of a cousin of Lord Sewin, stood behind Jon, and Septa Mordane's face froze into an expression of cold rage and arrogance. "Lady Stark will hear about this," the Septa promised, then ushered the other Stark children towards the September. Robb looked particularly dejected about the turn of events, but knew better than to fight. Lady Stark might not care that Jon had shunned the faith of the Seven, but Robb was an entirely different story. "Thank you," Jon mumbled, shuffling his feet shyly, and the guard, who Jon realized wasn't much older than a boy, winked at him. "Don't mention it, Snow. My ancestors would have risen as others if I had allowed that Southron cunt to force the faith of the unfeeling on any Northern child, let alone one of Stark blood," the guard promised, then melted back into his former post, and a seed of warmth bloomed in Jon's chest. Old Nan had promised him that the old gods didn't care about his bastardry, but Jon had always found Lady Stark's scorn louder than the quiet acceptance of the Northerners. But maybe old Nan was right and Jon just hadn't been listening. "What do you know of the first king?" Old Nan asked. "They came from the Empire of the Dawn. No one knows his name, but the South thought he might be the Green Hand," Jon stated, and old Nan scoffed. "The South would like that, wouldn't they? Those Gardener cunts attempted more times than memory can track to claim sovereignty over the North, but accounts claim the Green Hand and the Builder lived at the same time. But the first king came to this land centuries before either lived," old Nan explained, and Jon looked at her with wide attentive eyes. No offense to Mayor Stillowin, but he had never been able to make their history anything other than boring. When our ancestors came to this land from the Empire, they brought their marriage ceremonies with them. Eons before that, the old gods didn't give a single care for who fucked who, there were no kings, no reason to care for bloodlines or inheritance, so everyone was a bastard in the eyes of the old gods. Even now, it is less the act of bastardy which marks infidelity a sin, but the breaking of an oath before the werewoods. Lord Stark broke no such oath to his Southron bride. Old Nan's eyes twinkled in mischief, and Jon's throat tightened. What do you mean? Jon asked quietly, and Old Nan set a withered hand atop his on the table. It was a time of war, Ned needed allies, and Hoster Tully needed a match for his daughter. The Tullys follow the faith of the Seven, they didn't care to besmirch their precious daughter by having her wedded in a savage ritual. So, they were married in September. Lady Stark was pregnant when she reached Winterfell, and Ned marched off to war. And he returned to Winterfell with you. The only oaths broken were those between man and the South Stone gods. Old Nan explained, and Jon was silent as he absorbed that. Why are you telling me this? Jon asked quietly, and Old Nan gave him a knowing look. Everyone knows this story, Jon. If you care to look, you'll find less people care for your bastardy than you think. Old Nan promised, and then smoothly changed the subject to a discussion on the Andal Wars. Of course, Jon's luck couldn't hold forever. At 8 days old, just over a year since Jon had started training himself, Jon lost track of time in the Godswood. Cocooned by the relative warmth of the Godswood, Jon never noticed the clouds of a summer snowstorm rolling in, but the castle inhabitants sure did. A routine sweep by the castle servants discovered a rarely used servant's door propped open with a slim piece of wood, completely unnoticeable unless you knew what you were looking for, or happened to stumble across it. With rushed movements, the servant removed the wood and barred the door, then hurried on their way. They had many tasks to complete in preparation of the storm rolling in. Besides, who would be crazy enough to be outside in a snowstorm during the hour of the wolf? That night, as Jon was preparing to leave the Godswood, something about the clearing felt different. He'd grown accustomed to the gods' presence by this point. It was subtle and they didn't speak to him per se, but Jon could feel their presence, like a chill on his skin or the whistle of wind through the trees. An energy always seemed to hover in the clearing, ancient and powerful, yet gentle and protective. Tonight, there was a tension hanging in the air that he'd never felt. Ivy trailed down to cover the entrance into the Godswood, trying to bar his way. The wind seemed to blow harder, the sounds of nature had gone silent. Something's wrong, but I can't stay here, someone will notice I'm missing. Jon told the weirwood. The wind seemed to blow harder, almost howling, now strong enough to lift Jon's curls, but it was the thought of his father discovering his training and putting a stop to it that had Jon gently pushing the ivy aside, and exiting the Godswood with one last bow to the great tree. It'll be okay, Jon told himself, it's only a short walk to the castle. But by the time Jon had arrived at the door, now barred by the servants in preparation of the coming storm, the storm had washed over Winterfell, swallowing the castle, and one little boy outside of its walls, in a cloud of white. Notes. Updated the 25th of November, 2025. Chapter 6, The Trout of Riverrun. Summary. In this chapter we get to see things from Catelyn's perspective, and I answer some questions regarding the circumstances of her wedding to Ned. I tried to show how complex Catelyn's character is here. Her reasoning and execution is flawed, but honestly her anger at Ned and her worry over Jon is justified. This world has shown that bastards are rarely loyal to their true-born siblings, and men in this world tend to be power-hungry pigs, with a few exceptions. Catelyn has no guarantee that Jon won't end up like that. At this point Jon is only 8, so she's been waiting for that shoe to drop for 8 years, and it's kind of driving her crazy. She only sees what she fears, and acts accordingly, but she is capable of change and growth. As Jon gets older and proves himself loyal to Robb, she'll realize those fears are baseless, but she's not there yet. Let me know what you think of this version of Catelyn, and thank you for reading Heart. Notes. Author note, I didn't like the flow of this story, so I've added some more content to the last few chapters. Feel free to reread if you want, but nothing I've added has drastically changed the plot, merely added a bit more world building and character development for people besides Jon. I'm writing this is real time, so I appreciate your guys' patience as I work through my plans for this story. I'm fairly happy with the story up to this point, so I'm confident these will be the last changes for the first 5 chapters other than any typos I missed. Chapter text. Catelyn had never thought she would marry for love. As a daughter of House Tully, she had always known that her marriage would be brokered to whomever offered House Tully the best alliance. She had accepted this fact a long time ago, and it didn't bother her much. As a child, she had entertained thoughts of growing to love her future husband, but all such thoughts had been firmly drained from her, first by her father, by her intended, Brandon Stark, then, the nail in the coffin, Eddard Stark. Cat had watched her mother endure miscarriage after miscarriage. Catelyn, as a dutiful eldest daughter, had always assisted her mother through her labors since she was 8 days, and comforted her after each loss. They never got easier. No matter how many babes Lady Minissa went Tully lost, her grief remained as prevalent as ever. Why do you keep trying? Tell father that you can't do this anymore, Catelyn had begged her mother one day, and her mother, beautiful and shattered, her face still grey from blood loss and her eyes red from grief, cupped Catelyn's face in her hands. My darling, we've taught you about our words, family, duty, honor. This is my duty, I must give your father a son, the 7 wills it, she'd said, and Catelyn clutched her mother's hand tight in hers. Father loves you, he wouldn't want you to die just to get a son, Catelyn said, certain that her words were true in the way only a child could be, and her mother gave her a tight smile, full of love and pain. Her father was an ambitious man, he had a deep hunger for power and recognition. He wanted respect for the Riverlands, and Catelyn had idolized him for years as a child. But at 10 days old, that was put to an end. At least she was able to do one thing right before she left me, Catelyn had overheard her father say. His attention hadn't strayed to the still bloody body of his wife, nor his daughter's tear-stained face. Instead he stood beside the bassinet that held the last piece of her mother, her brother. The heir of the Riverlands. The child Hoster Tully had paid for with the blood of Catelyn's mother. A son. Unlike her or her younger sister Lysa. The Lady Tully had finally given Hoster Tully a son, it had just cost her her life to do it. The loss of her mother, and her father's callous words, were a lesson that Catelyn had taken to heart. As a noble woman of soon-to-be marriageable age, her value lay in her womb. Catelyn couldn't escape her fate as a woman. She could run away, bringing shame to her family, disgrace all the sacrifices her mother had made for her, and end up destitute and alone. Or, she could marry well and risk her life on the birthing bed, a gamble she would likely have to take regardless. Whether they be rich or poor, it was a woman's sacred duty to bring life into the world. The teachings of the 7 had taught her this. Her mother, who Catelyn was certain was beloved by her father cold as his heart was, she was certain he loved her mother, had tried to shelter her from the truth. Love didn't matter, only legacy. Catelyn might very well love her future husband, and he might love her, but legacy would always come before love. Daughters were useless, Catelyn would give her husband sons or die trying. But then surely giving her husband a son would be enough. It wasn't. Then where was Brandon Stark? To the north he was a hero, handsome, charming, an excellent warrior. To her, he meant a future of a cold marriage intercepted with sporadic bedroom visits, a litany of bastards, and constant disrespect in what would be her seat of power. She knew at that first meeting that there would be no love between them, at most she hoped for cordiality and mutual respect. She would give her husband sons, manage his household, and they would avoid each other the rest of the time. That had been fine with her, better to guard her heart then, than to suffer betrayal like her mother. But Brandon wasn't the fate the gods had in mind for her, and Catelyn had married Eddard Stark, now Warden of the North, with little expectation that things would be different. But Eddard Ned was different. He'd promised her a future full of everything she'd always tried to convince herself that she didn't want, and when she'd lain under him the night after their wedding, she had believed him. She hated him for that most of all. As most political matches made during times of war, the courtship had been non-existent and the wedding rushed. Catelyn had been too overwhelmed at the time to pay attention to the details. Later, Catelyn would kick herself for her inattention, but it was her father's short-sightedness that had doomed her marriage before it had even begun. To a man like Hoster Tully, the thought that the northern bannermen might not recognize a wedding unless it was performed under their gods, hadn't registered. Hoster Tully led his realm with blackmail and intimidation. There wasn't a Riverlord alive that didn't want the man dead. The idea that Ned's bannermen weren't just subordinates, but friends and allies, that they would question Ned's decisions. Hadn't occurred to him. When the marriage was just a political union between two high houses, Lord Tully had no problem capitulating to the Starks' demands for 2 wedding ceremonies. As long as his daughter was wedded by a septon before the consummation, he didn't care. But then Brandon died, the rebellion started, and Catelyn was set to marry Ned Stark before he rode off to war. By the time the negotiations were done, the wedding had to be rushed. It wasn't the grand production she had dreamed of as a child, but standing across from Ned, she'd felt a glimmer of hope for the first time since her mother's death. It wasn't love at first sight for either of them. Catelyn could tell there was another woman who had claimed his heart. But in those days leading up to their rushed wedding, she was certain enough of his honorable character to know she had his duty. In the short time they'd known each other, they had planted the seeds of love between them, and Catelyn had already been halfway too infatuated with the stern Northman. She'd been secure in the knowledge that soon love would follow. The ceremony might have been disappointing and lackluster, but the man across from her more than made up for that. Ideally, they would have traveled to Winterfell and wedding under the old gods to fully seal their union before consummating their marriage. But the war changed things. Ned had been expected to meet up with Robert Baratheons by then. The negotiations and wedding had delayed him by weeks, so he definitely didn't have time to travel to Winterfell and then back to the south. Even the closest weirwood tree in the Riverlands was a several days' ride away, which was time they didn't have. Hoster had known that, so had made the negotiations with that in mind. They would be wed in September, and were to consummate the marriage in Riverrun. At the time, she hadn't been too worried about the consequences of such an action. They hadn't had a choice. After the death of his father and brother, only Ned and his younger brother Benjen were left, and men frequently died at war. They had to take the risk of conceiving while they could, and if Ned survived the rebellion, they would marry under her husband's gods with no issue. But that's not what happened. They consummated the marriage, and Ned rode out. By the time Ned returned to Winterfell, with a dark-haired bastard son in hand, Catelyn had already given birth to their first child, a fire-touched son. The bastard's presence changed things. Her decision not to marry Ned under the old gods was half done in spite and half in strategy. "You can't be serious." Ned's face was thunderous, his bannerman behind him doubly so, but Catelyn was unshaken. "I am." Catelyn smiled pleasantly. "Your father," Ned started, and Catelyn's eyes flashed. "Has no bearing on a martial dispute between a Lord Paramount and his lady wife. My Lord Father saw me married under the Light of the Seven, and, as such, no longer holds dominion over me. You, as my Lord Husband, do. So, if you would like to order me to marry you under the old gods, I would, of course, obey." Catelyn demurred, and the entire party of Northmen fell into a shocked, horrified silence. Catelyn had not been idle in her pregnancy. She had taken to the lessons of her northern handmaidens provided by her lord husbands very well and knew that to force someone to marry under a weirwood was sacrilege. "You swore an oath to me, Eddard Stark, but as I can see that doesn't mean much to you. I would understand if you decide to set me aside. I'm sure my Lord Father would be perfectly understanding and welcome me and my bastard son with welcome arms." Catelyn lied through her teeth with a cheery smile, and all the Northmen winced. Ned might think she was being spiteful and cruel, but her actions were not baseless. In the eyes of the North, her Robb and the boy were both bastards. If Catelyn were to marry Ned under the old gods, it would protect her standing in the North and help her future children, but it would damn Robb. By insisting on a second ceremony after Robb's birth, Ned was effectively declaring Robb a bastard in the eyes of his gods, placing him on equal standing with Ned's base-born son. Any son born after him would have a better claim to Winterfell, opening her children to a succession crisis better left avoided, and if Ned insisted of honoring the inheritance of one bastard, what was to stop the boy from usurping Robb's birthright? The boy might be a babe now, but boys became men, and in her experience men couldn't be trusted. Also, at that point any promises to love and cherish her husband would have been a bold-faced lie. To the North, lying before the weirwood would be a greater insult than not marrying under their stupid tree to begin with. "Catelyn, please see reason," Ned asked quietly, and a small part of her soul that was ruled by feminine rage cherished the wounded look in her husband's eyes. "I will not marry under your false gods," Catelyn declared, and the room erupted in yelling, effectively ending the discussion and allowing Catelyn to leave while her lord husband tended to his enraged bannerman. Mayhap her husband had thought her bluffing, that when her temper cooled that she would change her mind, but Caitlin never did. Maybe if she had shared her concerns with him, he would have understood, but Caitlin wasn't interested in hearing his empty promises. She had eventually come to forgive her husband his transgression, even come to love him, and he her, but she never forgot the broken promises he made to her, so she remained quiet. Most of the Northern lords would have understood her reasons for not remarrying. If there was one thing the North understood, it was loyalty to their own. They didn't like her, didn't approve of their match, but they respected her husband enough to eventually accept her as Lady Stark, weirwood ceremony or not. It would have to be enough. Who was she? Caitlin asked only once, and Ned had refused to answer, but his eyes told Caitlin everything she needed to know. Pain. Loss. Grief. Love. All for another woman, and coming from the man that promised to love and cherish her, to treat her not just as a broodmare, but as a partner to stand beside him. She had been prepared to accept this kind of mistreatment from Brandon Stark, but Ned had given her hope. This was a betrayal that Caitlin could not and would not accept. If that made her spiteful and wicked, so be it. Despite this, she had tried to love the boy, gods know she tried. She had allowed her husband's bastard to grow beside her, Robb, had allowed them to share a nursery, servants and toys, had watched the little brat wrap the castle inhabitants around his little finger, while maids whispered about the color of her son's hair, the blue of his eyes. They never outright suggested that they preferred the bastard, but she could see it. It had started as an all-encompassing need to stop seeing the preference the Northern servants seemed to hold for the boy. Instead, she surrounded herself and her son with Riverland servants. Caitlin had inherited her mother's household staff after her death, whom she had brought to Winterfell as was her right as a noble lady, but in the years preceding, she had slowly started to bring in more workers from her homeland. But it wasn't enough. A visit to the Vale to visit her sister after the birth of her darling daughter Sansa had been the last straw. "She's the spitting image of you," Dove, her good friend Petter, who was in the Eyrie conducting some sort of business and had called on Cat after hearing she was in town, complimented her darling Sansa, and Caitlin afforded her old friend a small smile. "Thank you, Petri." For the first time in year, Caitlin finally felt the weight of the bastard's presence lift from her shoulder. Then, "I've heard your boy is quite the little warrior," Petri stated slyly, and Caitlin's teeth clenched, but she forced herself to relax. The bastard had already proven to be a corrupting influence of her sweet son, prompting him to attack poor Marjorie, and of course Ned had blamed the poor girl and sent her back to Riverrun with barely a cursory examination from the Maester. But hearing that news of the incident had spread all the way to Gulltown. At that moment, Caitlin decided that she didn't care what it took, she would create distance between her son and the bastard. She would not allow him to steal her son's birthright or poison his mind. The boy had to go, he was a danger to Robb, and if her husband couldn't see that, she would carve out distance between him and Robb with bloody hands if she had to. After all, if the bastard was out of sight, no one would be comparing him to her son. Despite her best efforts, the next few years proved that any attempts to separate the two boys ended in failure. She had him removed from the family rooms. They shifted to spending all their time between lessons together. She removed the boy from lessons and family meals. A temporary victory, but even then her son proved to be slippery. She tried to keep Robb too busy to consort with bastards. He hid in the Godswood to escape her grasp, and Caitlin knew better than to ask a Northern servant to remove the heir of the North from the Godswood. At least after the first time. By the time the boys were 8 days old, Caitlin had all but given up. She had given her husband another daughter, blessedly northern-looking Arya, and another son, Brandon, who had the same brownish-red hair as Robb, and greenish-blue eyes. She should have felt secure in her marriage, but all she felt was tired. She felt like she was going mad. She hated what her paranoia and anger had turned her into, and had taken to spending more and more time in the September. Is it too much to ask to be able to close my eyes without being plagued by the future? He might be a boy now, but men are ruled by their greed and lust. He'll turn on Robb one day and nothing I've done has worked. She sobbed at the base of the statues of the Seven within the Winterfell September, blessedly alone so no one could witness her breakdown. I just wish he would die. Even saying the words, she didn't truly believe them, but she was tired and angry. Even still, the next day, when screams shook the castle, and a servant ran towards the Maester's study carrying the half-frozen corpse of Jon Snow, Caitlin felt neither joy nor justice nor relief. She merely felt self-loathing, and promised herself and the gods that if the boy lived she would finally stop. Come what may, she wouldn't stand between the boy and her children ever again if only the boy lived. Chapter 7, Author Note. Chapter Text. Based on the comments I received on the last chapter, I wanted to clarify a few things here instead of replying individually. 1. I wanted to clarify that I don't think that Caitlyn's treatment of Jon is justified. I think her anger at the situation is justified, but like I said, her actions are not. I tried to show that her reasons are more complex than simply hating Jon because she's evil, but also that her perception is warped by her own prejudice and paranoia. She thinks all bastards are untrustworthy, therefore Jon's betrayal is inevitable, and any actions she takes are in protection of her children. This won't be the last time I use her POV, so if you stick around you will get to see her growth, but this chapter was only meant to show her starting point, and shouldn't be used as an accurate representation of what her character will be like in the future. This was only chapter 6, and the first chapter in her POV, there is still a lot more room for growth. That said, she's not going to be perfect in this story, she will make mistakes, and you as the reader, you might read her side of the story and believe she's irredeemable and a horrible person, or you might read it and sympathize with her. This is entirely up to you. All I'm trying to do is offer two perspectives for her actions beyond, she's an evil bitch that hates Jon for no reason that we often see in these stories. She can be either good or evil, it's entirely up to your interpretation of her actions. 2. My comment about bastards in this world often betraying their true-born kin wasn't meant to imply that I don't think most these bastards' disloyalty isn't justified, it absolutely is. But this was meant more about how blood doesn't stop people in this world from betraying each other, see, Ramsay Snow / any of the Blackfyrs, but this isn't limited to bastards, see, Cregan Stark's uncle, which is something that Caitlyn isn't seeing because she has a prejudice against bastards. With time she will come to see that, but she's not there yet. I want to reiterate that this is not a Caitlyn bashing fic, but she isn't perfect and she'll likely never be Jon's biggest fan. 3. While I appreciate that everyone coming here is a fan of the originals, please keep in mind that this is a fanfic. There will be changes made, and pointing out that such and such didn't happen in the books or show, or that they didn't like / you should have done _____ differently is not helpful. My reasons for Riverrun not having a weirwood are relevant to the plot and will be coming soon, but those won't be the last changes I make to canon, so if that's not what you're interested in, this isn't the story for you. Please keep your comments constructive or I will turn them off. That said, I do welcome constructive criticism. Someone mentioned that it didn't make sense that Hoster would allow Petter back in Riverrun. I agree, I didn't even think about that when I wrote that in, and I appreciate the feedback. I've changed it to Caitlyn visiting Lysa in the Vale and Petter * coincidentally * being there for business when he drops in. Since I'd never given any indication that the events of Lysa's pregnancy hadn't happened, this comment falls under constructive feedback. However, if I'd stated previously that those events hadn't happened and I received comments that they didn't agree with my decision to change that, those comments are no longer constructive. I love hearing feedback from you guys, but at the end of the day I'm writing this story for fun, and seeing negative comments gives me zero motivation to continue this story. I want to say a huge thank you to all the people who left me positive or constructive comments. You really help remind me why I enjoy doing this and have encouraged me to continue this story. Thank you for reading, and I hope if you decide to stick around that you continue to enjoy seeing my vision for this story come to life. Heart heart heart. Chapter 8, The Emerald Prince. Notes. The original plan was to have Jon dream of his parents, but I've decided to go this route to answer some of your guys' questions on why the South doesn't have as many weirwoods as canon. I kinda prefer it this way. I like that Jon gets to start his magical journey by meeting the first member of the Starks bloodline. Lots of world building in this one. Thank you for reading, and I hope you guys enjoy. Heart. Bold = old tongue. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. Jon didn't know where he was. Awareness seeped into him slowly. His memories were still hazy, but he knew he'd lost consciousness from the cold, and every northerner knew that was as good as a death sentence. He'd found an alcove to shield himself from the worst of the wind and snow, but it hadn't been enough. For a time, he'd been wrapped in warmth, so complete and gentle he'd been sure he was dying. But as his senses crept back, he felt the rough texture of wood beneath him. Then something sparked under his skin. A soft golden light pulsed inside his chest in time with his heartbeat, sending streaks of color through his body. Blues, greens, reds, yellows, purples, oranges, every shade imaginable danced beneath his skin. "What is your name?" The question came from nowhere and everywhere at once. "Jon Snow," he answered, or thought he did. No sound passed his lips, but the words filled the air. Wrong. Phantom wind tore through him, nearly extinguishing the light. "What? If that's not my name, then what is?" "His name is Vhagan Targaryen." A woman's voice rippled through the trees like wind chimes. The faint glow let Jon finally see where he was. He sat nestled in the heart of a weirwood. Bone-white limbs, thick as his own body, encircled him like a shield, holding the cold at bay. Inside the hollow, smaller branches curled around him, anchoring him in place, but one by one they crumbled to ash. Jon slipped through the widening gaps. The fall was slow. A creeping cold seeped into his veins, climbing toward his heart. His inner flame guttered, then died. The ground dropped out from beneath him, and Jon fell. Something caught him. Heat flared within him. The flame inside him blazed to life, fire coursing through his veins, no longer a spark but a wildfire. It bathed him in warmth and illuminating his surroundings. Jon hung suspended over a vast void, endless nothing stretching in every direction. Above him, the roots of the largest weirwood he had ever seen writhed and twisted. And the roots. For every healthy one, 10 were charred husks. Others were withered and grey. Some were crudely severed, dripping blood like fresh wounds, others bulged with pustules that oozed black tar. For a long moment, Jon dangled there, held by some unseen force. Then spiderweb-thin lines of scarlet light spiraled around his limbs, their ends reaching toward one root near the tree's heart, alive, powerful, pulsing like a great vein. The threads connected. A jolt tore through him, and suddenly he was rising. Something resisted, pulling him back toward the void, but with a sharp, violent tug, Jon wrenched free. Then he was standing in his father's study. The shape of the room was the same, the long stone walls, the heavy timber beams overhead, the single narrow window set deep into the northern wall. The familiar scent of parchment and cold air lingered, but muted, as if filtered through memory instead of lungs. The ironwood desk stood where it always had, maps spread across it. Its surface was scarred from generations of Stark lords and kings past use. Bookshelves lined the walls, their edges slightly blurred, while the books themselves looked too sharp, too real. Ned Stark's chair was in its place behind the desk, but its shadow stretched unnaturally long across the floor. The fire in the hearth was frozen mid-flicker, its light unmoving, casting no warmth. The miniature model of the North stood near the wall, just as Jon remembered. It was carved from pale, age-smoothed wood, every detail painstaking and precise. It had been a gift no one remembered from who to one of the many King Brandon Starks some 5,000 years ago. Despite the impossibility, it had retained its luster over the years, and if one looked closely, they would notice certain rivers and roads that hadn't existed then decorated the map. Mountain ranges rose as jagged ridges, rivers cut thin glimmering lines through the grain, and each holdfast stood no larger than a thumb. Winterfell dominated the center, its towers perfectly shaped, the godswood marked by a tiny carved weirwood. But now a faint red glow pulsed beneath the wood, threading through the land like veins. The light gathered most strongly under Winterfell, thudding gently like a heartbeat. Jon turned to the man standing beside him. It wasn't his father. Stunning, isn't it? Even diminished, this land still has its charms. The man's voice was a smooth baritone, almost musical. He extended a single finger toward the model, and the wood rippled like water. Keeps rose where ruins should have stood. Roads carved themselves across the land. Rivers brightened and pulsed as they linked every corner of the north in a living network of trade and travel. Beneath it all, the roots of thousands of weirwoods spread outward, nurturing the soil, softening the worst of winter, and feeding power into the rare few who carried a spark within them. Jon stared, wide-eyed, as a vision of the north that was unfolded before him. The man watched his reaction with a small, knowing smile. It was eerie how much he resembled Jon's father, and yet how entirely he didn't. He had the Stark height, the Stark build, the dark hair and long, somber face, but where the Stark's eyes were steel gray, This man's eyes were molten silver, shimmering like quicksilver in the light. "Hello, descendant," the man said in the ancient tongue. The words rolled like old stone shifting. John blinked, more lost than ever. "Hello," John replied in the same tongue. It came out awkward, uneven. The man winced. "Your pronunciation is dreadful. If you survive this, see that you fix it." John glared despite himself. "Who are you?" A hint of a smile touched the stranger's mouth. "I've been called many things. History knows me as the first king and the Emerald Prince." His silver eyes caught the light as though they held fire behind them. "But you may call me Serin." John felt the floor fall away beneath him. "How may I serve you?" "Your Grace." Serin snorted softly. "Spare me titles. I am king of naught but dust. Now I am just an old man looking to pass some wisdom down to his descendant." He lifted a hand. The model of the north shimmered, its carved ridges and rivers running like melting wax. The land reshaped itself, endless forests stretching to every horizon, wide rivers winding through untouched valleys, mountains rising like the bones of the earth. Groups of humans moved along the land, nomadic, until they came across a golden figure, and knelt. "Once, there was an age of gods," Serin began. "For millennia they ruled the world, warring among themselves, shaping the land, calling new life into being, plants, beasts, and men." His voice grew quieter. "Then the maiden Maid of Light grew jealous of mankind's joy. She desired a child of her own, and so she conceived a son with the Lion of Night. The god on earth," John breathed. Serin inclined his head. "For 10,000 years he reigned. They say the god on earth walked among men and shared his blessing, carving slivers of divinity from his very soul to grant them his great gift. But when there was nothing left to teach, he ascended to join the rest of his immortal kin, leaving his son, the Pearl Emperor, to rule in his stead." The model rippled again. The forests and rivers dissolved, replaced by a golden city blazing with color and light. Towers spiraled upward in impossible arcs, their tips brushing the sky. John stared. "What happened?" "Man happened," Serin said bitterly. "Greed took root. My uncle, the one who named himself the Bloodstone Emperor, turned to black sorcery. He murdered my mother, seized the throne, and sought my death as well." His jaw tightened. "But the god above shielded me. I was barely more than a boy when I fled, leading as many as I could away from the Empire." The golden city darkened. Shadows crawled across its streets like vermin. Color bled away as rot spread like spilled ink. John watched, horrified, as the dead rose in waves to consume everything in their path. "His reign of terror was only beginning," Serin said. "Death walked the streets. Darkness swallowed the sky, and the great empire of the dawn was swallowed by eternal darkness." John's stomach twisted, remembering old Nan's tales of walkers and wights. The tales had given him nightmares as a child. The mere notion that they weren't fiction sent a shiver of fear down John's spine. "The long night, that actually happened." "Yes," Serin said, eyes distant as a tear slid down the king's cheek, catching the light like liquid moonlight. "After he consumed my mother's heart, the gods turned against man. They cursed the Bloodstone Emperor with an endless hunger. After he destroyed the empire, he came west, and sought to do the same to this land." Before John's eyes, the model shifted back to resemble the north, though not the one John was familiar with. A grotesque figure appeared, its blue skin rotting, open sores leaking black blood. It towered over a young man, dark-haired, eyes the color of ice, standing resolute against the horror. "The Builder," John whispered. Serin nodded, a small, almost tender smile curving his lips. "One of the best of my line," Serin said, voice heavy with memory. "He was a gifted ice mage and craftsman. The wall he created, an abomination, yet it served its purpose." He sighed. "After night swallowed the world, it could only be lifted by the Lightbringer. When it was lifted, the magic returned, but never the same. You could tap into it, if you knew how, but it was a shadow of its former self." John frowned. "Why come here?" Serin shrugged. "After my uncle's deeds, the magic fractured. The maiden Maid of Light revoked our access to the divine gift, spells failed, rituals backfired, gods shunned us. We needed a natural source of power. That is why I came to this land. The Weirwoods are a source of magic." Jon frowned further. I thought you tried to set them on fire. Seren made a sheepish face. A misunderstanding. It was a confusing time. It took years to learn how to harness the magic of this new land. It never occurred to me that the power would be divided. Divided? Jon asked. The king held up a glowing sphere, swirling with 4 distinct colors that blended seamlessly into gold. Divine magic is the balance of 4 elements acting as one: fire, earth, air, and water. When combined, they are impervious to that which makes it whole, but natural magic is scattered, and that brings complications. Jon tilted his head. What kind of complications? Seren's face darkened. Magic is an ecosystem. It can adapt, to a point. Once, each of the 4 land masses held dominion over a source: earth for Westeros, fire for Essos, wind for Sothorios, and water for Aldhos. When 2 of them fell, the balance shifted: Westeros absorbed wind, Essos took water. They balance each other, but they are also each other's weakness. The trees and the flames are the arteries of natural magic, while the ley lines, veins, if you will, carry it across the world. Damage a vein, it repairs. Damage an artery, the consequences ripple far and wide. He waved his hand. The model rippled, reshaping into a view of Westeros and Essos. Instead of keeps and villages, there were only forests, mountains, and rivers. Thousands of weirwoods glowed softly green, dozens of volcanoes glimmered red, though none matched the brilliance of the 14 points encircling Valyria. Water? Jon asked, surprised. The elements are symbolic, Seren said. Earth offers stability, sun nourishes, water nurtures, wind connects it all. Jon's eyes widened as the pieces clicked together. Fire and blood. Valyria's connection to dragons and blood magic. But if water represents blood magic? Correct, Seren said, nodding. The weirwoods and the 14 flames are 2 sides of the same coin. When one grows too strong, the land corrects the imbalance. The Andal Wars damaged the weirwoods irreparably. The land corrected itself, causing the doom, but the Valyrians meddled with magic they should not have. The model rippled again, reforming into a perfect rendering of one of the great Valyrian freehold cities, moments before the doom. Jon's breath caught. Tiny figures moved through the streets. Dragon lords, Jon realized. Each belonged to one of the 40 ruling houses permitted dragon imagery, and all were clad in robes far more revealing than he was used to, cut and draped to flaunt the body as much as the wealth beneath. Gold and jewels clung to fabric and skin, dragons embroidered across their clothing, coiled around jeweled headpieces, dangled from chains, and appeared as miniature figures that molded to various parts of their bodies: scales, wings, and flames rendered in every color imaginable. Unlike the Targaryens, who confined their dragons to the dragon pit, these dragons soared freely through the city. The architecture, unbelievably elaborate, with dragon motifs at every turn, was designed to accommodate them. Buildings were scaled to allow even medium-sized dragons to enter, the walls rippling and stone melting aside as they passed. For dragons too large to fit inside, towers bristled with landing perches along every facade, and the roofs were shaped as resting platforms. The weight alone should have brought the structures crashing down, yet the smooth black stones held firm, unshaken. In the distance, the 14 peaks of the flames belched black smoke. Most of those who watched seemed merely irritated, not terrified, as if the ominous signs of destruction were a minor inconvenience rather than a herald of doom. Bile rose in Jon's throat, his stomach twisting. They overcorrected, he whispered. The 14 flames stored power for centuries, until they erupted, destroying most of the Valyrian population. Dragons delayed the worst, but the dance ended that. Jon's eyes followed the model as the flames erupted in a tower of fire. The ground shuddered from the force, splitting and cracking. Noxious fumes poured from the volcanoes, choking dragons, young and ancient alike. Not one dragon tried to flee. They surged toward the city, toward their riders, attempting to shield them with their immense bodies, but even their strength was meaningless against this. Yes. Left alone, the magic would have recovered. The fates would have guided their chosen to revive the dragons and the weirwoods, and perhaps in 1,000 years, magic would return. Seren's grim expression did not bode well. But shortly after the dance, the Bloodstone Emperor stirred from his sleep, and no chosen appeared. The land struck him down, but at a cost. It had to draw on reserves it did not possess, cannibalizing the southern weirwoods to survive. Jon's jaw dropped. That's what caused the god's blight. Everything else he had learned paled beside this. Every northerner knew the story. The blight had wiped out nearly every weirwood south of the Neck that had survived the Andal Wars. Maestus had long theorized about its cause. No other plants or animals were affected, and the devastation seemed to strike without source. One day the trees were fine, the next, hundreds of heartrees had rotted from within. It had nearly sparked a war of faith between the North and the faith of the Seven, who claimed the Seven had struck down the barbarian gods and revealed the North's corruption. Even centuries later, the ripples remained, making the Mandalay's position as the only followers of the Seven in the North precarious at best. Yes, Seren continued, voice heavy, and because of it, barely any magic survives south of the Neck. But even that was not enough. The weirwoods are dying, and the land has been drawing power from the people for generations. Truly, it is a testament to who you are that you have any magic at all. Jon swallowed hard. Why me? Seren fixed him with a sharp, almost chiding gaze. Don't tell me you haven't figured it out. Jon looked down, voice trembling. I'm not Ned Stark's son. The man's hand rested gently on his shoulder. No. Jon blinked, tears pricking at his eyes. Suspecting he was the child of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark was one thing, but to have the first king confirm it. Was he even a bastard? The Heartree had called him Targaryen, not Blackfyr, but Old Nan had always said the old gods did not care for bastardry. If his parents had married, had his mother truly loved his father, or had she been forced into vows? Was he a product of rape? Why? Why lie to me? Jon demanded. The king shrugged. The Stag King would have killed you. Jon slumped, acknowledging the truth in that. He understood why Ned Stark had lied to protect him. Everyone knew the story of Elia Martell's murdered children, Jon's half-siblings, and the callous way Robert Baratheon had reacted to their mutilated bodies. That Ned Stark would risk his own reputation to shield Jon made sense. But why keep the truth from Jon? Was he meant to learn it only when older? Would he ever be told? Why keep him at Winterfell, knowing the king's wrath could destroy the entire Stark family? So, I'm a Targaryen? Jon asked quietly. You are as much a Targaryen as a Stark, Seren replied. The Andals believed bloodlines passed through the man. In the Empire, strength alone wouldn't stop a woman from turning you into a stoat if you angered her. His words were dry, almost glib, and Jon laughed despite himself. So, I can pull magic from two sources. But, how does that help me? There are no volcanoes in the north, Jon said. Seren smirked. You're right, he tapped the top of the model, reforming the north once more, but this time it depicted a subterranean view. There are four. Beneath the surface of the north, 4 pools of magma glowed. Jon didn't need the king to tell him where 3 of them were. The Neck, Winterfell, and the gift. Jon breathed. Seren pointed to a distant landmass off the coast of the north. Skagos as well. Jon reeled. Everyone knew of the hot springs of Winterfell that warmed the castle, but no evidence of volcano activity had ever been discovered. Maestus had dismissed claims that there was a volcano dormant or active beneath Winterfell ages ago. They have lain dormant since the long night, Seren said, voice low and deliberate, but with the 14 unavailable, their power is stirring, as it did after the fall of Sot Horios and Aldhos. For the first time since the fall of the Dawn, all 4 types of magic are poised to converge in one place. Jon gaped. Did you say, one of these volcanoes is beneath Winterfell? Seren snorted. Yes, but don't fret. No damage will come to Winterfell, as sources of magic in its purest form, volcanoes are more than mere destruction, Seren lectured. They nourish the land, make it fertile. The bogs of the Neck never fully freeze. The soil of the gift never truly hardens. Even Winterfell's springs kept you from freezing to death. I drew on their power. Jon asked, astonished. The king nodded. And now you understand why I tell you all this. Jon's voice faltered. Why me? Seren smiled, eyes glinting. Isn't it obvious? The magic is weak, but not gone. All it would take to revive it is a spark, and you, Vigan Targaryen, are that spark. What? Come now, the man said with a wink. I may be dead, but I still have a few tricks. I know you plan a northern restoration. All I ask is that you include the land's magic in those plans. And his eyes twinkled. I suspect there are a few shortcuts that could speed those plans tenfold. Jon swallowed, speechless. I'm listening. Notes. Updated the 28th of November, 2025, edited typos / added some additional detail. Chapter 9, Wide Awake. Notes. Bold equals Old Tongue. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. The Old Tongue has no written form, not like your thinking. Common and Valyria use letters. The first men had runes, many of which carry multiple meanings. Our time together is short. I cannot always reach you in dreams without having your soul teetering on the edge, so you'll have to learn the meanings the old-fashioned way. Seren grinned. The Earthsingers needed no words. The language of power is native to this land. The Empire's teachings were all oral, that is the source of the Old Tongue. We brought it here from the Empire. He led Jon through hallways that shifted and twisted, until they arrived at a vast library. But instead of books, rows of stone tablets rested behind glass cases, and crystals glimmered along every shelf. The Old Tongue comes from the Empire of the Dawn. Is that what they speak in Yeti? Jon asked. Seren waved a hand. A variant. 10,000 years have made the two nearly indistinguishable. When the god on earth found man, they were scattered and unorganized. Knowledge passed by word alone, and it wasn't long before misunderstanding brought near catastrophe. About a century into the Empire, a mistranslation caused a sickness that nearly wiped out the population. The god on earth had since mastered storing sound and memory in crystal. After the plague, he preserved his lessons this way, sharing them directly with learners. Since then, all knowledge has been recorded, stored, and transmitted through these memory crystals. Jon's eyes roamed the thousands of glowing crystals in awe. All of these. Seren's expression darkened. So much was lost during our escape. I brought what I could, reconstructed what I could, but without understanding the runes, these are useless to you. How am I supposed to learn it? Jon asked. The king tapped his nose knowingly. The king's vault lies beneath the crypts. You will find memory crystals there, along with magical artifacts, weapons, and what later kings have left. No one since the Nila has entered. He sealed it when he chose to bow to the Dragon King, waiting for the day the North would be free of their tyranny. Seren's lips twisted in irony. For all his sight, I doubt he foresaw that the one who would free us would also carry the blood of dragons. He chortled, and Jon crossed his arms, huffing. You're saying Torrhen the Kneeler was a green seer? Jon asked. Yes, Seren nodded. He saw the carnage the dragons would bring. To preserve our house while awaiting the chosen, kneeling was the only way. Many kings of the north spoke the Andal tongue. Those books will tide you over until you can find the wellspring of knowledge. Jon blinked, the edges of his vision darkening. Wait. Seren gripped his shoulders, drawing their faces close. Find the vault, descendant. And then Jon woke. Jon awoke alone. His memories of the dream clung to him with perfect clarity, far clearer than any dream had a right to be. His body felt strangely alert, as though he'd slept only minutes. Yet Seren had said days likely passed while Jon wandered with him. He blinked, sitting up. Through the window he could see the sun had long since vanished. Any sentries Lord Stark had posted had either retired or were outside. Except. Idiot boy. Old Nan snapped in the old tongue, and Jon ducked behind his hands as the older woman raised her cane to smack him on the shoulder. The commotion sent the door flying open. 2 Stark guards stared inside. One of which took one look at Jon being pelted by Old Nan and traitorously closed the door. The other fled, no doubt to fetch Lord Stark. I'm sorry. Please, it was an accident. Jon protested as Old Nan thwacked him again. Foolish boy, sneaking out of the castle to play soldier in a summer snow. You think snow is a game? You'll learn quickly that it bites harder than you do, pup. Old Nan scolded, and Jon shrunk as the door slammed open and Lord Stark strode into the room. Jon Ned started, but old Nan wasn't finished. "If you ever do something so stupid again," old Nan grumbled, and John deployed his best wolf pup expression. "I'm sorry," John demurred, and the old woman gave an exasperated huff. Old Nan huffed, flustered. "Honestly, children these days. Tell the boy to stop hiding his beauty and suddenly he's weaponizing it against me. The disrespect. I'm going back to the mountains, these kids." Old Nan was still grumbling as she left John's room. John peeked up at Lord Stark, who wore the polite neutrality of a man witnessing a force of nature and deciding it was wisest not to interfere. "I hadn't realized your lessons in the old tongue had progressed so well," Lord Stark commented, coming closer to sit on the edge of John's bed. "Old Nan says an idle mind is a hearth gone cold, home only to ghosts and regrets." John slouched back against the pillows as the Lord of Winterfell leveled a stern look at the boy. "Since you seem well enough to be trading proverbs with our elders," Ned started, and John shrunk beneath the wolf's gaze being leveled at him. "Perhaps you'd like to tell me what possessed you to disobey my orders to practice swordwork alone in the middle of a goddamned summer snow?" Lord Stark demanded. John summoned every ounce of innocent child charm he possessed. "Well, technically you never said I couldn't," John started. Ned closed his eyes, exhaling slowly as a vein in his forehead jumped. "Did Benjen? No, never mind." He raised a hand. "I'm telling you now." John smiled innocently, making sure to widen his eyes and bat his lashes with false innocence. "Of course, Father, I promise that I won't practice sword work in any snowstorms." John beamed, and the Lord of Winterfell was stupefied as he looked at John. "You're not going to stop, are you?" Lord Stark seemed to age 10 years in that moment, and John refused to feel guilty. John tilted his head with feigned confusion. "I don't know what you mean." "I agreed to obey your commands." "Of course," Ned muttered. "And if you are discovered practicing archery, or alchemy, or blackmailing half the Northern Court, that will simply be coincidence." John's mask cracked. "Why don't you want me to learn? What could you possibly gain by leaving me defenseless? Do you believe Lady Stark? Do you think I'm going to?" John whispered, his words trailing off as big purple eyes looked tearfully up at his father. Ned froze, then wilted. "You are not defenseless," he said softly. "I will never let anything." He cut himself off, drawing a steadying breath. "John, I never meant for you to think I don't trust you. I know you'd never harm Robb. I just wanted to protect you. Your mother," his voice faltered. "She ran headlong into danger. Part of me wonders if she had learned to fear the world, just a little." He stopped, as though realizing how much he'd revealed. "I'm going to face danger regardless," John said gently. "Unless you mean to send me away from Robb, I'll always be in danger." Ned's shoulders sagged. The fight drained out of him. "Very well," he sighed. "I see now that trying to protect you this way is hopeless. You're as stubborn as your mother," the older man said ruefully, and John grinned brightly. "Does that mean I can?" John vibrated with excitement. "Yes," Ned said, resigned. "You may join Robb and Theon for sword lessons." He barely finished the sentence before John launched himself into his arms, knocking a surprised grunt from the Lord of Winterfell. John's first official sword lesson commenced the next day. Maester Lewin had frowned at the slight fever John still carried, but it seemed to be his new normal. The higher temperature did not appear to affect him. Old Nan cast a suspicious eye at John's innocent smile to the old Maester, but John revealed nothing. Maester Lewin cared about the Starks, but John wasn't about to risk his life on the likelihood that loyalty extended above his loyalty to the Citadel. Magic was not something they tolerated lightly, if at all. Sir Roderick, Master-at-Arms, had taken John aside before the lesson to gauge his skill. He was pleasantly surprised to find John already competent, at least for his age. "No amount of practicing with ghosts can replace a flesh and blood teacher," he said grimly, "but you've done well, boy. Go join the others." Sir Roderick commanded. John practically bounced over to Robb, who was equally excited, and Theon, who was not. Theon Greyjoy was 4 years older than him and Robb. He'd been 10 when he came here as a foster after the Ironborn Rebellion. He'd never liked John. He'd never reacted physically to John, but he was the single nastiest person John had ever met. Yet he was clever, and once Robb had heard Theon threatening him, the older boy had thought better of it. Now, he contented himself with snide remarks about John's womanly constitution and pretty face. Once, he had threatened that John should stay away from the coasts lest the Ironborn claim him for a salt wife. After old Nan told him what a salt wife was, John had nearly taken the other boy's eye the next time he'd seen him, and after a short conversation with Lord Stark, the Greyjoy heir never made such comments again, but the passive aggressiveness stayed. John could never understand how Lord Stark tolerated the Ironborn's perversions. In his eyes, the Ironborn tradition of reaving and taking salt wives was only one step from slavery. Every maiden had the right to refuse under both the old gods and the faith of the Seven, yet the Ironborn came onto their lands and enslaved people regardless. For all that the Ironborn didn't sell them for profit, they weren't exactly free. John had never been afraid to say so to both Theon and Lord Stark. So when a noble woman is abducted by a prince, it's worth going to war, but when it's just a commoner it's tradition, John had said snidely, and that comment was the closest Lord Stark had ever come to striking John. Since then, John and Theon's rivalry had only grown, sharpened by the constant fighting over Rob's attention. "You don't have anything to worry about, stupid." Rob had ruffled his hair. "Theon is my friend, but you're my baby brother," the older had teased. "Don't call me a baby," John protested, but the tension in his heart had unfurled just a little. "How could I ever forsake someone as cute and defenseless as you?" Rob cooed mockingly, squishing John's cheeks together, and laughing even as John sank his teeth into the meat of his palm. "Greyjoy," John growled. Snow, Theon spat, sneering down at him. "Finally come to join the real boys." "Someone's gotta show you how it's done," John said, bloodlust threading his smile. Rob shifted uncomfortably between them. "Ladies, you're both pretty." "Obviously John is prettier," Rob began. "Hey," John interrupted. "But that doesn't mean you can't be friends." Rob laughed, and the two boys scowled at each other, violence in their eyes. "You're dead meat," Theon mouthed over Rob's head when the other boy was looking away, and the snarl that slipped from John's lips was particularly lupine. "You first," John mouthed back, dark purple eyes flashing with lupine intensity. Despite trying to look unaffected, the other boy was deeply unsettled by the bloodlust in the boy's dark purple eyes, which burned as if they contained a fire behind them. Sir Roderick called Rob forwards first, and after walking the boy through a mock fight using the weighted swords. They were similar in theory to John's stolen weighted knives, but much more painful due to the higher levels of steel. Then it was John and Theon's turn. It didn't go well. For Theon, that is. John was having the time of his life. John was wild, grinning with every swing, every dodge, every advantage he found. Sir Roderick had to pull him off Theon, chuckling despite himself. Okay, break it up." Sir Roderick choked back a laugh as he yanked the wild Stark pup off the Ironborn heir, ignoring the way the boy shot him a proud bloodthirsty smile. The three boys were swiftly dismissed, John and Rob to lessons, and Theon to Maester Lewin. "Old gods give me strength," Roderick muttered under his breath. "That one's going to be a handful when he's older." Contrary to his belief, John was already a handful, he just didn't realize it yet. Notes. Updated the 28th of November, 2025, edited for typos. Chapter 10, John learns about tax evasion. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. At 8 days old, John was keenly aware of his unusual position. Despite bastards not being seen as poorly in the north, very few lords raised them alongside their true-born children. Most might provide a monthly stipend, maybe a tutor to teach them their letters. A particularly magnanimous lord might even offer their bastard a position in their household. But John wasn't just raised along his true-born siblings, he was raised as a true-born. Though removed from the family wing, he attended all of Rob's lessons, including those about estate management and war strategy. He trained beside him, dined at their table, shared their hearth, and allowed a degree of familiarity with his lord father and noble siblings that just wasn't seen outside Dorne. Or perhaps the mountain clans, though few knew of that. Speaking of estate management, a familiar model had been moved from Lord Stark's office to Maester Lewin's teaching chamber. The old Maester was setting up small figurines of each house banner. Major houses were larger, with their bannermen arrayed around them. Unlike Saren's magical models, this one didn't show every path and road, yet it rendered the north startlingly realistically. Almost too realistic for human hands. Rob, John, Theon, and Sansa stood at the table. Arya was not yet too young for lessons like these, and Bran, a year younger, was still in the nursery. Now Maester Luwin said, pointing at a flag with a bear on it off the coast of Sea Dragon Point, "What is the main trade of each northern house?" Jon answered when Robb remained silent, "The Mormonts deal mostly in fish and animal pelts, particularly bear hides, meat, fats, though they trade the fats most. Their position makes shipments difficult." Robb frowned. "What do you mean by their position?" Jon pointed first to the Iron Islands, then the wall. Bear Island is buffeted by raiders from the Iron Islands and the wildlings. Any ship risks pillage or wreck in the rough waters. Their supplies are constantly limited. They rely on bear hunting for food and warmth, trading the fats to the rest of the north. Useful for candle making, cosmetics, and waterproofing and cooking. Their population is small, limited men for trading voyages 1 or 2 a year, less if the seas are rough or numbers fall. Jon explained. Sansa frowned. "Why doesn't father help them?" Maester Luwin smiled. "I'm sure if asked, he would, but my time in the north has shown me the northerners are a proud people. They will manage on their own, but if things proved truly dire, they would petition Lord Stark for assistance," Luwin explained. "But isn't it their people who suffer?" Sansa protested, and Jon shook his head. "Maybe in the south, but no northern house would starve their people to keep their pride. If they did, they wouldn't remain a lord long." Jon's lip quirked, and Maester Luwin gave him a chastising look. "Jon, that is," the Maester scolded lightly, and Jon shook his head. "Sugarcoating it doesn't make it less true," Jon said. "A lord's duty to his people is secondary to his loyalty to the Lord Paramount. Placing honor, greed, or glory above his people, true-born or bastard, is a violation of their vows." "That may be true, but most lords don't swear their vows before a weir would," Luwin began. Jon's jaw dropped. "What? The traditional vows still exist, but a vow is only binding before a heart tree. A man who would starve his subjects won't care for mortal words." Jon crossed his arms. Robb watched the exchange in fascination. "I don't make the rules," Jon Luwin sighed. Jon slouched, seething. "When did this start?" "Old Nan never told me," Jon said. Robb cracked a grin at Jon's pouty expression. "Not even the gracious old Nan knows everything," Robb teased, and Jon rolled his eyes. "It began to fall out of practice during your great-grandfather's rule. Since the rebellion, few houses swear their vows upon a heart tree," Luwin explained, and Jon huffed. "Moving on," Robb said, pointing to the Mandaeally merman. "Their main trade is with Essos," Robb stated, and Maester Luwin looked relieved to have the conversation shifted. "True," Luwin nodded. "But their immense wealth comes from their ports. White Harbor channels most of the North's economy, taxes, port fees, hiring ships, buying and selling merchandise. They also facilitate trade between the south and the northern houses, of which they charge a heavy fee. They have a lucrative silver industry with some of the best silversmiths in all of Westeros, and they control the only northern mint." Maester Luwin listed, and the three of them looked at the Maester in stunned silence, though Jon had already known this. "Okay, how do you know all this? Wait, let me guess. Old Nan?" Robb asked, and Jon nodded, rejoining them by the table, though Jon's indignation wasn't gone, merely postponed. "Of course. What do you think we discuss in our Old Tongue lessons? Old Nan knows more about the North's history than anyone, and that history was usually deeply linked to their trade," Jon explained, and Robb made a face of envy. "You get to learn the Old Tongue and gossip with Old Nan about the North's history while I have to repeat the same sermons until my ears bleed," Robb complained. Robb Stark. Catelyn Stark's voice was sharp as shattered glass as she stood in the doorway with Lord Stark. "Ah, sorry, Mother," Robb grumbled, and the lady's face tightened as she approached the table. "As the future Lord of Winterfell, you will have dealings with the South, which is deeply rooted in the faith. It's important that you understand and respect the faith in order to foster good dealings with the lords of the South." Lady Stark scolded her son, who seemed to wilt under her stern eye. "I understand, Mother," Robb accepted with a weary sigh, and the Lady of Winterfell looked at Maester Luwin. "I apologize for interrupting your lesson, Luwin. I was merely looking to steal Sansa for a little lesson of our own." Lady Stark smiled at her eldest daughter. Jon caught the look of faint disappointment in his sister's eye before she pasted a pleased smile on her face. Despite their unladylike subject, John knew his sister was sharper than most. She had a mind for politics, understood the motivations of people better than most lords, and had been genuinely interested in their lessons. But she didn't want to disappoint her mother, so she primly brushed her skirts down, and allowed her mother to lead her from the room. Over the years, John would make a note of seeking her out after the lesson to share what she'd missed. He would look the other way when another jacket materialized in John's closet, usually decorated with Sansa's incredible embroidery, which she would deny gifting him until the breath left her body. The lesson progressed from there, with either Lewin or John explaining the trades of each of the major northern houses. And that concludes the major trade exports of the North's main 15 houses: Stark, Umber, Karstark, Marndale, Bolton, Flint, Hornwood, Tallheart, Ryswell, Dustin, Locke, Mormont, Glover, Sewin, and Reed. Each of whom have between 5 and 30 minor houses, Maester Lewin stated, ushering the three boys back towards the desks, where the Maester had laid out a series of ledgers and legal documents. "What's this?" Rob frowned, picking up a very fancy document titled the Crown Charter of Taxation, Tariffs, and Tributes in fancy red ink. "This," Maester Lewin took the charter, "is today's lesson. Who do the Mandalese pay taxes to?" Maester Lewin asked, and Theon frowned. "The Starks, right. They're Lord Paramount, all the smaller houses pay them," Theon stated, and Maester Lewin nodded. "And who do the Starks pay?" the Maester asked, and Rob's eyes lit up in understanding. "We pay the Crown," Rob stated, and the Maester nodded. "Yes, and this payment occurs in 3 ways. The first is taxation. The Crown receives a portion of a kingdom's liquid earnings from trade. This can be paid yearly, quarterly, monthly. Either way, a Crown representative will arrive to collect at the end of the year. The North, due to their geographical position and the poor road condition, pays their taxes yearly via a direct deposit through the Iron Bank. The second is tariffs. The Crown charges a tariff on any trade that occurs between Westeros regions. Trade to Essos is only tariffed once, while trade between the realms is tariffed twice. This is why it's often cheaper to buy certain items from Essos, despite the longer voyage. Different products require different tariffs. There is a premium rate for luxury goods, such as silks, dyes, precious metals and stones. Lastly, tributes. The Crown lands is poor in resources, but they receive a portion of anything mined, grown or produced in each kingdom. This is either used by the Crown, or sold either via their ports to Essos or back to other regions of Westeros. Maester Lewin lectured, and the three boys processed that. While John had known the North paid taxes to the Crown, Old Nan hadn't gone over the particulars, being better versed in the internal economy of the North rather than the Seven Kingdoms economy. "Who decides the taxes and tariff rates, or how much tribute is given?" Rob asked, his eyes narrowed, and Maester Lewin gave him a knowing look. When the Baratheons claimed the Iron Throne, those were the thoughts on each of the Lord Paramount's minds. This is the agreement that was made when deciding that Robert Baratheon would be the realm's chosen king. Previously, each of these things were whatever the Targaryen king deemed sufficient, which was the cause of unending strife between the realms. The look of horror on each of the three boys' faces made the Maester laugh. "But father helped craft a new agreement?" Rob demanded, and Maester Lewin nodded. Lord Stark was particularly concerned about tributes. The hassle of transporting goods that far south has always been the North's greatest struggle. A tribute is only given if there was enough of a product compared to the population of the realm. This is why each kingdom maintains an updated census. Each city, town, and village must submit a yearly census to both their Lord Paramount and the Crown. Each person is designated an amount of each product, and then whatever was left over, a percentage is given to the Crown as tribute. Each region can choose to forego tribute by increasing their taxes. For example, the North grows a series of hardier vegetables in the glass gardens. A Targaryen king could have demanded a portion of his choosing, even if it meant the Northerners starved. Now, Lord Stark can grow as much as the gardens are capable of to feed the North, merely increasing his taxes to compensate. Maester Lewin explained, and Jon's mind was buzzing. Jon knew that the North had massive veins of silver, not just the Mandalay mines. Old Nan claimed the mountains were rife with untapped riches, but the clans never attempted to profit off them. The Mandalays were extremely particular about the amount of silver they mined each year. Were they only ever mining enough silver to be just under the tribute threshold because otherwise it wasn't worth the effort? Mining in the north wasn't for the weak, and they probably received better gains by using the silver for their silversmithing than selling it raw. Did this count as tax evasion? Were they defrauding the Stag King? John was liking the Mandalese better and better. Notes. Updated the 28th of November, 2025, edited for typos. Chapter 11, The Prodigal Son. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Ned knew a good father didn't have favorites. His father had clearly favored Brandon. Rickon Stark had loved all his children, but Brandon was the first to his heart. Benjen had suffered the most for his father's inattention, as the youngest and third son. Most lords would have rejoiced at a son's birth, but Ned's father was a shrewd man. By the time Benjen had been born, father had gotten his heir, his diplomat. What he needed were daughters he could barter with. He got that with Lyanna, who had been as beautiful as she was fiery. But Benjen's gender and the loss of their mother had changed those plans. He had likely planned to marry Lyanna in the north, as much to appease his bannermen as for her benefit. Rickon had known that not many Southron lords would care for her spirited deposition. Once, Ned had thought Robert to be one such man and had suggested the match to his father. A bitter mistake that Ned would carry until the last of his days. Perhaps it was unfair of Ned, but as a father himself, he could not imagine selling one of his precious children for all the gold in the Westerlands. Ned wasn't a fool, he knew Robert aimed to marry Sansa to his eldest son. Catelyn was eagerly anticipating their daughter becoming queen. Still, Ned hesitated until he could measure the boy himself. He would not risk another runaway Stark bride. If the prince proved worthy and Sansa approved, then, perhaps, it could be done. For one reason or another, Rickon had used his children as chess pieces to achieve what he claimed was best for the north. Better relations with the south mean fewer empty bellies when winter comes, his father had once said, and Ned had not understood the weight of the decision until he was responsible for preparing the north for what promised to be the longest winter in living memory. Did it make him a good father, or a bad Lord Paramount, that he would starve the north before sacrificing one of his children? He'd never been able to answer that question. We could always do neither, John would say one day, rolling his eyes at his father's melodrama. The cheek on this one. Ned would complain, but the memory of John's mischievous grin, so like Lyanna's, always made him forget to be mad. Regardless, Ned didn't have a favorite, he'd loved each of his children from first breath. But holding Vigon Targaryen, soon to be Jon Stark Snow, in his arms as the Silent Sisters prepared Lyanna, and the other northerner who'd accompanied him south, bodies for transportation to the north. It was the first, but not the last, time Ned felt maybe his father had the right idea about the love a father had for their firstborn. It took them 3 days to reach Starfall, and Ashura was waiting for them when they did. She was cloaked in morning black, her gown hinting at the swell of her recently ended pregnancy. Before Ned could offer condolences, she whisked him and Jon into her rooms, an very inappropriate breach of protocol, given his marriage, but his protests died on his lips when he saw the swaddled form in the cradle. Her name is Elena, Ashura said, brushing her fingertips along her daughter's cheek. Her face glowed with affection. Ned looked at the babe, trying to see who her father was, but Elena was truly a reflection of her mother. Only a few days old, the infant was clearly her mother's daughter, pale skin, wisps of dark hair, eyes somewhere between Ashura's violet and Jon's indigo, though newborn eyes often changed with age. She's beautiful, Ned murmured, but his gaze was drawn to Ashura herself. She had shed her mourning cloak, standing in a deep purple gown. The twisted fabric held up by a clasp behind her neck clutched her bosom, wrapped around her hips, flowing down her legs, leaving arms, back, and midriff bare, adorned with jewels and gold. Do you love her? Ashura asked, hair spilling over her shoulders. Ned could not deny he was tempted. A dead man could be tempted by Ashura Dane. I made a vow, Ned admitted solemnly. One dark brow lifted. Her eyes darted to where Vigon, Jon, lay sleeping. Yes, I know how you are about honor, she snorted. The rest of Westeros is sure to believe your lie. That tells me all I need about their intelligence. She rolled her eyes scornfully. What are you? Ned began. Come now, Ned. You know Arthur could never keep a secret from me, Ashura teased, batting her lashes. Fear clogged Ned's throat. Ash. She raised a hand, gaze softening. Calm yourself, my love. I am irate with Roger for setting aside my friend, but I would never hold the sins of the father against a babe. Ned felt ashamed that he had doubted her good nature. I'm sorry, Ash, I promised lie. Ned choked back tears, and grief filled her own eyes. I understand, she said, holding his hands. I made a promise of my own. The words were whispered, yet Ned tucked them away in his mind. I'm sorry about Arthur, he murmured, uncertain how she could meet his eyes after her brother's death. That Howland had been the one to actually do the deed mattered little to Ned, and he knew it would mean less to Ashura. Men die in battle. Ashura turned away, so Ned missed the look of guilt on her face. I should go, Ned said. Ashura's indecision shifted to resolve. I'm leaving with my daughter, she revealed. Where? Ashura gave a sad smile. No, Ned. I am faking my death. Soon after you leave, all of Starfall will see me throw myself from the Palestone sword. They'll find my body at the bottom, and by the time they realize anything is amiss, decomposition will explain any questions that might arise. Ashura shrugged, and Ned looked at her in shock. How? You are not easily mistaken, Ned flushed. Ashura gave him a coy, mysterious smile. Come now, darling, yours is not the only bloodline known for their exceptionalism. She leaned her body against his, their curves aligning as perfectly now as they did years before. Ned had heard rumors of the Royanish water magic, whispers of enchanters and illusionists, but he'd always dismissed those as tall tales. Ashura had never given any indication she held such talents, nor that she believed in them. For such magic to be capable of disguising the body of a grown woman for days. Or similarly 2 children. I'll let you keep your secrets, Ned said, gently moving her back. Disappointment flickered in her eyes, but she regained composure, gazing at the sleeping babes. It is fortunate you came to me before returning to Winterfell. Ashura ran her gaze along his features as if memorizing his face. Why is that? Is it not obvious? She smirked, amethyst eyes glinting. Your bastard will need a mother, and you need a way to explain those stunning purple eyes. Ned nearly choked on disbelief. I won't dishonor you. She pressed a finger to his lips. Ned, even if you didn't sire my child, I still bore a bastard, which is not a sin, mind you, she scolded, and if my lie can help keep your head attached to your neck, I'm glad to help an old friend in need. Ashura shrugged. And the fact this will upset Caitlin, merely coincidence. Allow a dead woman one last guilty pleasure. Ashura teased. Ned closed his eyes, collecting himself. Caitlin was going to be furious regardless, and Ashura did have a point about Jon's eyes. Thank you, he whispered. Softness touched her features. Of course. Ashura leaned in, and Ned allowed him the guilty pleasure of holding her in his arms one last time. Regardless of the fact Ned never actually broke his vow to his lady wife, in the years to come he would always feel he deserved her ire for how close he came in that moment. The moment broke with a hesitant knock. Ashura stepped back, taking a piece of his heart with her. Enter, she called. A young Dornish servant appeared. My lady, the princess. The servant froze at the sight of Ned. Ashura smiled, mischievous but gentle. That easy liquid smile when she was trying to get away with something but genuinely didn't want Ned to know. Is Princess Arianna well? Ashura asked. The servant nodded, tension lining her face that no amount of acting on Ashura's part could hide that they were up to something. A look at Jon reminded Ned that he was in no position to judge. She has arrived with her attendants. I've placed her in the solar. The servant bowed and quickly backed from the room. I won't ask, Ned promised, and some of the tension faded from Ashura's face, but they both felt that their time together was quickly coming to an end. Goodbye, Ned, Ashura whispered, pressing a soft kiss to his cheek, then her eyes darted towards the doorway. A Dane guardsman stood at attention just outside the room, his eyes away. Please see Lord Stark out, Ashura requested, and there were so many words Ned wished to say, but none that could change what had to be. Ashura would leave with her daughter, and Ned would return north with Jon to face his lady wife's displeasure. Goodbye, Ashura. Ned cleared his throat, and followed the guard out. Midway out, a panicked servant came to collect Ned's guild, but he'd assured the guard he knew the way. He'd been to Starfall a handful of times with Jon Arryn during the time he shadowed the Lord of the Eyrie while he conducted business. Ned would never tell another living soul, but when he exited Starfall, he passed the Solar, where he caught the barest glimpse of a young Dornish girl. It could have been any Dornish girl, had her face not been seared into Ned's mind after having seen her mutilated body placed at the foot of his best friend merely a moon ago. As a servant hurriedly closed the doors to the Solar, Ned caught the barest glint of silver hair in a nearly identical cradle to the one Jon had previously rested in. 8 years later, and Ned had never felt as powerless as he had that day, after the death of his sister and the loss of his first love. He'd never known a despair so deep. Until one of his personal servants, Holland, one of his father's most trusted attendants, threw the door of his Solar open. The summer sun had barely started to peak above the horizon, but the look of fear on such a seasoned servant as Holland had Ned feeling like he'd been plunged into the long night. "My lord, come quickly." It's Jon. Holland's face was tight with fear and grief, and Ned hardly remembered the journey to Lewin's chambers, but the sight of Jon's face, once pale skin blue and black with frostbite, would stay with Ned until his death. "My lord, I am so sorry." Clarice, one of the younger maids, dropped into a kowtow, her form shaking as she pressed her forehead to the cold stone floors. "What happened?" Ned's voice was unrecognizable to even himself, and the servant shook with fear. I found him outside, my lord. I have no idea. He must have slipped out before we barred the doors for the storm," the young girl cried, and later Ned would feel terrible for scaring the girl, but at that moment Ned couldn't be bothered. "Get out. All of you. Anyone not necessary to treat my son out now," Ned demanded, his voice the quiet menace he'd become known for on the battlefield, and the room cleared. "My lord," Lewin started, his face apologetic, but Ned refused to hear it. "Save him," Ned ordered, and Lewin didn't argue, and got to work, ignoring the Lord of Winterfell who stood sentry over him as he worked. Every moment Ned expected to see his son's chest stop moving, but as Lewin placed warm water skins on top of Jon's swaddled body, every patch of skin wrapped in bandages, soaked in one of old Nan's herbal remedies. For a moment, Jon's breath stilled, rattling in his chest, then his eyes fluttered, and Ned caught sight of his son's eyes, glazed and blown wide in confusion and pain. But the iris, normally a dark indigo, they glowed like the fire contained within his soul was burning brighter than his body could handle, turning the color lilac. "By the gods!" Lewin gasped, watching in amazement as veins of fire pulsed under Jon's skin, and the few patches not covered in blackened flesh, healed before their eyes. "If you mention this to the Citadel, you will be dead before nightfall," Ned told the aged maester, who, to his credit, didn't flinch. "I love the boy as you do," Lewin assured him. But Ned wasn't swayed until the man swore upon the gods old and knew that he wouldn't tell anyone what he'd seen. Over a dozen servants and guards had seen the state of Jon's skin. There was only so much old Nan's recipes could cure, but as Jon walked away from the incident a week later, not a scar or bruise in sight, not one of them breathed a word of the unusualness. The North protects their own. It took a week of avoidance for Ned to notice the change in Jon. At first, he'd attributed it to the near brush with death. But Jon remained as mischievous and rambunctious as usual, jumping into his sword lessons with an enthusiasm that made Ned's chest hurt. He'd really been a fool. Benjen had been right. Denying Jon an education wouldn't keep Jon safe, it would only make him resentful and seek that education elsewhere. "Copper Star for your thoughts?" Kat asked, and Ned looked at his wife as they prepared for bed, her scarlet hair, normally up in a modified Southron updo that incorporated northern braids, a trend that had become popular among the northern ladies, now hung down her back. Ned could see it was streaked with grey. Ned's fault, he knew, but she looked as beautiful as the day they met. She might not have been his first love, but Ned knew she would be his last. Ned studied her expression, and was pleased by the attempt she made at not looking away. Her shift in behavior towards Jon had been the old silver lining in these entire cursed affairs. She didn't care for Jon, but at least now she was trying. "He's avoiding you," Kat acknowledged, and Ned frowned in thought. "I can't imagine why. I've given him what he wants," Ned said, and Kat was silent for several seconds as she wrestled with her inner conflict. "He hasn't called you father since he woke," she finally revealed, and with a jolt Ned realized she was right. Why? What could have possibly scared his fearless son into retreating? Was he worried Ned would change his mind about the lessons? "I'm not sure what's changed, but something about his accident has made him question his position as your son." Kat shut down any further conversation as she rolled over, her back to Ned, but one of her hands hesitantly reaching back to grip hers. "Thank you," Ned murmured, pressing a soft kiss to the skin of her shoulder, and laid back to join her in sleep. Her efforts weren't perfect, but they were appreciated. It would have to be enough for now. The next day, Ned joined the boys' training, and all three young boys looked at him wide-eyed as he and Sir Roderick shared a small spar. Thankfully for his pride, Ned won, even if it had been a tad close. The lesson passed quickly, and after a look from him, Sir Roderick successfully distracted Rob and Theon while Ned approached Jon. "Can we talk?" Ned asked, and for the barest second Jon hesitated. "Okay." Jon followed Ned as the Lord of Winterfell led him into the Godswood. "I heard this is where you've been sneaking off to." Ned gave Jon a gentle chastisement, and the boy turned wide innocent eyes on his father. "The gods deserve your respect." But Jon didn't look chastised, his eyes on the spiraling branches of the weirwood. "They were okay with it," Jon stated, and something about the certainty in the boy's voice derailed any thoughts Ned might have had of punishing him. "They tell you that?" Ned asked. "Not with words." Jon smiled, and a heavy air seemed to settle in the clearing, a soft wind blowing through to toy with Jon's curls, then dancing back before Ned could finish questioning if he'd imagined it. "Okay." Ned accepted, outwardly calm, but reeling inside. "Really?" Jon's eyes widened, and Ned laughed as the boy blushed. "I love you, you know that, right?" Ned asked, and the boy's eyes turned glassy as Ned ran gentle fingers through his hair. "I know." Jon smiled brightly, but Jon would need another decade or so before he'd be able to fool Ned. "What causes you doubt?" Ned asked, refusing to back down, and Jon was silent for several minutes while he thought. "Why did you bring me to Winterfell? You promised my mother you would protect me, but you could have had me raised elsewhere. Was it because you loved my mother?" Jon asked, and pain pierced Ned's heart. "I loved your mother, but I love you more." Jon's eyes snapped towards Ned's, shock and disbelief in his indigo eyes. "Your mother asked me to protect you, but I chose to love you," Ned stated, and that was the step that shattered the ice. Jon threw himself against Ned's waist, arms latching onto his father's waist with the strength of 1,000 men. As his shoulders shook with sobs, his breathing quickly grew ragged as the boy only grew more and more hysterical. "I love you too. I love this family so much. Please don't ever send me away. You're the only family I'll ever want, I promise. I'll never ask you who my mother is. I'll never search out my other relatives." Jon sobbed, and Ned's eyes widened in horror. "Jon!" Ned scolded, but it was too late. A vow given before a weirwood was binding, even for a child. "It's okay." Jon smiled through his tears, but Ned had a horrible feeling he'd just irrecoverably failed his child. A certain study hiding a Dornish girl and a silver-haired baby flashed in his mind, but without knowing it, Jon had just closed himself to the possibility of ever seeking them out. Notes. Yes, I saved the Targaryen babies, but young Griff isn't the real Aegon. They'll have separate storylines, but they won't be relevant to the story for a long time. Also, Ashero's child lived, but it's not Ned's or Brandon's. Let me know in the comments who you think the father is. I'm aware the whole Ned meeting Ashera through his fostering is wishy-washy and extremely unlikely, but for the plot please ignore this. As for their relationship, I feel like they were the Westeros version of high school sweethearts. They loved each other at the time, but life got in the way and they both had their own responsibilities. They broke up when the rebellion started, went on to have other lovers, but still cared about each other. I tried to describe this, but it might be a little jarring cause of the time jumps I did. Let me know what you guys think. Thanks for reading, Heart. Updated the 28th of November, 2025, edited for typos/errors. Chapter 12, Fishers. Notes. This chapter is pretty short and fluffy. It mostly explores Jon's relationship with his family post-coma. We see a bit Jon and Ned's heart-to-heart from Jon's side. Also, Rob is not happy about Jon keeping secrets. They're 8 years old, so I think their fight is pretty realistic. They'll grow from this experience and come back stronger. More songs are here. I tried to make her somewhat realistic for a relatively mature nearly 6-year-old, not sure how well I did. Thank you for reading and I hope you enjoy. Let me know what you think in the comments. Heart. Chapter text. Your mother asked me to protect you, but I chose to love you. Lord Stark. His father's words tore through the fragile barrier Jon had erected around his heart, and shone a light on the fear that had lived behind Jon's heart since he learned he wasn't truly Ned Stark's son. If he wasn't his son, did that mean Ned wasn't his father? Did the bonds of parenthood transcend blood? Ned Stark had cared for him as a son, had raised him beyond what his mother could have ever expected from him. And if Jon wasn't his son, did that mean Robb wasn't his brother? Or Sansa and Arya his sisters? Jon had barely seen baby Bran more than a handful of times, but the thought that the adorable little menace wasn't Jon's, it tore new wounds in his heart that made him wish he was a bastard after all. At least he wouldn't be an orphan, and his only blood siblings dead. Did Jon really have a right to stand beside Robb, when they weren't even brothers? These worries haunted him, and despite thinking he'd hidden these fears from his father, Jon was still a child. His father knew something was wrong, and he'd cornered Jon to settle the worries that had begun to plague his mind. Now would probably be a good time to tell his father he knew who his parents were. But what if Ned was only saying all this because he thought Jon didn't know he wasn't his son? Would he tell his siblings? Would they still see him as their brother? The words died in his throat, and shame and guilt tasted bitter on his tongue. One small meltdown and an impulsive vow, not that it mattered since most his Targaryen family was dead anyway. Later, his father finally managed to calm him enough that Jon could speak without tripping over his words. "Can I ask what led to this? Did someone say something to you?" His father's grey eyes were stormy and warmth filled Jon better than any volcano ever could. His father did love him, Jon knew that now. Maybe not enough to attempt to put Jon on the Iron Throne, but if King Robert came to Winterfell demanding Jon's head, his father would protect him. And honestly, what has the South ever done for Jon? Seren had shown him visions of the events leading up to the rebellion, and learning his true identity didn't change anything for Jon. The Mad King had still killed Jon's uncle Brandon and grandfather, his mother and father had still run away together like idiots and sent the entire realm into war. The fall of House Targaryen and loss of the Iron Throne was their own fault, and truthfully the only actions Jon truly held against the usurper was the death of Elia Martell and Jon's half-siblings, and the fact Robert had done all that for a throne that he didn't even want. Robert Baratheon was a horrible king, and an even worse father. Jon had no doubt his little monsters would be just as bad as him. The South could keep their stupid throne, they deserved the whoremonger. If Jon's uncle and aunt wanted to fight for the stupid thing, they could go right on ahead without him. Jon had a family already, the Starks. And he was going to prove to them that, bastard or Targaryen, Jon belonged here. He was a Stark, his loyalty was to the North, and he was going to make the North strong enough that they would never have to kneel again. His father might had sworn an oath, he was honor bound to stop Jon if he learned that Jon was planning treason against the crown, but what his father didn't know couldn't be stopped. After all, his father had never told him that he couldn't rebel against the crown. "I had a dream while I was sick. But I realize now that I was so consumed by what other family I might have that I was ignoring the one I had here." Jon smiled weakly, and his father's eyes softened as he pulled Jon into a gentle embrace. "You'll always have a home here, Jon, I promise." His father pressed a kiss to his forehead, and Jon melted into a puddle of goo. "Father," Jon protested weakly, and his father's smile turned wicked and mischievous, and suddenly Jon was airborne as his father threw him up into the air, only to catch him as Jon shrieked. "Now no more avoiding me or your siblings, or your brother might stage a rebellion," Ned teased, and Jon hadn't realized he'd been avoiding Robb as well. "Okay," Jon agreed, and they hugged tightly one last time before Ned sent Jon back to his lessons. "Find the vault," he says. "Discover the secrets of magic," he says. "Learn the language of First Men runes with no teacher," he says. Jon grumbled to himself as he trudged past what felt like the 10 billionth statue of some long-dead Winter King and his direwolf. If Jon ever saw Cern again, he'd tell him to shove his advice where the sun didn't shine. It had been a month since Jon woke up from his coma, and while he was making good progress with his sword lessons, all Jon had found in the crypts was spiders and a new appreciation for soap. The only silver lining to the situation was Jon had plenty of time to practice the exercises Seren had taught him. Tethering himself to life via blood magic had allowed Jon to at least temporarily connect to the power of the volcano deep below Winterfell, pulling himself back enough that his body managed to rebound. This left Jon in a state of limbo for several days, during which his mind would be open to visitors, provided they knew how and had a blood connection with him. Usually, Seren had told him, 10,000 years was too distant for a connection to form, but the First King had a few tricks up his sleeve. The Winterfell volcano was the smallest of the North's 4 volcanoes, but it was more than big enough to sustain a single magic user. It was simply a manner of consciously forming that connection. Venturing closer to the source made it easier for Jon to sense it, But it took weeks before John was able to psychically reach out and touch it, and even longer before John could hold it. A month in, John was able to grab the power source with his mind and hold it for a few minutes, but doing so exhausted him. Finally, after admitting temporary defeat, John slunk back into the castle, his exhaustion weighing him down, which is the only reason Rob was able to catch him unaware. I knew it. Rob's expression was livid as he waited in the secret passageway, nearly sending John into an early grave as his heart attempted to crawl up his throat. Rob. Don't do that. John gripped his chest, but instead of teasing John for his delicate constitution, his brother was visibly irate. You're still sneaking out. Why? Rob demanded, and John swallowed nervously. For the first time since he'd embraced his mother's malicious compliance mindset, John was faced with a dilemma. Saren had told him not to tell anyone about his dream. But this was Rob. Didn't he have as much a right to the vault as him? Or more? If that were true, why did Saren come to you? An evil little voice cooed in his mind, but John firmly banished such thoughts. I was just going for a walk, John blinked innocently, and Rob stomped his foot in frustration, and turned on his heel, marching away from John. If you're going to lie to my face, Rob scowled, and John huffed, following Rob's longer strides with mild difficulty. Rob, I'm not, John protested, and Rob suddenly turned around, getting in John's face. You are not going to stand there and tell me you've been going for a walk in the Hour of the Wolf every night for the last month and expect me to believe that. Now tell me, where were you? Rob demanded, and John remained silent. John started, but Rob cut him off. I thought we didn't have secrets from each other. Rob's face tightened with hurt, and John flinched. We don't. John insisted, and Rob turned his face away when John tried to meet his eyes. Keep your secrets, Snow, but don't come crying to me when they bite you in the ass. Rob stormed off, leaving John stupefied. What had just happened? The next day, Rob refused to talk to him, and it was slowly driving John mental. What did you do? Sansa asked. The two of them were sequestered in one of the drawing rooms. She had her embroidery spread out of her lap, while John paced like a caged wolf and ranted about Rob slighting him. I didn't, John protested, and Sansa gave him a stern look, her icy blue eyes peeling back the layers of John's protests to look straight through him. I'm not Rob, I won't tolerate your foolishness. Either tell me what you did, and I will help you fix it, or leave. Sansa sniffed haughtily, and John slouched onto the couch across from her. Rob caught me sneaking back in, John mumbled, and Sansa's back straightened, her eyes glacial as she glared at him. Rob knew you were sneaking out. Sansa demanded, scandalized, and John realized he'd erred. No, this was after John started, and this just made it worse. Sansa threw her embroidery to the side and stood to place both her hands on her hips. In that moment, the nearly 6-name-a-day-old girl was a nearly perfect imitation of her mother the time John had left a barrel of fish under the altar in the September. You are telling me that after nearly dying because you were sneaking out without telling anyone, Rob caught you sneaking out without telling anyone again, and you can't figure out why he's mad? Sansa demanded, and John squirmed. He didn't seem angry I was sneaking out, only that I wouldn't tell him why. John mumbled, and Sansa threw her hands up in exasperation. Of course he is. This entire castle thought the two of you were inseparable. You've acted as each other's shadow my entire life. You've circled Rob like a territorial shark since Theon arrived, and everyone knows if you tell one something, the other will know before the sun falls. But then it turns out you've been keeping this massive secret for nearly a year, but none of us can even be angry at you because we're too relieved you didn't die. Sansa shouted, and John shrunk in his seat, the heavy stone of guilt settling in his stomach. John started, and Sansa raised a hand to silence him. I can understand why you didn't tell me or father, but Rob. He thought he knew everything about you, and finding out he doesn't. That crushed him. You're not the only one with insecurities. Sansa scolded him, her pale face flushed with anger. So will you help me? John asked. Nope. Sansa smiled viciously, picking up her embroidery and striding from the room gracefully. John might have deserved that. Ironically, it was Lady Stark that forced the two of them back together. You will attend your lessons with John, Lady Stark demanded. The two of them stood in the Winterfell library, where Lady Stark had cornered the other boy after discovering he'd skipped his morning lessons. John was standing behind a bookshelf, caught between fear at being caught eavesdropping on what was sure to be a private conversating, and indignation because he hadn't done anything wrong. John was entirely within his rights to spend time in the library. It was their fault for having this conversation in a place others could overhear. Granted, only the Starks, and John, were allowed access to this part of the library, but it was the crux of the matter that counted. But, Mother Rob protested, the beginning of a sulk on his face, but Lady Stark leveled a stern look at him, and Rob's back straightened instinctively. You will be Lord of Winterfell one day. There will be many occasions where you will have to do things you don't want to do, or work with people you don't like. You will not allow your own hurt feelings to keep you from performing your duty, and that means you will attend all your lessons, regardless of who will be there, and show Mayor Stillowin the respect he's due by participating in his lessons to your full potential. Lady Stark scolded, and Rob wilted before her ire. Yes, Mother Rob grumbled, and she narrowed her eyes at him. Do not mumble, it's unbefitting of a young lord, she sighed, and her demeanor softened as she touched Rob's cheek, and John could see the reflection of tears in his eyes from his hiding spot. I understand you're hurt, darling, but I know your heart is too good to hold on to this anger for long. I won't tell you your feelings aren't justified, but you need to decide if you're willing to let this transgression destroy your relationship with the boy, or make steps towards repairing the rift. Regardless, you must do something, because ignoring the problem won't solve it. Lady Stark pulled Rob into a soft embrace, kissing his forehead, and John slipped away. Rob's eyes caught the shifting shadows on the ground, but John had slipped through a secret passageway before the other boy could catch a glimpse of his damp face. Chapter 13, Author Note. Chapter Text. Hi guys. I just wanted to clarify that this story isn't being abandoned. For some reason AO3 posted one of my unfinished chapters. It had a bunch of my brainstorming and plotting for later in the story, so if any of you guys say that *surprise *lol. Those were all rough ideas, so they might not happen in this story, but sorry about the spoilers. But definitely not being abandoned, as some of you saw. I have a ton of plans for this story. Thanks for reading and sorry for the false alarm. Spectre_Scriptus. Chapter 14. The Vault of the Kings of Winter. Notes. This is probably my longest chapter yet, and is really world-building heavy and dialogue light. For some reason I really struggled with this one. I originally had planned for John to find the vault right after John woke up, but it just wasn't flowing right. I've probably rewritten parts of this a dozen times, but I'm decently happy with how it came out. Let me know what you think, and thank you for reading. Heart. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter Text. A truce seemed to have settled between them after Lady Stark's lecture, but no matter how many overtures John made, Rob remained distant. In the meantime, John had returned to searching for the vault. For the past week, he had felt a trail of power, cold as the winds of winter, carrying the scent of old blood and dust. He had followed it like a bloodhound, and it had led him here. Staring at the door, John couldn't help but be unimpressed. The crumbling dark grey stone blended almost seamlessly with the rest of the crypt, if not for the faint crumbs of magic tracing a path beneath it. Pressing his hands to the wall, he searched for a loose stone, and jumped when a rough edge sliced his finger. Drops of red vanished into the stone, and John froze. It was like the weirwood, he realized. Reaching for the knife in his boot, he sliced a shallow cut into his forearm, letting the blood flow onto the stones. A loud grinding echoed as the stones shifted, folding inward to reveal an opening. Bracing himself, John stepped into the darkness. Light flared as the door closed behind him, possibly sealing him inside forever. At first glance, the room seemed no larger than Lord Stark's office, lined with shelves packed with crystal spheres and old books. But a closer look revealed gaps leading to dozens of hidden passages unfolding like honeycomb, each a chamber for a king of winter. The cavern had to be at least thrice the size of the Great Hall. The witchlight glowed from crystal torches inlaid with First Men runes, casting the space in an eerie, shifting light. John had never seen them in person, but old Nan had told him stories of the greenery, where the green men had rested amid similar torches. It was said Winterfell had been lit by the same torches, but before Torrhen the Kneeler had marched south to meet the Dragon King, he'd had the castle stripped of the most valuable and dangerous First Men relics, including the witchlight. Besides the shelves, the only furniture in the first room was a table at its center. It was unlike any stone John had seen, perfectly smooth, inky black, and almost absorbing the torchlight. A hand-shaped divot marred the surface, smooth except for a pattern of tiny pinholes. John cast a wary glance at the table. There was no turning back. Placing his hand in the divot, sharp pain stabbed through him. Hundreds of tiny needles punctured his skin, hooking beneath it and drinking his blood. Seconds stretched like hours, but the pulling sensation eventually ceased. The needles retracted, yet his hand remained affixed as the table rippled like water. What is it with magic? It's always blood, John groaned, woozy from the loss, before gathering himself to study the changes in the table. Unlike Lord Stark's model, or even the version Sarin had conjured in his dream, the table's surface remained smooth, free of the markers and figurines theirs had contained. Looking into it was like peering through a mirror into another world, a perfect rendering of Planetos. John had learned of the four main continents, Westeros, Essos, Sothorios, and Althos. Westeros and Essos were well known, Sothorios was mostly a mystery, and nothing was known of Althos beyond its existence. Both had once held great empires, now reduced to ruins. On the map, John saw the ruin clearly. Connecting Westeros and Essos were thousands of gold and silver lines, each leading to a bright dot of light, red, blue, yellow, orange, green, and purple. In Sothorios and Althos, the lines were black, strangling the land, with Yun and Osirith, the former capitals, pulsing ominously. Westeros and Essos were not spared. In Westeros, the lights were mostly segregated by realm, meanwhile Essos, with the exception of Yeti, which appeared almost exclusively yellow, displayed a blended magic, purple, blue, red, and orange being the most prevalent. Of greatest concern were the black lights, 14 scattered along the Valyrian Peninsula, 3 in the Shadowed Lands, Ashai, Stygi, and another unknown, and 2 in Westeros, Old Town and Pike. John turned his attention to Westeros, the surface rippling under his mental command. Unlike Sothorios and Althos, the black spiderwebs were not widespread in Essos. But in Westeros, they dominated the Reach, Vale, and Riverlands. Areas where the faith of the Seven was strongest, John would later realize. The green lights were the weirwoods, John realized. Unlike the 14 flames, the dead weirwoods weren't black, which was a relief, but a dark grey. Between the neck and the wall, there were about 200 green lights, connected by gold strings, with about 20 or so grey lights, silver strings loosely connected these. The further south John looked, the more grey and silver he saw. The entire rest of Westeros combined had only 22, ironically Dorne had the most with 8 despite being the furthest south. The Iron Islands, Westerlands, and Crownlands all had 1, the Vale and the Reach had 2, the Stormlands 3, and the Riverlands had 4. Something told John that these other magic sources came from foreign lands, but the weirwoods were the native power here. Most of the realm had culled them, not realizing what they were doing. Or maybe they had. Dawn glowed with 24 blue lights, and the Stormlands a few more. The Westerlands held 26 orange, while green filled the north, with a few scattered elsewhere. Red lights marked volcanic locations, 4 of them were where Sarin claimed lay the North's volcanoes, 5 more were in the Red Mountains separating Dawn and the Stormlands, 3 circled what John believed was King's Landing, the 3 hills were volcanoes, another off the coast of King's Landing that had to be Dragonstone. The final 2 were beyond the wall, one of them was so dim John could barely see it. John had no idea what the orange lights signified, but the Rhoynar were said to be water mags, which meant the blue lights probably signified some sort of water source that acted as the weirwoods did to the north. John had never heard of such a thing, so the Dornish had either lost the knowledge of how to harness the power, or had managed to keep it a secret from the rest of the realm. Besides the black lights, the wall concerned John most. It fed on the land's magic like a leech. Beyond it, magic flowed thick as molasses. There were so many gold lines that John could barely see anything underneath. Within the north, only trickles passed through. Why would Brandon the Builder do this? John couldn't fathom the amount of magic it took to power the wall, and for what? Yes, it kept out the Night King and others, but the amount of magic it consumed was untenable. Eventually the land would run dry, and then not only would the wall fall, but the north would be so weakened that it wouldn't matter. Stripped of their ability to harness magic, the north had become reliant on mortal armies, and any mortal army would be fodder for the others. Hovering above Winterfell, John noticed something extraordinary. A single copper line connected both the weirwood and the sleeping Winterfell volcano to a white light pulsing softly. That's me, John realized with a jolt, stepping back in fright. As soon as his hand left the divot, the table returned to black perfection, erasing the map and magical sources, but not what John had learned. The map showed the magic of the land, but not just the natural magic sources like the weirwood and volcanoes, but the people who had formed connections to those sources. John had forged a connection in blood and magic to both the Winterfell heart tree and volcano, and this proved it. The Faith could never know. The Andals would have hunted every magic source and user into extinction. They still might, if they ever found this place. Telling Robb about this place was out of the question. It wasn't a matter of trust. John would gladly lay his life down from his brother, but this was about more than just him. Two can keep a secret if one of them is dead. If John told a single soul about this place, it wouldn't be a matter of if they told someone else, merely when. Even a vow wouldn't be enough. A vow didn't keep someone from breaking their word, merely punished them in the aftermath. That would be less than helpful if the Faith purged the last of the magic from the land. It wasn't worth the risk. Robb wasn't the only one with a duty anymore, and so long as John lived he would dedicate himself to protecting magic and its people. Even from his family. Over the following weeks, John explored the vault further. Magical objects were sealed in ice, so cold that even brushing them blackened his fingers. He might have lost them without his connection to the Winterfell volcano. More memory crystals than he could fathom, chests full of gold, uncut gemstones as big as his fist, weirwood staffs, jewelry, and carvings, all marked with First Men runes. Seeing them reminded John of the weirwood limb the old gods had given John after his first blood sacrifice all those months ago. Was this what it was for? Would John one day be able to make a magical weapon? What would it do? Crates of Valyrian steel weapons and armor, tossed aside as if they weren't priceless. And to the Kings of Winter, they might not have been, John realized. The Doom had taken to the secrets to making Valyrian steel, but that was only 500 years ago. The Freehold was established by Alaric Stark 6,000 years old, at least the Dragonlord variety. There had existed a native population there for thousands of years before that. The Starks since had had 5,500 years to accumulate a massive collection of the stuff. Assuming their shared ancestry didn't mean they could forge it themselves. Of course, John wasn't just a Stark. Before the Doom, Valyrian steel was valuable, yes, but not priceless. One section in particular seemed to hold more books than he could hope to read in his lifetime. Many of these weren't written in common. John recognized the odd Valyrian word in some of them, but it was the dragon hide covering that truly gave away what John was looking at, Valyrian texts predating the Doom. Others, John had no clue. Some were simple papyrus scrolls from the east, stone tablets with foreign symbols, others elaborate books embossed with gold and gems, scraps of paper with burned edges, books bound in what John thought might be human skin. It was while searching these shelves that John realized what he was looking at. A red banner with a grey direwolf, jaws locked on the throat of a man bearing a 7-pointed star on his forehead, the man's face twisted gruesomely in agony. Every northern child knew this sigil, but John had seen this particular flag in his dreams. This was the personalized banner of Theon the Hungry Wolf. The Scourge of the Andals. The Spear of the North. The Bloody Fang of Winterfell. Winter's Wrath. The Bloodroot King. The North had weathered many Andal invasions, but the closest they had ever gotten was the rule of Edric Stark, the Crying Wolf. Edric had attempted to make peace with the Andals over a dozen times before he'd been poisoned by the High Septon on one such attempt. The High Septon thought the death of the King of the North would destabilize the North enough that they would breach their last defense. Instead, it won the North the war. After Edric's death, Theon became the King of the North, and there was no more peace talks. The Hungry Wolf had driven the Andals out, burning and pillaging their septs, slaughtering their armies, feeding the weirwoods with their blood and leaving their bodies to rot in the trees as a warning to their brethren. The faith of the Seven was on its last legs when he'd fallen in battle. The northern troops returned home with their loot, and it took 200 years for the faith to recover enough for another attempt. To the south, he was a monster, but every northern child had grown up on the tales of his heroics. The Andals hated magic, but before the Doom there was a superstition that said any burned knowledge was an offering to the fire mags of Valyria, so instead they would keep it hidden. Rumor had it that they had brought the books with them when they fled from the growing power of the Valyrian freehold, and what had survived the northern pillages, or the post-doom burnings, now rested in the depths of the citadel. The hungry wolf was said to have found several of these caches, the very crates Jon remembered from his dreams, and now Jon was looking at the proof. Learning all those languages was going to be a pain. Time seemed to flash by. Jon became consumed by his lessons, little else seemed to register for weeks as he pushed himself harder and harder. He flourished under Sir Roderick's tutelage, quickly outpacing both Robb and Theon, much to the older boy's jealousy with the sword, though he'd gained a great dislike for holding a shield. The bulky thing merely slowed him down, and Jon inevitably would throw it aside and finish the match without, regardless of his trainer's chastisement. Eventually, Sir Roderick had given up, and altered Jon's training so that Jon would be fast enough that he wouldn't need a shield. Unknowingly, his father had also commissioned the blacksmiths to create armor that would protect Jon without sacrificing his mobility, but it would be years before such armor would be presented to him. Jon wasn't the only one excelling in these lessons. Theon was clearly a gifted archer, and Robb outmatched them both when it came to grappling or the spear, though he also was excellent with the sword, just not to the same extent as Jon. Recently, Jon had taken to dual wielding with vigor, much to Sir Roderick and his father's disapproval. At first, fighting with 2 knives, then a small sword and a knife, then 2 small swords. Each step forward was a trial of error and tears of frustration, but Jon never gave up. He wouldn't allow his new magical studies to diminish his weaponry training. Jon would be the best swordsman of the North and Image. He was determined that he would do both or die trying. "Keep your arms up," Sir Roderick barked, swinging at Jon with a mace, which Jon rolled neatly under, slashing a mock cut to the back of the man's knees with his training dagger, and tapping the training sword against his lower back. The trajectory aimed to sever the man's spine if this had been a real battle. "Not bad," his trainer admitted begrudgingly, and Jon grinned as he rose to his feet, only to find himself flat on his back with Sir Roderick's blade at his chest. But neither were immediately fatal. "Never underestimate a wounded opponent," the older man warned, then reached a hand down to hoist Jon to his feet. "Not fair," Jon wheezed, and the master-at-arms scuffed Jon over the back of the head. "There's no such thing as fairness in a fight to the death before or after. Yes, there will be time for honor and mercy, but once blades are drawn, only survival matters," Sir Roderick scolded, and Jon nodded in understanding. "Let's go again," Jon demanded, even though his entire body ached in pain and it felt like a harsh breeze could knock him down. A broken sword is useless. The cracks might be mended, but the weakness remains. If you push yourself to exhaustion today, you'll collapse when it matters most. Go rest, you need it." Sir Roderick took the training weapons from Jon's hands, and Jon sighed. "Okay," Jon grumbled, and trudged back towards the castle for a much-needed wash. From the alcoves above the courtyard, a pair of blue eyes watched, and the heir of Winterfell remained conflicted over the separation that dug holes in his heart. He wished to cross the distance that separated him from his brother, but pride and stubbornness tightened its grip on him. After all, Jon seemed unaffected by their conflict, so why should he be? 5 turns since Jon found the vault, nearly 7 since his coma, and days before until his 9th name-a-day, Jon was shaken from his stupor. Jon had tried everything he could think of short of bringing Robb to the vault, which even if Jon was willing to do, he was fairly certain the door would eat Robb before allowing someone with Andal blood within. But the problem was that Jon had no proof that his dream wasn't just that, a dream. He could bring him one of the books or weapons, but that didn't mean anything. Jon could have found it in any of the forgotten rooms of Winterfell. He had no way of proving he wasn't losing his mind until he learned magic, but it was proving more difficult than he'd expected. Most of the magic contained in the vault was out of reach for him until he learned the runes, which he still had no idea how he was supposed to do, or Valyrian, which was a work in process. So he'd been limited to herbalism with a touch of blood magic and the 3 magic skills known to the north: green seeing, skin changing and warging. Herbalism had actually been going surprisingly well. Between Old Nan's knowledge and the journals of various Green Men and Winter Kings, Jon had recreated dozens of herbal remedies that had faded to history. What separated his concoctions from others was the act in infusing his creations with magic, which had been a trial to discover, but it was a quiet form of magic and merely enhanced the effects that could be achieved without magic. As for the others, Jon had to accept that he didn't have a drop of green sight. The closest he'd been able to get was the discovery of a Fizreek draught, a concoction that promised to give the drinker visions, but it was a pale imitation of what the Green Seers were said to be capable of. The books he'd read on skin changing suggested the process involved the ritualistic skinning of an animal in order to assimilate that animal's shape. Not only was that much too advanced for him, he wasn't sure the world's current magic could support that level of magical transformation. The journals he'd found hadn't mentioned a successful skin changing since the Doom. Whatever the Valyrians had done was still affecting the magic of the world, and he wasn't sure how to fix that. That left him with warging, which Jon was almost certain he was capable of. The books claimed that Jon's ability to sense magic was directly tied to warging, but it had been months of practice and Jon still couldn't figure out how to forge a connection between his mind and an animal. He could sense the connection, even hold it for increasingly long periods of time, but he couldn't figure out how to project his mind into that of an animal. Every time he tried, the connection seemed to slip through his fingers like water. A few days before his name-a-day, Robb caught him sneaking back into the castle again during what was meant to be his lessons with old Nan, but Jon had forgotten the book he'd meant to bring to her, and had thought to make a quick stop on his way. "I cannot fucking believe this, you're still sneaking out," Robb demanded. Seriously, this was becoming embarrassing. "I'm not," Jon protested, and Robb lost it. "You are. You lied about training in the Godswood and nearly died over it. Now you're still sneaking around at night and during the day, and I know it's not the Godswood because I checked," Robb shouted. "Robb," Jon started, and the redhead threw his hands up in frustration. "Whatever. I don't know why I even bother, it's not like you'll tell me the truth anyway," Robb sneered. "Robb," Jon protested. "No, don't talk to me. I hate you," Robb spat. Jon's world tilted on its axis, his vision seemed to blur and fracture like shattered glass, his hearing flickered. Jon didn't want to be here anymore, he wanted Robb. Why couldn't he see? Distantly, there were surprised yells as ravens flooded from the Maestas Tower, the swarm squawking and shrieking as they fled, horses neighed in panic, and dogs howled. Much more distantly, something else howled. Jon, a sharp pain in his cheek shook Jon out of it, sending him back into his body, and looking into the wide blue eyes of Robb. Well, Jon had figured out how to walk. And he'd also found that proof he needed. Notes. Old tongue words. Fizreet equals Vision Quest. Updated the 27th of November, 2025, reworded / reorganized some of the world building and edited some typos. Chapter 15, Reconciliation. Notes. This chapter is fairly short and sweet, mostly exploring Jon and Robb's relationship after they've mended things. Thank you for reading. Heart. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. Almost as fast as it had begun, the conflict between Jon and Robb vanished. Robb seemed almost more thrilled than Jon over his growing warging abilities, and he understood why Jon had hidden his magic training from him. "I would have thought you mad if I hadn't seen it myself," the redhead admitted ruefully. Jon nearly strangled the heir of Winterfell in a hug when Robb offered a sheepish apology for their months-long fight. "No, you were right," Jon cried, much to Robb's alarm. "You're going to be my lord. I shouldn't have lied." Jon blubbered miserably, and Robb patted his arms in awkward panic. "I'm not just your future lord, Jon," Robb said, earnest and awkward. "I'm your brother. Only a fool thinks his brother won't have secrets." Seven hells, Jon, stop crying." Jon choked back a laugh, wiping his eyes. "I'll try to include you. Truly. But there are things I'll have to keep from you. To keep you safe." Robb frowned in protest. "I'm your big brother. You don't have to." Jon lifted his chin stubbornly. "There are things the heir of Winterfell needs plausible deniability for. But I want you to know that my loyalty has and always will be to you and our family," Jon swore vehemently. Robb's eyes swam with tears, and the older boy dragged Jon into a fierce hug. "I don't deserve you," Robb muttered. "No," Jon agreed cheerfully, "but you have me anyway." And then he ruined the solemnity of the moment by dragging a wet stripe of saliva up Robb's cheek. The heir of Winterfell tackled him to the floor. As Jon grew older, his days became more structured, mirroring his siblings. He woke at sunrise to tend his mare in the stables, an elegant grey beauty just as pretty as her rider Uncle Benjen had teased when gifting her for Jon's 8th name-a-day. After washing up, he joined the Starks to break his fast, then spent the morning in Maester Lewin's lessons. Combat training filled his early afternoons, followed by old Nan's Old Tongue lessons. And after supper, any free time he had was devoured by study in the vault. On the morn of his name-a-day, John joined his family in their private quarters. Rob's seat was conspicuously empty. John tried not to feel the sting of it. Perhaps the rift wasn't as mended as he'd believed. Sensing John's disappointment, his father had insisted on presenting John with his present right then and there. "Don't think I haven't noticed those blades of yours," Ned said mildly. John attempted innocence. Ned gave him a look that might wither oak. John grinned innocently, but internally John was relieved that he had moved the box that once held said weapons to the vault, instead choosing to hang the weapons proudly on his wall. His father would not have been happy with his uncle for the major clue he'd given John. "I'm not sure." John widened his eyes guilelessly, and his father rolled his eyes fondly. "I knew it was you who taught Arya that expression." John swallowed a laugh. "You're reaching an age where you'll soon be allowed to use those weapons, because I trust you haven't yet." Ned's tone made it very clear he did not trust that at all. John widened his eyes. Ned ignored him. "You'll need these." He handed John a cloth-wrapped bundle. John unwrapped it, and froze. Sheaths. But not common ones. The leather's quality was impeccable, reinforced and oiled, with buckles he could adjust as he grew and dyed a dull black so the sun wouldn't catch them. Daggers, sheaths made for stealth, not display. The straps adjustable so John could wear them at any point on his arms or legs. And the sword harness, old God save him. It was a back sheath, fitted to sit against his spine like an extra bone, the hilt of the longer sword guarding the nape of his neck. It was fitted so it wouldn't impact his mobility. A dual opening allowed two blades to slide in, one hidden entirely behind the other. A trick sheath. A killer's sheath. Assassin's sheaths. Eddard Lady Stark's expression was tight like cooled wax, but his father didn't look at his wife. "I can't have your uncle replacing me as your favorite," Ned murmured, leaning down to kiss John's brow. John's throat tightened. "Thank you," he whispered, hugging his father fiercely. Ned held him, strong and steady. "I hope they never see battle," Ned said lowly, meant only for John's ears. "But if danger ever comes for you, and I fear it might, men will expect you to have one blade. They won't expect the second." Ned trailed off, and John understood what he meant. The tension was broken the instant Arya barreled into him, flinging herself forward with all the reckless faith of a child certain that John would catch her, which he did. John caught her without missing a step. He'd long since learned that Arya Stark did not merely run at people, she launched herself like a stone from a sling. "Careful, little wolf," he murmured, shifting her onto his hip. Arya, already a terror at 3.5 name-a-days, mud on her hem, a scrape healing purple on her knee, shoved a small, lumpy parcel into his free hand. "My turn." She was grinning fiercely, dark eyes bright with pride, her thin arms looped tight around his neck. John worked at the wrapping with his teeth and uncovered a winter rose cloak pin, its petals a deep and impossible blue, preserved beneath a thin sheen of clear wax. Lewin's handiwork, no doubt, but the choosing of the flower itself, that was Arya's. Unknown to either of them, the flower held the faint traces of Arya's wild unrefined magic. John had grown quite adept at feeling magic, his own, others, and the natural magic around them. Even if the rest of his studies were just starting to progress, John was able to feel the tiny sparks of Arya's love and devotion in her gift. Most of the grunt work had been done by Lewin, but Arya had personally selected the flower, and her intent behind gifting it to John had unknowingly enchanted the bloom, ensuring the flower would never wilt beneath the wax so long as she lived. "I love it," John said, and meant it with every part of him. He pressed a kiss to her cheek. Arya shrieked as though grievously wronged, squirming in his arms, but she couldn't hide the way her face lit up when he fixed the clasp at his collar for all to see. "It's your favorite," she said, chin lifting with unmistakable Stark pride. "I did best." "You did," John agreed, and Arya beamed like a small sun. John wasn't surprised when neither Lady Stark nor Sansa presented him with a gift, though his father looked vaguely disapproving. Later that night, John found a new grey cloak embroidered with the rudimentary branches of a weirwood tree in his closet, looking remarkably like the garment Sansa had been working on when she'd read him the riot act all those weeks ago. The quality was nothing compared to the works of art she'd one day be known for. The stitches were uneven, the pattern a little lopsided. But for a girl of 6 nowadays who'd only taken up needlework in the last year, it was impressive. John didn't mention anything, but if the last honey bun magically appeared on Sangsa's plate the next night, she didn't say anything either. After breaking their fast, John was surprised to be dismissed from his lessons, and had just decided to spend the time visiting old Nan, when he was ambushed. Rob wrapped both arms around his waist in a sudden tackle, rope quickly binding John's wrists behind his back. Suddenly, the world flipped as Rob hauled him over his shoulder like a sack of grain. "Hey!" John complained, and Rob laughed, the action causing his brother's stupidly pointy shoulders to dig into John's ribs, and took off towards the stables. "You know the rules." Rob laughed. "I'm stealing you for the day, no fighting." John grumbled but didn't resist. The claim right was a tradition as old as the North. It was originally a courting ritual. If an individual regardless of sex claimed something, and the claim was accepted, the claimer would get holding rights for a predetermined amount of time. Of course, claiming a person, especially if the claim was rejected, was sacrilegious to the old gods no better than the unborn salt wives or slavery. But Rob wasn't claiming John, just his time. Rob had declared his parameters, and by not fighting, John was agreeing to give Rob his time until the sun set on John's name-a-day. That didn't mean John had to like being hauled through Winterfell like a sack of flour over his brother's shoulder for all and sundry to see. But fighting it would be rejecting Rob's claim, and John was rather curious about what he had planned. Rob finally let him down once they reached the stables, where Sweetness, John's pale grey beauty, and Fang, Rob's temperamental black mount, stood waiting, already saddled for a day's ride into the Wolf's Wood. Was that really necessary? John's face was still red, only partly from being upside down so long. The wolf whistles and crude jokes that had followed them through the courtyard had been mortifying. Rob just grinned. "Relax. We're brothers." They were only jesting. John swatted his shoulder. Rob wasn't entirely wrong. If the castle folk knew he and Rob were only cousins by blood, and that John had Targaryen blood, the jokes would have landed differently. Considering their age, father might have taken their heads for the insinuation. Between brothers, it was harmless enough. Even the thought of doing that with Rob turned his stomach, even years later, in the throes of early manhood, that never changed, to his enormous relief. Whatever Targaryen impulses he'd inherited, they didn't include that one. He'd never developed inappropriate reactions to any of his cousins. He could recognize that they would all grow into strikingly attractive people, but that was the extent of it. "All right," John said, rolling his eyes as he mounted Sweetness in one smooth motion. "Where are we going?" Rob clambered into Fang's saddle with less grace, huffing. "How are you so good at that?" "I ride every morning." "You should try it sometime," John teased. Rob groaned. Daily rides, lessons from both Lewin and old Nan, half the castle wrapped around your finger, a prodigy with weapons and secretly a warg out of the old tales. "This is why my mother thinks you'll usurp my claim." John might have taken offense if Rob hadn't sounded so fond, and if John's magic didn't let him feel the utter lack of malice behind the words. "Guess that just means you'll have to keep up," John said with a wicked grin. He nudged Sweetness forward, darting into the Wolf's Wood with a burst of speed. Behind him, Rob swore and spurred Fang after him, laughter trailing them both as they raced beneath the trees. "I'm glad to see you and Rob have repaired things," father told him that night, visiting John's room as he'd taken to doing each night since John's coma as John turned down for sleep. He didn't always stay asleep, but his father didn't need to know that. "Me too," John admitted, and his father's grey eyes seemed to see through him, to the knot of turmoil and insecurity that had taken root in his heart these past few months. "I know this experience has wounded you, but try not to take it to heart." His father ran a hand through John's curls, and John's eyes darted away to rest on the swords his uncle Benjen had gifted him all those years ago, now hung on the wall awaiting his father's blessing for John to start training with live steel. His father's words unearthed a deep insecurity inside him, though he's sure his father wasn't aware of the depth. Rob had thrown him aside once, would he do it again? Was he keeping John close now that he knew of his magic because he feared him? No, John decided firmly. I can't dwell on those fears. John would know if Rob had been lying to him. He had to believe his brother was sincere, or it would drive John down a path of darkness he refused to travel. He turned away from me for months. Wouldn't he speak to me, look at me, acknowledge me? John's breath caught on a suppressed cry, and his father's large hands enveloped him. You have always looked up to Rob. I understand that seeing that he is not infallible has hurt you. I was once the same with my own older brother, and I know Benjamin has experienced it from me. Rob allowed his own insecurities to gild him, but you are both still young yet. Have faith that your brother has learned from his follies and won't repeat his actions. His father pressed a kiss to John's brow, and left him to sleep, but John's mind wouldn't allow him to rest. Had John not known of his magic, had not been given a purpose outside his place beside Rob, this experience would have shaken John deeply. It still had. He might have become obsessed with his place in the world, determined to find a duty that differentiated him from Rob. If his father wouldn't give him a name or holding, John might have even allowed this to drive him to the wall had he never learned it wasn't the honorable pursuit he thought. But things had changed. John was not powerless any longer. He had a purpose, a duty. He would pursue it, serve the North, and prove to the Starks that he could not, and should not, be cast aside. Notes. All is mostly forgiven between John and Rob, but the situation has given John a bit of an abandonment complex. This will mend with time, but I felt it was a little unrealistic to erase months of fighting in a single chapter. I feel both John and Rob have learned something here, productive or not, and it will be a core character development point for both of them. Thank you for reading. Let me know in the comments what you think of my take on the Free Folks stealing tradition. Updated the 28th of November, 2025, edited for typos. Chapter 16, The Matches. Notes. In this chapter we meet some new characters who will have a great impact on John's story and explore some of John's relationships outside his family. John takes his first steps towards repairing the magic, though with some minor mishaps. Thanks for reading and let me know in the comments what you think. Heart. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. After John's name-a-day had passed, the North seemed to fall on Wintertown ahead of the Turning Festival. Most of the known world followed a similar calendar, 12 months of 28 days, time measured by a single moon cycle, but different realms measured the new year at different points. The Yeti measured it by the blossoming of their heart flower, some sort of tree flower that only bloomed once a year, while the Isle of Nath used the migration of their butterflies, and most the free cities marked the doom, and their subsequent freedom from the Valyrian freehold, as the new year. Before the conquest, the North had measured a year by the anniversary of the Long Night, and afterwards the anniversary of Aegon's coronation marked the first day of the new year. Despite overthrowing the Targaryens, the crown had kept this system in place for simplicity's sake. Plus the date had ironically also lined up with the end of the rebellion. John was born the 3rd day of the 12th month of 283 AC, while Rob was born on the 4th and 10th day of the 8th month, so a few weeks after John's name-a-day, Westeros would celebrate the coming of the year 293 AC. The North wasn't known for their festivities, but while the South threw extravagant balls and tourneys, the North celebrated the turning of the year with the Turning Festival. Wintertown usually saw a gathering of upwards of 20,000 visitors in the last month of the year, but this year had seen a large uptick in the number of people visiting Wintertown. Northerners from all over the North had been arriving in droves since John's name-a-day on the 3rd. The end of the coming year would mark the 10th anniversary of the new royal family, and unrest seemed to be building by the day. Most of the North was extremely unhappy by their unchanged circumstances. The new king was supposedly the best friend of their lord, but what had the stags done differently to the dragons? How had they thanked the North for all their sacrifices? The new king had never so much as visited the North. Most people were using the gathering to voice their dissent, and for the rest of the month John barely saw his father outside meals. The last week of 292 marked the Wintertown Turning Festival. The Stark children, Jon and Theon, were released from their lessons, and took to spending most their time in town. The increased free time since the festival had been a blessing and a curse. Jon had been excited to meet many new people and seemed to make a favorable impression, but might have accidentally sparked a rebellion, or two. 2 years ago. Despite growing up in Winterfell, Jon could count the times he'd been to Wintertown on both hands, and still have fingers to spare. With the exception of servants, he'd actually conversed with the common folk even less than that. It was a jarring reminder that, bastard or not, Jon was a nobleman's son, and had certain privileges that few common folk could dream of. For years, he had felt lesser than his true-born siblings, and thought himself akin to the commoners of Wintertown. Shortly after his 7th name-a-day, it had only taken Old Nan a single afternoon to erase those notions. Later, John would regret ever letting himself complain, even in the quiet of his own mind, about being dragged away from the chance to watch the Mandalay Guard's afternoon drills. He didn't know it then, but he would come to be grateful, deeply, fiercely, that Old Nan had pushed him, sometimes with a shove rather than a nudge, to befriend the village children. It was that insistence that brought him to a small circle of people who, save for his own kin, would become the dearest companions of his life. Of all the northern cities, of which Wintertown barely counted as a city, the commoners here led relatively cushy lives. Between the castle and the Wolf's Wood, jobs and food were abundant, so they rarely starved. The proximity to Winterfell protected them from predators both beast and man. They were currently in an unusually long summer, which had started sometime in the beginning of Robert's Rebellion, and had been going strong for just over 7 years, and showed no signs of stopping. It promised a similarly long and brutal winter, and the North was already preparing. At peacetime, Wintertown had a population of roughly 5,000, on a typical winter that would swell to 20,000, but a possibly 10-year winter. They were expecting Wintertown would have to adapt to at least 50,000, Lord Stark would never turn them away, so preparations had begun after year 5. More than that, Winterfell's hot springs gave them access to two things that few other places in Westeros, and especially the North, could boast: warmth and clean water. Wintertown was possibly the cleanest city in Westeros for two reasons. The hot springs gave them unlimited access to clean warm water, and the glass gardens collected the human waste that would have otherwise filled the streets, to repurpose it into fertilizer. This also made Wintertown the healthiest city in the North. Sicknesses rarely spread here, and Mayor Stillowin had written more than a dozen papers on the discovered benefits of cleanliness. This was ignored by most of the South, who either didn't care, didn't believe, or didn't want to spend the coin to better the lives of the peasants. Suffice to say, if Wintertown was the only northern town John had reference for, he might have gone his entire life not realizing how privileged he was. But Wintertown wasn't the only town, merely the closest to the castle. There was about a dozen smaller towns and villages within a day's ride of Winterfell, and these didn't fare nearly as well, and today Old Nan was dragging him along to one such town. "You are not a hard up as you think, boy," Old Nan scolded him gently, and as John sat atop his horse, in clean clothes, with food in his belly, looking at the dirty, thin faces staring at him. He'd never felt so much like a lordling in his life, and he hated it. "I understand," John murmured, and stepped down from Sweetness, not yet his in-name, in a smooth move that had quickly become second nature to him, but seemed to startle those closest to him. Sweetness nuzzled her face into John's shoulder, and John ran a gentle hand along her neck, pulling a small pouch of oats, and Sweetness ate from his palm, the brush of her lips wet against his skin, but John merely pressed their foreheads together. For a second, John's mind wandered, and unknowing to him, the edges of his mind brushed against Sweetness. John, Old Nan's voice pulled him back, and John realized he'd amassed a bit of a crowd. Old Nan and some of the older commoners were looking at him as if John had done something amazing. "Sorry." John wiped his hand on his breeches, and approached a group of 5 children around his age. Their eyes watched him warily, but John wasn't dissuaded. "You are noble," one of the boys, a painfully thin blond boy with northern gray eyes, stormy and old beyond his years, seemed to be the ringleader of the group. Years later, John would realize the reason he gravitated towards that group, and not the dozens of other children in the town square, was his latent ability to sense magic. On some level, John could sense each of these kids, 3 boys and 2 girls, had embers of magic clinging to them, even if he hadn't realized what he was feeling. The boy, John realized, for all his small stature, was the strongest, and the others gravitated towards him. "No." John laughed, and something in the boy's expression grew defensive, so John offered him his hand. "The name's Jon Snow. I'm no more noble than you." The boy seemed to contemplate not shaking John's hand, but grudgingly reached across. A small shock jolted them both. Windfire, they both had assumed, though the boy seemed deeply unsettled for some reason. His eyes widened, and he released John's hand as soon as it was polite. "Torwin Blackbane," the boy mumbled, and the other children seemed to look between the two of them as if confused. "It's good to meet you." John looked over at Old Nan, who was chatting with some of the village elders and seemed amused at John's clumsy attempts to make friends. "Would you mind if I joined you for the day so my guardian will stop mocking me?" John sighed, and Tor Owen's lips quirked upwards in a half-smile. "What's in it for me?" Tor Owen challenged, and John grinned, and pulled out a small coin purse which contained his weekly allowance, likely more coin than most these kids had seen at once in their lives, and Tor Owen's eyes shone. "I'll buy you all a midday meal," John promised, and just like that, John was accepted into their group like he'd always been there. He's sure at first it was simply hunger, but as the day wore on, and John charmed each of them with mocking quips about the most insufferable nobles, and took no offense when they teased his own noble blood, their attitudes towards him seemed to thaw. And if John returned on a near-weekly basis to blow his allowance on filling his new friend's bellies, likely the largest meal any of them had seen that week, if he taught them to read and write common, speak the old tongue, fight and later use magic, well, that was no one's business but his own. And, in turn, if each of those children secretly swore an undying loyalty to John over the following year, well, John was going to need all the allies he could get over the coming years. The first day of the festival, John dragged Rob and a persistent Theon along to meet his friends, who seemed to bear down on Rob like a bloodhound, and refused to be dissuaded by John's reassurances that they had solved their issues. "We've heard lots about you," Tor Owen glowered up at Rob, the sight almost hilarious as Rob had nearly a foot of height on the other boy, but John knew Tor Owen was a nasty scraper and it would not go well for Rob, honorable, naive, gullible Rob, if things came to blows. John hadn't had to tell his friends he had magic, they had simply known. In fact, they seemed more surprised that John hadn't known he was a warg. "Your eyes went all weird when we first met," Tor Owen explained, and John was surprised. He'd met his friends months before his meeting with Saren. He had no idea magic was real beyond old Nan's stories, so to hear that they had seen him do it on their first meeting. "You couldn't have mentioned something sooner," John huffed, and Tor Owen grinned. "Where's the fun in that?" the older boy laughed. Since that conversation, his friends had been learning alongside him. All 5 of them were wargs. The 5 of them had slowly but steadily been improving, which John remained stuck, but in the weeks since John had finally slipped into his first true warg, his abilities had grown in leaps and bounds. Most wargs bonded with a single kind of creature, most commonly birds, rats, cats, horses, or dogs. Wulfric had a clear affinity for horses. Rosa preferred cats. John had a gnawing suspicion she'd take a shadow cat as a companion one day, and the thought terrified him. Soren and Sigrid, the twins, shared a gift for ravens. Tor Owen connected most easily with rats and fought much like them, quick, vicious, unpredictable. The tricks John had taught him had only made him fiercer, not calmer. John had created a monster. He was so proud. John himself preferred dogs, but unlike the others, he'd found no difficulty slipping into any beast. Insects were useless, their minds burned out almost instantly. But mammals, even unfamiliar ones, worked in a pinch. His sensing ability, a precursor to a warg's battle sense, the gift that let some fight blind while their companion ranged far from their side, had sharpened as well. Normally, a warg didn't learn to split their vision until much later in life. John, however, had been using it unknowingly throughout his combat drills, becoming nearly untouchable, stepping and dodging with uncanny precision, as if he truly had eyes in the back of his head. As for his siblings, Rob, Arya, and Bran were unquestionably wargs. Sansa's magic was present but faint. John couldn't get a clean enough read to say whether she shared the gift or not. All skin changers were wargs, but not all wargs became skin changers. Claiming a skin required a deeper instinct, something older and more primal. John hadn't researched it much beyond confirming that he, Tor Owen, and Arya were all skin changers. The one time he'd held Bran, the babe's magic had struck him like a breath of Everglade, fresh, ancient, and wild. John was certain he was a budding greenseer. "I can't say the same." Rob smiled his best courtier smile, his eyes seemed to be attempting to skin Tor Owen alive, and John heaved a heavy sigh as the two glared at each other. "Come on," John complained, and Rosa, small and slight with wavy black hair and icy blue eyes, laughed and placed a hand on John's arm. "You can't blame us for being protective, hon. We've all been looking forwards to tearing a stripe out of this brother of yours." Rosa smiled wolfishly, and John rolled his eyes and watched as his best friend and brother circled each other like pit vipers. "He's my brother, as if blood means we'll allow you to not be lectured by a what? A peasant. Tell me how you really feel, baby Lord Stark. Watch your if you ever hurt him again, I won't." Good. The two glowered at each other, and John debated on if he should attempt to separate them. "If you two are done," John glowered at them, I would actually like to see the festival, John huffed, and was horrified when both their mouths turned mocking. As the princess commands. That frown's too small for such a fine face. They looked at each other in surprise, and John was horrified to see a truce seeming to settle between them. Ah! John turned on his heels and marched away amid laughter at his back. John's decision to offer the Wintertown Heart Tree a sacrifice on the festival's first day had been impulsive. If he had breathed a word of it to Rob or to Owen, they would have told him it was a terrible idea. But John couldn't bring himself to regret it, even if the result had been rather messy. He had already decided that the best way to repair the North's fading magic was to revive the old rites. John might have king's blood, but he was only one person. The best way to fuel the Weirwoods was to reintroduce blood sacrifices, and the festival was the perfect occasion. Normally, blood sacrifices weren't a matter to be taken lightly. There were very few times that just anyone could offer a sacrifice to the old gods. The symbolism of welcoming the new year, regardless of which calendar one followed, carried a lot of weight. There was also powerful magic in a people coming together in a gathering, and this was the largest gathering the North had seen in years. If there was ever a time in John's life, at least up to that point, that was ripe for a sacrifice, now was it. Since John was short of any criminals to be sacrificed, much as John itched to slit Torwin's drunkard father's throat, he didn't think it would go over well with his father, and he couldn't very well go around sacrificing livestock the meat couldn't be eaten afterward, and Ned Stark would demand proof that such waste would be worthwhile. John would have to settle for a gathering. It was a calculated risk. He'd be painting a clear target on his back by highlighting a closer connection with the old gods, inviting questions and scrutiny. But that gnawing urgency beneath his skin, the one that had plagued him since seeing the map, whispered that if he didn't begin rebuilding the North now, something terrible would follow. "What's the long face for?" Rosa nudged him, drawing him from his thoughts. The Wintertown Square was full of small clusters of revelers, all gathered around the heart tree at its center, half the height of Winterfell's, bark leaning sickly grey, its red sap thin as tears, half its branches broken. A wounded thing. Most weirwoods stood in large forests, but if any trees had surrounded this one, they were long gone. A knee-high perimeter of stones had been made to encircle the tree, 50 feet across, though anyone could approach. "In my blood, I'm afraid," John said wryly. Rosa's lips twitched. "You wear it well," she teased. John's stomach fluttered, his cheeks warmed, to her great amusement. "I'm going to offer my respects," he murmured. Rosa's eyes darted from John to the tree, then back to him, her eyes widening. "John, don't!" Her hand missed his arm by a hair, and John slipped through the crowd like a ghost, coming to a stop at the base of the tree, and dropping into a reverent kneel. John felt eyes on his back, the weight heavy but inattentive, until John pulled out his dagger. Alarm slid through the crowd like a dagger between the ribs when John pulled out a blade so close to the weirwood. Had John been anyone else, he might have been dragged bodily away. The tension built swiftly, then dispersed into confusion as John brought the blade against his own flesh, slicing his palm, rather than the holy tree. John placed his bloody palm against the almost grey bark of the heart tree, and, harnessing every drop of the tiny current of power that ran through him, he spoke, "Old ones, accept this sacrifice on this day of gathering, as we welcome the turning of the year anew. Let my strength flow into you, vein to root, spirit to shadow, so that you might guard us in the coming year. Long may you endure." John's words flowed from his mouth in the old tongue. To the shocked murmuring of many in the crowd, John's diction was perfect. Take that, Sarin. For a moment, nothing changed. Conversations restarted, now discussing the Stark bastard's actions, the crowd starting to look away, heads turned away. Then a sharp ripple of wind swept through the square, carrying the scent of blood and wet earth. The heart tree shivered. Its bark brightened, paling to bone white. Red sap welled and trickled down its face. The branches creaked, stretching upward. John's palm burned, but he held fast. He trusted the old gods not to harm him. They had sheltered him during his coma. They would not betray him now. John. Rob hissed behind him, glancing nervously at the staring crowd as an unseen wind lifted his clothes and hair. Rob and his friends formed a loose shield around him. Not a single hair moved on their heads, even as they stood not 5 paces from John, trying uselessly to block the onlookers' view. It was far too late for that. Red sap seeped down the tree's carved face to coat John's fingers. A surge of power rushed back into him, and with his sharpened magic senses, he felt the click as his copper thread of power lashed itself to a second weirwood. The feedback hit him so hard stars burst behind his eyes. Suddenly, the tree released him. The wind caught him, steadying him as he staggered upright. A weight seemed to hang in the air. John realized the crowd of northerners had taken a knee as they looked at him, watching with awed eyes as the wind kissed John's cheeks in thanks, before the presence of the old gods faded once more. When wind vanished as fast as it came, and the weirwood ceased growing, John knew that even that show of power had to have been difficult. Even with his and Rob's king's blood sacrifices, the magic was thin and weak. It must have taken every drop they had to show themselves like this, but they'd done it for him. They wanted John to succeed. They knew he needed to make a spectacle to convince the other northerners, but even he hadn't been expecting this. As John was ushered back to Winterfell, a close observer might have noticed his normally indigo eyes were just a touch lighter. John had scarcely recovered from the toll of the sacrifice when he was summoned to a meeting with his father and the other northern lords. Ned sat in the carved stone throne of the Lords of Winterfell. John had seen his father sit that chair innumerable times, but never had he occupied it in the full authority it carried. His father looked different upon it. Broader. Older. Colder. This was not the quiet man who mended toys or tucked blankets around sleepy children. This was the Warden of the North. For the first time, John saw the weight that title demanded. He swallowed, standing alone before him on the flagstones. The room felt too large. Too watchful. The stone direwolves along the wall seemed to stare with carved judgment. The lords lining the edges of the room, all 13 High Lords of the North, watched the proceedings. The moment he'd stepped into Lord Stark's solar, John felt it, the shift. The way eyes lingered on him too long. Some held awe. Some held wariness. A few glimmered with the sharp, hungry look of men imagining the power they might seize if they could only get their hands around his throat, or his allegiance. John had expected this. Revealing his connection to the old gods was always going to stir the pot. Some of these men would rather see him dead. Others would crown him in Rob's stead. Still others would send him far, far away, just to quiet their own unease. Their stares pressed against him like a physical weight. John did not flinch. Yes, father. A ripple went through the gathered lords. Lord Stark finally spoke, calm but iron-edged. John. Did the old gods ask this of you? John's voice was firmer this time. I do not speak with them, but they share what they need with me. And why make a spectacle of it? Ned asked, exhaustion threading beneath the steel. The old gods require no audience. You could have waited. John clasped his hands behind his back, steady and unbowed. I wanted the truth made plain. And what truth is that? Lord Sawin demanded from the side, his beard bristling. That the old gods favor you over the true-born heir. Careful, cautioned Lord Manderley from beside him, though his eyes never left John. John didn't so much as blink. The old gods favor the North, John said evenly. And we've grown too complacent to hear them. Manderley leaned forward again. Tell us, then. What exactly did you do? And why? John drew a steady breath. I offered my strength. My blood. The weirwoods are fading. Their magic is thin. I acted to preserve it. To preserve the North. A murmur ran through the lords. Some nodded slowly. Others stiffened, hands tightening on their belts. Lord Flint grunted. And what of Rob? What place does your brother hold if you take this path? John's gaze flicked to his father, imploring him to believe John spoke the truth. Rob is the heir. He will rule Winterfell, lead the armies, make the judgments of law. I do not aim to take anything from him, merely support him in a different capacity. No ambition of your own? Lord Bolton asked, his unnerving gaze on the wine in his goblet. Lord Bolton, Ned intoned warningly, but those eerie blue eyes stayed locked on John. I did not say that John disagreed, merely that none of them include being Lord of Winterfell, John stated. Lord Mormont spoke next, his gravelly voice carrying unease. All who witnessed your offering felt your power. It's all the common folk speak of. They call you snow-kissed. They felt the gods. I only offered them a conduit. John said quietly. Glover murmured, but the gods felt you first. You say you know what the gods need. Umber squinted. So what is it you think the gods need, lad? John leaned forward, gaze sharp. They need us to remember them. To honor them properly. To feed the werewolves again. If we do not, the North will weaken. That is the truth. And I will do it. Barbary Dustin's voice was dry, incredulous. Blood sacrifice. John's eyes blazed. Yes. But not of innocents. Criminals, volunteers, offerings like today. Gatherings. Festivals. Anything less will starve the trees. Anything less will doom the North. Glover rubbed his face. Gods help us. The boy speaks like a greenseer from the age of heroes. Umber muttered. And maybe that's the bloody point. Ned's eyes were sharp on John. These rites died for a reason. John met his father's gaze evenly. They died because we forgot. If they stay dead, the North will wither. I will not allow that, but I am only one person. For this to work, it must start with all of you. Silence fell heavy over the room. Glover was the one to break it, voice low. If the North is in danger, pretending otherwise won't save us. Even Umber grunted. Can't deny what we saw. The gods chose the boy. John swallowed, lifting his chin. They did not choose me, he said. They chose the North. I am merely the first to listen. Over the next few days, the tale of how the old gods had eagerly accepted John's offering and the power that had answered him spread through the town like wildfire. By nightfall, all 50,000 northerners gathered in Winter Town for the festival had heard it. Some dismissed it as drunken gossip. But as John returned to the heart tree each morning and repeated his offering, much to his father's deepening disapproval, no one could deny the evidence before their eyes. The once wilting tree now seemed almost to glow with life, its bark bright and full, its branches stretching higher. By the second day it had grown a handspan, by the third it had risen nearly a foot. By then, others had begun offering their own sacrifices. None were favored as John was, but the wind seemed to kiss their cheeks in gentle acknowledgement, and that alone was enough to stir awe. Your son is blessed by the old gods. Nobles and commoners alike told his father, who accepted the words with a conflicted, tight-lipped nod. At first, John hadn't understood the look on his father's face. True, the lords had raised questions about whether John's closeness with the gods was a challenge to Rob's claim, but he had dismissed those worries. Surely his father did not think him as a genuine threat to his brother. Then, on the 5th day of the festival, someone burned down the Winterfell. September. Notes. Looks like John might have started a bit of a religious conflict. Also, I can't believe we're almost 40k words in and magic is just now being used other than John's accidental warging. Over the next few chapters, I plan to really explore the magic and we'll learn more about John's friends. I don't normally do OC, so let me know what you think. I've taken a bit of a break to go back and edit the previous chapters. I'm writing this in real time and I noticed that my timeline and some of my facts were inconsistent. I think in chapter 3 I said Brandon the Builder was born centuries after the first king's arrival, and then suddenly he was his son, so I've fixed it so he's not his son, just a descendant. Also, my tendency for run-on sentences was irritating even me, so I tried to fix that. Most of the changes are just editing and minor word changes, so no need to go back and reread if you don't want to. The biggest change is I created the dreams mentioned in chapter 5 if anyone's interested but doesn't want to reread the whole thing. Thanks for reading heart. Chapter 17. And the Flame. Notes. John has started something of a religious conflict in the North. In his defense, it was an accident. But you know what they say, no guts no glory. This won't be the last time John ruffles some feathers. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. The next day, Torwin met him at their spot in the Wolf's Wood just after sunrise. That was quite the show. Torwin slouched against a tree, his face turned down to cast shadows across his expression, but it couldn't hide the bruises. The other boy was 2 years older than John, but half a foot shorter and several stones lighter. His hair was the color of pale gold, making him stand out from most northerners. Like John, his features were more delicate than the typical bold hard lines northerners were known for. Instead of a long face, square jaw and deep-set eyes, Torwin and John were all cheekbones, pouty mouths, and large eyes. At least Torowin's were grey, but John knew the other boy had endured more harassment than John would likely see in his life. Not bloody likely. "We've got cocksucker lips, best keep your teeth sharp," Torowin had once told him, his grey eyes gleaming with bloodlust, and John realized he'd finally met someone who matched his crazy. They'd been inseparable ever since. Rob was inconsolable for weeks after finding out about Torowin, but John had berated him for being jealous over John's friends when Theon Bloody Greyjoy stuck to Rob's side all the time. Rob had begrudgingly given up, but would hold on to a petty rivalry with the other boy for years to come. "Show me." John's tone left no room for arguments. Torowin hesitated before stepping into the sunlight. His grey eyes, darkened with bruises, met John's steady gaze. Both Torowin's eyes were black and swollen, his lip was split, a cut on his cheek, his temple, bruises around his neck, peeking out from under his tunic. He took a deep breath, calming the fire that surged inside him. Torowin waited, having a seat on a fallen log while John wrestled with some bloodlust of his own. "Say the word, and I'll kill your father," John told his friend as he slathered bruise cream and healing ointment on Torowin's face, feeding sparks of magic into them in order to boost their properties. The magic came easier than ever. John's connection to the magic had been deeper and easier since connecting with the winter town Weirwood, and John was able to differentiate the threads tying him to both Weirwoods and the mostly sleeping Winterfell volcano. And end up in a whorehouse. "No thanks," Torowin barked a laugh, wincing as the action pulled on his injured ribs. "I can protect you," John promised, and pulled on the two threads of the Weirwoods to consciously make his eyes flicker white, a new trick he'd been learning. "I can't live under your shadow forever," Torowin grimaced as John wrapped blood silk bandages around his ribs, the magic forcibly aligning any loose rib fragments and accelerating the healing process. "Not my shadow, my second," John promised, and Torowin looked at him with wide eyes. "You would choose me as your second? What about your siblings?" Torowin's voice wavered, and John shrugged. "My place is by their side for now, but Rob's future is here, while mine lies beyond the walls, carrying out his will and strengthening the North," John said, nodding vaguely toward Winterfell. "We'll walk different lanes, separate, but never apart. Each of my siblings must follow their own path," John stated, and Torowin contemplated John's answer. "It would be a shame to hide that pretty face by making you travel alone," Torowin admitted, and John rolled his eyes as he righted the other boy's clothes. "I couldn't ask for a better companion," John smiled, and Torowin made an annoyed face at him. "Must you use that face to charm everyone you meet?" "I'm already yours, this is just excessive," the blonde complained, and John laughed, his smile stretched wide as the older boy groused. "So, what did you think of my show?" John asked, humming innocently, and Torowin gave him a pointed look. "You put yourself at serious risk, John. Antagonizing the faith, it's only a matter of time before word spreads, and it wouldn't be the first time the faith militant rose against a threat to their stone gods. They could." Torowin worried, and John placed his hands over the other boys. "Torowin, even if the faith militant reformed, they would be extremely remiss in coming for me here. I'm safe, I promise." John's eyes flickered with power, seeming to almost pulse, the color wavering, lightening, a circle of gold spreading along his iris. Then John blinked, and it was like nothing had ever happened. "Whatever may come, I'll stand with you," Torowin promised, his eyes rolling back as he watched, and suddenly over 24 rats crawled out of the woodwork, their eyes eerily focused on John as they awaited a command from the other warg. Yesterday, Torowin could have summoned maybe 5 or 6 rats, John realized. Healing the Wintertown Weirwood isn't just helping John, it was healing the North. To make matters worse, the old god seemed to have a sense of humor, because when the rubble was finally cleared, a tiny Weirwood sapling was discovered growing in the ashes of the ruined September. Lady Stark, who had been inching toward something resembling civility with John, became nearly intolerable after what she called the disrespect shown to her faith. And, shockingly, she blamed John. Truthfully, John understood her plight, but she acted as if John had personally lit the September alight. He hadn't, just to be clear. John could tolerate her anger. What worried him was Sansa. She had begun to mimic her mother's coldness, placing a polite, painful distance between them, one that John feared might never be bridged again. The conversation they had the day the sapling was found hadn't gone especially well. The day after the fire, Sansa found John in the gallery overlooking the training yard. Her steps were light, precise, too practiced for a girl her age. The faint smell of ash lingered in the air, carried on a soft wind drifting up from the courtyard below. "John," she said, voice stiff but polite. "Mother says we're to stay away town today, it's not safe right now." John kept his gaze on the yard, the rhythmic clatter of wooden swords and shields below filling the space between them. Since the September burned, the change in the magic had become impossible to ignore. John could feel the faint pulsing of the magic in the earth as sure as he could feel the warmth of the sun on his skin. "I wasn't planning on going," he said quietly, his tone calm, neutral, though his mind raced with thought. "Oh." Silence stretched thin and tense. "You've been avoiding me," John said finally, not accusing, simply stating the truth. Sangza's fingers twisted in her sleeves. The soft fabric rustled quietly under her hands. "Mother says it's improper to be seen with you right now." After the September, her voice faltered, a tremor barely noticeable. John turned to her. "Do you believe me responsible?" Shame, uncertainty, and then stubborn resolve passed across her face. "I don't know," she said. "I don't think you did it personally, but—" "John, everyone saw the old gods answer your prayer. And the September burning was one thing, but the sapling. Mother is furious, and people are whispering. Septamordun says it's blasphemy." It hurt more than he expected, but he wasn't surprised. Sangza was still young, only 6 days old, and she idolized her mother. When Lady Stark had grown tolerant of his presence over the last several months, Sangza had allowed herself to grow closer to John, but now, with her mother convinced he was an heretic of the Seven and about to bring the fury of the faith militant down on her family, she was distancing herself once more. John knew his sister was caught between them and he couldn't bring himself to regret a thing. John's lips curved into a faint, unrepentant smile. "Most of the North knows what I did was right. They saw the heart tree flourish. They've seen what the old gods can do when we honor them." Sangza's voice rose. "Right. How can you say that is right? The September, people pray there. You've incited violence against the gods. You're changing, John, you're dangerous." Sangza's outrage wilted, and she simply looked lost. "I am changing," John said evenly. "And yes, I'm dangerous, but only to those who would see the North weakened, afraid, powerless. I will not hide what I did. I will not apologize for the old gods answering me. And most of the North agrees." "You don't understand." Sangza snapped, stepping closer. "You're dividing the North. What will the South think of us disrespecting the Seven? This could bring more trouble than you know." John shook his head slowly, calm and unwavering. "The North isn't divided, it's waking. People are remembering what they've forgotten. Whatever price I must pay will be worth it to see the North healed. If the South comes seeking blood, I'll face their scorn with northern judgment." Sangza took an instinctive step back at the look on his face. The clang of swords below cut through the silence. Sangza hesitated, torn between lingering and obeying her mother's commands. I should go," she whispered, stepping back, her skirts swishing against the stone floor. Her gaze lingered on him one last time, a mixture of awe, fear, and unspoken questions. John didn't stop her. When she vanished around the corner, John exhaled quietly. Shoulders squared, chest tight, not with regret, but with awareness. He turned back to the yard, the clang of swords still ringing, the tang of ash lingering in the air, the faint warmth of the morning sun brushing his face. He felt the weight of the North behind him, the silent support of the people who had seen what he had done, and the quiet, electric hum of the old god's power still thrumming beneath his skin. For a moment, the world felt impossibly large and impossibly lonely, the weight of what had passed pressing silently on his heart. He did not regret what he had done. He could not. John had to believe Sangza would come around, but he couldn't allow fears of disappointing her stop him from making the moves necessary to strengthen the North. Years later, John would look back on this moment with new eyes. Sangza had always struggled with her place in the new North he and his siblings were carving out. She'd always felt more isolated than even John, her bastard brother, as far as she knew. This experience, and the ones that would follow it, would set her on her path. It would take time, but a direwolf always found their way home. Time might repair his relationship with Sangza, but it would never change what he believed: the North must come first. Of course, the current political situation wasn't quite as simple as John made it out to be. John, while I appreciate your devotion to the old gods, your actions have upset the balance. His father looked deeply uncomfortable to be having this conversation with John, and John shared his sentiments. What balance was that? I wasn't aware the North openly acknowledged a second faith. John crossed his arms over his chest, and Lady Stark's expression tightened in displeasure, turning her usually pretty face severe. The North is a part of the Seven Kingdoms, the rest of whom follow the faith of the Seven. Your actions have sparked a rebellion against the faith. You. Lady Stark seemed to visibly collect herself, biting back whatever insult itched at her, partially due to the hard stare father was giving her. Cat, if you need a moment to yourself. Father's words implied an offer, but his tone was an order for Lady Stark to see herself out. Thank you, husband. Lady Stark demurred, and swept from the room with more force than was likely polite. Once she was gone, some of the tension seemed to drain from his father, and John felt a touch of guilt for foisting this mess on the man. But it's not like John had done any of this on purpose, and even if he had, it was working. It was the last day of the festival, and nearly every northerner above the age of 5 had offered a blood sacrifice to the Wintertown Heart Tree. Fire circles had started popping up, commoners and nobles alike mingling for the first time probably in their lives, singing, dancing, and drinking together. The heart tree had grown nearly 5 feet and its broken limbs were regrowing slowly but surely. With a sufficient sacrifice tonight which his father had agreed to, John was certain it would be enough to restore the heart tree to its former glory and wake the sleeping Liline beneath it. The Wintertown Liline was the only silver line within several days' ride of Winterfell. It was the only one within John's grasp at this age. John couldn't exactly leave Winterfell for several days at a time. His father would send guards after him, and this was the best chance he was ever going to get to wake it. John, do you realize what you've done? His father asked, and John nodded, all humor and playfulness fading as he shared a serious look with his father. I know you don't understand, but this is important. The Wintertown Heart Tree was fading, many others are as well, and restarting the sacrifices. John started, and his father's eyes narrowed on him. You mean to tell me you knew all that would happen? Father demanded, and John shifted guiltily. Well, not to that extent, but I knew there would be a visible reaction. John acknowledged, and his father sighed tiredly, slouching backways in his chair as he contemplated the situation. What's done cannot be undone, and I'm not even sure I would if I could. My decision to build the September has only weakened Catelyn's position as Lady Stark, and has cast your siblings in a poor light. I understood her reasons so raising them under both religions, but in light of what's happened, I won't rebuild, not after such a clear sign from the gods. But the South is not going to like this, father groused, and John gave him a sympathetic smile. Robb is still young, you have time to repair his reputation, John said, and his father's eyes sharpened on John. What is that supposed to mean? Ned asked, and John looked at his father. You can't have missed it. Most of the Northern Lords don't respect Robb. He'll have a hell of a time proving himself to them, especially if you happen to pass when he's still untested. My actions might have worsened that, an unfortunate side effect. John winced, and Ned rubbed a hand over his eyes. And what do you suggest? His father didn't seem to expect an answer out of John, but he offered one anyway. He needs deeper roots in the North. Turning away from the Seven and developing strong bonds with other Northern heirs would help. Right now his only friends are his bastard brother and the Ironborn heir. John grimaced. Too many. That's a worse sin than following the Seven. Beneath his Southron looks, Robb is everything a Northern heir should be, a strong warrior, a devoted son, a charismatic leader. He's personable, he makes friends with everyone. John groused on the last one. He's cunning without being greedy or cruel, and well-mannered without being pretentious. You just need to get his future peers to see that as well, John advised, and for a long moment his father studied him in shock. You've thought deeply on this, father stated, and John nodded. I've decided that I'm going to be the Roderick to his Torrhen, John stated, referring to the pair of Stark brothers, the king who knelt and the Red Wolf, who acted as his trusted advisor and right hand. I've thought a lot about what obstacles Robb might face, but I'm not sure how to help him, John admitted, and his father gave him a small smile. That's very honorable of you, John, his father complimented him, and John didn't want to ruin the moment by admitting he had no intention of acting honorable in defense of his family. Something told him that his father wouldn't appreciate his ruthless North-first mindset, nor his plans of rebellion against the Iron Throne. I try, John smiled, just a touch too sharp, but his father didn't seem to notice. That night, John was surprised by his father's request for John to lead the final offering. It was the eve of the new year, the last day of the year 292 AC, and John sensed that the coming year would bring untold surprises. Still, regardless of John's apparent closeness to the old gods, John had just turned 9. It was incredibly unprecedented for a bastard child no less, to lead the ceremony in place of Lord Stark. Surrounded by the largest gathering the North had seen in decades, at least 60,000 people had journeyed to Wintertown this year, some specifically to see John. He approached the Wintertown heart tree under their anticipating gazes, where a goat caught by John's own traps had been bound, and struggled fruitlessly against its bonds. Kneeling at the base of the tree, but out of range of any thrashing hooves, John began. Old gods who watch from root and shadow, hear us on this turning of the year. Accept this offering, given with clean hands and humble heart. May its spirit rise to your unseen halls. And may you, in your timeless wisdom, look kindly upon your children of the North. Grant us endurance through the year ahead, clarity in the paths we walk, and unity in the hearths we share. Share your strength with us as we step into the coming year, and we shall carry your guidance, steadfast as the iron wood. Unbroken as winter's will, John's voice echoed across the silent clearing, and then he brought the knife down into the goat's heart, sacrificing it and John's innocence in one blow. His father might not have understood the boon he'd given John by offering him this chance, but a first blood sacrifice, the first life taken by John's hands, was a powerful thing, and not just for the old gods. The power of this sacrifice would strengthen John's magic. The coming year would open John up to new avenues of power that hadn't been open to the North in thousands of years. Change was coming to the North, and John had just lit the flame. To make it worse, John's actions with the blood sacrifices and the threat he posed to Robb wasn't as easily dismissed as John thought. After the final offering, his father opened the Great Hall of Winterfell to nobles and commoners alike. While Lord Stark invited the other lords and their families to personally dine with him, commoners could approach for a plate, and any leftovers from the feast would go to Wintertown. At normal capacity, it would feed the town for possibly a week, but with all the visitors, they would be lucky to see 2 or 3 days of full bellies, but it was more than any Southron commoner would ever see from their lords. This is why the North is loyal to the Starks, John told Robb as they watched the lines of commoners lining up to be served their share, each plate a heaping pile that could likely keep them fed for days. You say that like I don't know. Robb nudged him with his elbow, and John smiled as he looked down at the crowd. You know, but I don't think you realize the extent. The North isn't pleased with Father right now. They resent him for kneeling to the Stag King. The lords might have accepted his decision, but when winter comes they will be safe and warm behind the walls of their keeps. They won't watch their children wither and die. Their elders won't become winter wolves. It's the commoners, the true Northerners, who bear the brunt of the decisions of the nobility. In the South, they might have rioted, but here, they know that when the South turn their backs on them, the Starks will stand with them. John looked at Robb with sharp eyes, no matter what John stressed, and Robb studied John's expression. Why are you telling me this? Robb asked seriously, and John bit his lip, torn between telling Robb the cold hard truth and protecting his brother's soft heart a little longer. Because some of them questioned. John hesitated, and Robb's eyes closed in resignation. If I am more Southron than not, Robb sighed, and John made an aborted motion to correct Robb, but it was true. You will prove them wrong, but it's important that you understand the obstacles you face. If the gods are good, Father will live until we are both old and withered, but with the South dragging us into a new bloody war every few years, it's not likely. John's eye rolled scornfully, and Robb nudged him gently. So what would you have me do? Robb asked, and John nodded down at the crowds. One day, you will be Lord of Winterfell and people will demand things of you, and I know you will want to help them. But your actions don't just affect you. The North must come first, regardless of how many Southrons come begging for handouts. The betterment of our people is paramount, John told him, and Robb raised a teasing eyebrow. Our people plan to rule beside me as my lady. You're certainly pretty enough. Robb laughed as John threw his goblet at his head, and darted back into the halls of Winterfell, an irate John hot on his heels. In the alcove they'd just left, several northern lords contemplated what they'd just overheard, and the boy who'd said it. Each of them had weathered their share of storms. They could sense change coming and knew in their bones, Jon Snow would be at the head of it. The question they wondered, would he be at his brother's side? or in his place. Notes. I really struggled with Jon's conversation with Sansa, for some reason it just wasn't flowing the way I wanted. I find writing their interactions the hardest. Catelyn's acceptance of Jon hits a snag after the burning of the September. As I mentioned before, her character development will have ups and downs and she won't always be Jon's biggest fan. Considering to her at least he incited an attack on her religion, I felt she wouldn't exactly be happy with him. Do you think her actions reasonable? Unreasonable? It's entirely up to you. As always, thank you for reading and let me know in the comments what you think. Heart heart heart. Chapter 18, Thriving. Notes. In the aftermath of the offering, the political landscape of the North is shifting. Some lords would see Jon in Robb's place instead. Will jealousy and envy poison Jon and Robb's relationship? What will be the consequences of this shift? Thanks for reading. Heart heart heart. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. Jon and Robb rejoined the feast as if they had never left, though eyes followed them all the same. Winterfell's great hall glowed gold with torchlight. The long tables were crowded, not only with food but with people packed shoulder to shoulder, their laughter and conversation rising like heat. Steaming breaths drifted upward toward the dark rafters, softening the carved beams into shadow. Outside, the night was cold enough to give a man dragon's breath. Inside, it was warm enough that men shrugged off their cloaks and women loosened their shawls, the air thick with roasted meat, spiced wine, and northern ale. The hall roared with laughter, music, dancing, none of the Southron pageantry. This dancing was unstructured and free. The songs boomed like war cries, retelling the battles that had shaped the North. The clatter of cups and trenchers filled the spaces between drumbeats and stamping boots, a steady percussion beneath the revelry. And beneath it all, magic pulsed. According to the Journal of Tywin Stark, one of the last Winter Mags, who had lived nearly 4,000 years prior, the closing ceremony was traditionally held at the last dusk. Jon's father had never heard of the practice when Jon told him, but had no issue moving the ceremony to before the feast, rather than after, as custom had drifted to since. Jon was glad for the change, because in the thick of the hall he could feel the magic of the gathering was building and building like a storm. It tasted of power and possibility, cutting through him like a brisk wind. It would continue rising until midnight, and then, something would happen. Tywin's journal hadn't been clear on what exactly, only that the gathering would be closed with a gift. Winterfell felt alive, solid, immovable, protective. Jon soaked it in and for a moment he let himself relax. For a time, the revelry buzzed contentedly like a purring shadow cat, but as the ale flowed and tongues loosened, the harmony of the feast began to sour. Laughter turned sharp. Voices rose. And then, like a knife slipping between ribs, a commotion tore through the hall. It began with Lord Tallheart's steward, a broad man with a blotchy red face, slamming his cup onto the table hard enough to send mead splashing. "I'm saying what half the hall is already thinking," he declared, swaying only slightly. "The gods chose the boy, not the young wolf." The words dropped like a stone into still water. Robb stiffened at Jon's side. Jon froze mid-bite, heart kicking against his ribs. Across the hall, Lord Cleesewin's sworn man answered immediately, voice sharp as broken ice. "Chosen." He bled into the roots and the tree woke up. Strange things happen in the Godswood. That doesn't make him heir to Winterfell. "I didn't say heir," the steward shot back, though the glint in his eye said he very much meant it. "I said favored. There's a difference. Not to a house that worships the old gods," someone else barked. Voices surged. Chairs scraped violently. Every conversation in the hall pivoted at once, like hounds scenting blood. "Robb is Ned Stark's son," a Sewin man protested. "So is Snow," growled a Ryswell retainer. Jon felt his stomach drop. This wasn't supposed to happen. His actions with the Heart Tree were supposed to strengthen the North. He never meant to put Robb's claim in question. How could Jon fix this? "Oh gods," Jon whispered, too quiet for anyone but Robb to hear. They all knelt, someone shouted. The whole square. "That wasn't for Lord Stark's true-born lad. That's madness," a Glover man spat. "He's a child." And so were half the green seers in the tales. "At least the Snow Boy looks like a northerner," someone Jon didn't know called out, the words carrying like a poison cloud in the air. John rose to his feet, surprise and fear vanished as anger urged him forwards. Rob, sitting to his right at the high table, grabbed his shoulder, stopping John from throwing himself into the crowd to set them right, preferably with his fists. Tor Owen appeared at his left, grabbing his other shoulder, and both boys forcibly holding John back, ignoring the glare John sent their way. Enough. Lady Stark bit out, Rob is the heir of the North, not some bastard regardless of how many trees he plants. He will not usurp my son's claim. Lady Stark snarled. I agree, John said. Silence fell around their table like snow. Pardon. John swallowed, throat dry, but gently shrugged Rob and Tor Owen off as he stepped forwards, drawing every eye in the hall to him. I will not abide these allegations against my character. Many of you might think I intended to betray my brother, perhaps because blood and kin mean so little to you that you assume I am equally immoral, or you think that it is in the sinful nature of bastards. John sneered the last words mockingly, but you are wrong. I have no desire to be Lord of Winterfell, and even if I did, I would not turn against my blood like a common southerner. John called, his voice carrying over the crowd. Some looked disbelieving, others approving, a select few disappointed. John would watch those ones closely over the next few years. The whole shifted, attention snapping to him, to Rob, to Ned. Words are air, boy, Lord Sewin said bluntly. How are we to know you speak truth? We cannot allow questions of Rob's right to linger. And what do you suggest? Someone scoffed. Send the boy away. Hide him. That won't anger the old gods at all. Arguments erupted anew, shouting, snarling, accusations tossed like daggers. Enough. Lord Stark commanded, rising, but John stepped forward before he could speak, chin lifted, heart pounding. I will swear a vow, John declared. The hall stilled. John, Ned began, but turned to his right, fixing his gaze on Rob, who looked equally surprised and resigned. You remember our lessons, John said softly, when I was angry that the Northern Lords stopped taking proper vows. Rob blinked. Yes. How can I condemn a failing I won't correct myself? I will swear upon the old gods that I will never usurp your claim, that you will have my support until neither of us draw breath. That I will stand between you and danger. Always. A murmur rippled through the hall. Are you certain, boy? Lord Tallheart pressed. The gods clearly favor you. As their champion, perhaps. But not as their heir, John said. Rob Stark will be my liege lord. I will not turn from him. You don't have to, Rob insisted, voice rough with feeling. I trust you with my life. And I you, John answered, soft for a moment, then as harder as Valyrian steel, but I will not allow whispers of treachery to divide the North. You are the heir of Winterfell, I wouldn't say no to a holding of my own one day, but I would sooner slit my own throat than take yours with bloody hands. Rob exhaled, the tension draining from his shoulders. Then I accept. No. The word cracked across the hall like an iron gate slamming shut. John turned to his father. I will not allow a child to bind himself with vows, Lord Stark said, his face carved in lines of winter-hard resolve. You will have a lifetime for such promises. But not now. Father. No, Ned's voice didn't rise, yet the entire hall stilled around it. The old gods have shown you favor. We will not answer that favor with fear or suspicion. I trust you. I trust your brother. And I will not force vows from a boy to soothe the pride of grown men. John clenched his jaw. There was much he wished to say. Too much. Not here. Not in front of all these eyes. I don't want my actions with the heart tree or any future actions to give the wrong impression, he insisted. A vow would silence rumors. Rumors will spread regardless, Ned said. Your vow would be twisted, studied, doubted. Only your actions will prove your intentions. John breathed out slowly. When I turn 6 and 10, then. If it is still needed. Some of the tension in the hall eased, like a tightening rope slowly loosening. Now that's settled, Lord Umber bellowed, raising his cup, let's get on with the bloody feast. Laughter broke uneven and brittle, but real enough to stitch the whole back together. The music resumed. Winterfell exhaled. But John felt every gaze still lingering on him, and knew nothing had truly been settled at all. The festival concluded well into the new year. After the feast, the inhabitants of Winterfell spilled into the castle grounds, nobles and commoners mingling freely as fire circles sprang to life and songs echoed through the courtyards. Finally escaping the chaos, it seemed everyone wished to claim a piece of him that night. Jon made his way to the quiet of the courtyard, only to find Lord Manderley waiting on a stone bench, as if he had known exactly where Jon would go. "Come, sit." "My knees ache," the Lord said, patting the bench with a soft grunt. Jon sat. Manderley's voice, when he spoke, was low. "You have a way of inspiring devotion, I can see why your gods chose you." Jon's stomach tightened. "As I said before, I have no interest in threatening my brother's claim. I've no interest in Winterfell. Just because they didn't choose you to usurp your brother, does not mean they don't have plans for you, and I find myself very curious about where these plans will take you." Lord Manderley stated, and Jon fell silent. "I'm a fisherman, Snow, I've weathered more storms than you can fathom, I know the feel of a changing tide like my own mother's face. I know you will herald such change." "Sometimes change is good," Jon stated, and Lord Manderley smiled. "I agree." He turned, fixing Jon with a surprisingly sharp look. "If the North must change, I would see House Manderley at your side. Not behind you. Not against you. With you." Jon blinked. "I haven't asked anything of you." "No," Manderley said, standing with effort. "But someday you might. And I'd rather be the first to offer loyalty, not the last." He waddled away humming, leaving Jon staring after him in stunned silence. "Jon!" Robb called, and Jon looked up to see his brother staring after Lord Manderley, his expression unreadable. "Robb," Jon started, rising from the bench. "Why didn't you tell me what you planned?" Robb asked, voice sharp. "You would have stopped me," Jon admitted, and Robb's glare deepened. "Jon!" Robb scolded, and Jon huffed, unfazed. "I had to do this, Robb. I told you when we mended things that there are some things I must keep from you. This was one of them," Jon implored. Robb's shoulders finally dropped, the tension easing slightly. "You've just painted a target on your back. Some of these men, some of these lords will see you as a threat. And he stopped, drew a deep breath, then softened. "I can't protect you from everyone. Not the lords, not the South, and certainly not some fool with ambition. I don't want to see you hurt, Jon." "I know," Jon said quietly, "but sometimes we don't have a choice. If it helps the North, it will be worth the risk." Robb ran a hand roughly through his red hair, worry still etched across his features. "Jon, you don't have to face this alone. As you've made abundantly clear, I'm your future liege lord, but more importantly I'm your brother. Your battles are my battles, and you are out of your mind if you think I would let the lords, the faith, the crown, or even our family harm you. Whatever connection you hold to the gods, what magics you unearth, I'll stand with you." Jon's lips curved into a small, wry smile. "And I would do the same for you. Always. Even if it means risking my own life." Robb let out a heavy breath. "Just promise me you'll be careful. Don't push too far, too fast. The North hasn't seen someone like you in thousands of years, some might fear you before they understand you." His voice lowered. "But I do understand you. And I won't lose my brother to ambition. Or pride. Or anything else." Jon reached out, resting a hand on Robb's shoulder. "You won't. Together, we'll protect the North, and each other." Robb's blue eyes softened, a mix of relief and lingering fear shining through. "Together," he echoed, and for the first time that night, a small, genuine smile tugged at his lips. They lingered in the courtyard, side by side, firelight flickering across their faces, shadows of both duty and danger stretching long into the night, but now, at least, neither would face it alone. Jon felt the night weigh on him as he made his way to his chambers. The offering, the feast, the conversation with Lord Manderley and Robb, all pressed on his mind, heavy yet threaded with hope for the future. For too long, he had worried over how he was meant to herald change, save magic, strengthen the North, alone. But now, he realized he wasn't. The lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. Jon had forgotten that. No more. He wasn't alone. The fate of the North did not rest solely on his shoulders, though a significant portion of it did, but between Jon, his siblings, his father, his friends, and the other like-minded lords, he felt surer in his plans for the North than ever. True, there would be those who whispered about his place, who tried to push him to challenge Robb. But so long as those who mattered paid no heed, Jon could live with the whispers. For now, all he wanted was his bed, some peace and quiet. Of course, that was too much to ask. Snow. The voice slid out of the darkness, soft, unhurried, uninflected. Roose Bolton stepped from behind a pillar as if he had always been there, waiting. "My lord," Jon said, masking the instinctive tension that rippled beneath his skin. "You drew eyes today, Jon Snow. The kind men remember." His voice didn't rise, didn't sharpen, yet something in it curled like a hook. Bolton studied him a moment longer, then spoke with the softness of a whisper through dry reeds. "Tell me, Snow. Do you truly mean to raise the North to glory again, and if so, under what banner?" "The direwolf," Jon said firmly. "Always." "Which direwolf?" Bolton murmured. "There are many. My support of Robb is not as blind as others might think. My loyalty to the North too resolute, and I support Robb because I know he will be what is best for the North. He'll be a far better lord than me." Jon's expression was hard, his words unwavering. Roose's expression didn't change, only his eyes sharpened. "Are you certain? Magic answers you. The old gods stirred for you alone. The people saw." He leaned closer, and Jon felt truly small. Jon's breath caught, but Bolton pressed on, unhurried. "You could be dangerous, if you wished," he said. "Men will fear you. Some will follow you. Whether you want it or not." His voice barely rose above the cold wind. "I am a Stark," Jon said, lifting his chin. "We keep our oaths. I will not challenge Robb." "A bastard Stark," Bolton corrected, pronouncing it without heat or mockery, as if reciting a fact from a ledger. "Bound to no inheritance. With no duties except those you choose." He tipped his head. "Sometimes the most dangerous men are those free of consequence." Jon's fingers curled. Bolton's eyes flicked to the fist, noting it like a man observing weather. He stepped back a pace, face unreadable. "If you ever decide the North needs more, if you seek to shape it, guide it, claim a place beyond what birth gave you," Bolton's eyes gleamed faintly, a shard of moonlight in a pond of milk, "you will find that some men will support you, and some will stand in your way." Jon said nothing. Bolton inclined his head, the gesture almost courtly. "Best pray," he murmured, "that I am not among the later." Bolton's warning was not an idle threat. Jon knew the North held its share of ambition, envy, and old grudges, and there would be men who sought power, and some who might see him as a stepping stone, or an obstacle. But he also knew which eyes mattered, whose trust and loyalty he had earned. That knowledge gave him strength. His friends, his siblings, the small network of allies who understood the weight of the North's magic, its old ways, and its need for renewal. Jon let out a long breath, letting the night air carry away the cold chill Bolton had left behind. The danger was real, yes, but so was the strength of the pack around him. The lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. He had not only remembered that tonight, he had felt it in his bones. And with the pack at his back, he could face whatever shadowed corridors and whispered threats awaited him. But, Jon thought with a wry smirk as he entered his chambers, why merely survive when you can thrive? Notes. I was really on the fence about the Lord Manderley scene. He's always been very loyal to the Starks in canon, and I can't see that changing. But he's a businessman at heart, so I can also see him being very curious about Jon's potential. I guess you could argue that supporting Jon wouldn't be a betrayal of the Starks per se, as he didn't specifically say he wanted to see Jon as Lord of Winterfell, just that he'd like to be allies with Jon. Let me know in the comments what you think. Chapter 19, Snow-Kissed. Summary. Jon ventures into Wintertown and feels the weight of his new reputation as the Snow-Kissed. After his actions in Wintertown, Jon is forced to confront the broader responsibility of his gifts, and begins to see how his magic could serve the North not just in battle, but in healing and strengthening the land itself. Notes. Author note. Hello all, sorry I've been AWOL for a couple months. I took a break to focus on my exams back in December and found I've had a hard time getting back into this story. I'm still not super happy with this one. I was hoping to flesh out my OCs a bit more as they still feel pretty flat to me, but it was getting way too long. I've got 3 or 4 chapters half written after this one that I'm excited to get finished so you guys can read them, but I'm drowning in classwork so I'm not sure when I'll have them done. Thank you all for your patience and kind comments. Hopefully I'll have more for you guys soon, but for now I hope you enjoy this chapter heart. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. 2 weeks after the gathering, John's made his first trip into Wintertown since everything. It had been eventful. John met Torwin and Rosa there, the two making the short journey from their village while the twins and Wulfric were busy with work. Wulfric on his family's farm and the twins with Maestlewin, who had recently taken the twins on as assistants after witnessing their affinity for ravens. As the bastard of Lord Stark, John had previously enjoyed a relatively anonymity. The people knew who he was, they respected him because he was favored by his father and Robb, but they also saw him as somewhat of an equal, so the people didn't bow to him as they would them. Now, the people saw him as something new. They'd had other lords, but there hadn't been anyone like John in living memory. He'd been marked as a chosen of the old gods, had shown the North that magic still persisted in the Stark bloodlines, and demonstrated a fervent loyalty to both the North and the Starks, at times even bordering on treasonous against the crown. He was their champion. Their chosen. John wanted no part of it. For the most part, the people kept a respectful distance, but John felt their eyes regardless. He felt it in the way men straightened as he passed, in the way women bowed their heads not deeply, not as they would to father, but with a quiet, instinctive deference that made his skin itch beneath his furs. One little girl clutched a carved wooden wolf, the edges worn smooth. "That's him. That's the Snowkist," she cried, too loudly. Snowkist. He had heard the name already from the Northern Lords, and whispers had followed him since in the yard, carried on the wind between servants and guards who thought he did not listen. He had hoped it would fade. It had not. The only saving grace was that there was no whispers of usurpation, and Robb faced no backlash from the people in the face of John's newfound infamy. Indeed, most of the townspeople observed the tight bond between the two brothers and spoke nothing but praise for the young lordling that had more reason than most to mistrust his bastard brother. It wouldn't be unexpected for an elder brother to extend only barbs to a young, more successful sibling, even a true-born one. But instead Robb had embraced their Snowkist with open hands, if not hovered protectively over John when strangers got too close. John made no secret that he thought the admiration misplaced. He was under no illusion that the old gods had chosen him because he was a just and noble person. His connection to them was merely a matter of blood and magic. But the people didn't care. A gift for the Snowkist, one merchant had told him when John had tried to refuse his gift of a leather dagger sheath. "The old gods demand no tribute, and neither do I," John said quietly. "I am 9 days old. I neither claim to be a Kern or a White Knight. Keep your flowery words for yourself." John's tone had hovered on the edge of sharp, but he wasn't going to accept kneeling and groveling from the people of the North. Everything he's done has been to better the North, not demand worship in return. "The old gods," the man had gone on, lowering his voice as if speaking in a god's wood rather than a market stall, "they were never gentle. Winter's not gentle. Why would their chosen be?" John had not known how to answer that. And as much as he misliked the reverence, he couldn't bring himself to regret his actions. Since the gathering, his connection to them had grown and strengthened beyond anything he'd ever expected. Now, several days since the gathering, and the ley lines, still weak but growing stronger with each day, thrummed beneath the town. He felt them in every step, their currents brushing against him, whispering through the soil and stones, their touch soft as silk. He turned the sheath over in his hands now as he walked with Rosa and Torwin at his sides, the leather thick and well-oiled, stitched with a dire wolf's head worked in dark thread. It had been fine work, too fine for a simple gift. "I didn't want this," John said quietly. Torwin snorted from John's right eye. "Well, wanting's got little to do with it now, Snowkist." John shot him a look. "Don't start." "I'm not," Torwin said easily. "Just saying what is." "I didn't do it for reverence," he said, more to himself than to them. Rosa nodded once. "That's why it means something." She gestured with her chin toward the market behind them. "They're not bowing because you asked. They're bowing because they've decided you're worth bowing to." "That's worse," John muttered. "I don't want them kneeling, or calling me chosen. I'm 9. Whatever Rosa was about to say was interrupted when a boy no older than Arya darted forward suddenly, thrusting something upward. John stiffened before he could stop himself. It was only a charm, 3 tiny weirwood beads strung on a leather cord. "For luck," the boy said, eyes wide. "Mama says the trees hear you now." John crouched slowly so he wasn't looming. "They hear everyone," he said, keeping his voice gentle. "You don't need me for that." The boy shook his head fiercely. "Not like you." John had no answer for that either. He accepted the charm because refusing felt crueler than taking it, but as he did, his eyes caught the rash covering the side of the boy's neck and disappearing under his furs. The skin blackened and inflamed. Frost scale, John recognized. A skin infection, a less deadly and contagious cousin of grayscale that had adapted to the North's climate. It was rarely fatal provided one had access to the treatment of a skilled maester, and even with it frequently left terrible scarring. "How about a trade instead?" John said, offering the boy a small smile. He pulled a small container of healing salve from his bag, the final version of one of the recipes he'd been experimenting with from the vault that he had been using on the welts on Torwin's back that the other boy had neglected to mention until after they were infected. The boy accepted it with a bright smile. "Thank you." He didn't even look at what lay within. Then, the next day, the boy's mother arrived at the gates of Winterfell. John only learned of it when a kennel runner came skidding into the yard, breath steaming in the cold. "There's a woman asking for you, Lord," the boy blurted. "At the gate. Says you gave her son medicine." John stilled where he stood beside Robb. For half a heartbeat, he feared something had gone wrong, that the salve had worsened the infection, that the frost scale had spread, that his experimenting had cost a child his life. He was already moving before the runner finished speaking. Robb fell into step beside him without needing to be asked. Theon joined them a moment later, curiosity plain on his face. "Well, Snowkissed," he drawled as they crossed the yard, boots crunching over old snow, "you've started drawing petitioners now. Should we have a throne brought out for you?" John shot him a flat look but didn't slow. He spotted them the moment they came through the inner gate. The boy stood close to his mother's side, bundled in patched wool, eyes wide as he stared up at Winterfell's stone towers. His mother looked the opposite. Her body tight with nerves, shoulders hunched as though she expected to be turned away at any moment. John's gaze went immediately to the boy's neck. He closed the distance without preamble. "May I?" he asked, already crouching so he wouldn't loom. The mother nodded quickly, relief and anxiety warring across her face. John reached out carefully, turning the boy's chin toward the winter light. Where the day before the flesh had been blackened and inflamed, now the skin lay pink and healing. The swelling had gone down, the infection had retreated to faint, peeling edges instead of spreading rot. John let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "It doesn't hurt?" he asked. The boy shook his head eagerly. "No, Lord. It don't itch neither." "Good." The salve had drawn the corruption out faster than he'd hoped. He filed the observation away automatically. The ratio of weirwood ash to pine resin had been correct after all. The salve worked on Torwin's welts, but frost scale was an entirely different beast, so it was good to know it worked so well. In hindsight, it had been foolish to offer the boy the salve without knowing the full effects the magical salve would have on the disease. Thankfully it had ended well, but John wouldn't be making such decisions in haste again. The boy's mother dropped into a hurried curtsy. "My lord, I came to thank you. You saved my boy." John had no ready answer to that. She fumbled inside her shawl and drew out a small cloth bundle. "It's not much, but it's honest coin. I've smoked meats besides, if you'd." John shook his head immediately. "No payment." "My lord, please." It was a trade, he reminded her, lifting his wrist slightly. The weirwood bead charm hung there now, looped securely in leather. "I've already been paid." Her eyes fell to the charm, and whatever argument she'd prepared faltered. Emotion welled up so suddenly she had to look down. "No price could ever repay what you've given me," she whispered. John ignored that, uncomfortable with her gratitude, and turned his attention back to the boy. "You'll use the salve twice a day," he said. "Thin layer. Don't scratch, even if it peels." The boy nodded with fierce seriousness. "Yes, Lord. And if it darkens again, you come to the castle." Straight to the Maester or me? The mother inhaled sharply. You'd see him again. John frowned faintly, confused by the question. Of course. Why wouldn't he? Hadn't he shown by now that the gifts of the old gods, it was no mistake, both magic and the old gods were tied to the weirwood trees, which came first mattered little to him when both grew stronger together, wasn't reserved for the nobility. For all they knew, John's mother could be a commoner, his closest friends were commoners. It didn't take a Maester to realize that John was the closest the North had come to a weir touched in nearly 5,000 years, and Torwin, Rosa, Wulfric and the twins were shaping up to be his apostles. Their connection to the old gods and magic was only surpassed by John himself. The silence that followed felt different from the market's whispers. Heavier. Warmer. Then the woman stepped forward. John tensed slightly, unsure of her intent, but she did not kneel. Instead, she took his gloved hand between both of hers. Her palms were rough and work-worn, but steady as the grave. "May the trees guard you as you guarded my son," she said softly. John went very still. That was not a blessing one gave a stranger in thanks, that was a blessing given to the green men, of which John was not. All he knew of the old gods devoted came from Old Nan. Even the journals of the Kings of Winter never went into much detail that couldn't be found in any history book. When she released him, he did not pull away. He only watched as she gathered her boy close again, and they let the guards guide them back toward the outer yard. The boy waved once before disappearing through the gate. John's hand lingered where she'd held it. He could still feel the pressure of her grip through the leather. Could still feel the weight of the charm at his wrist. He looked at the healing child walking away whole, and was reminded of the possibly thousands of books laying in the vault deep beneath their feet that contained untold remedies and unknown solutions. John hadn't even thought of what giving the boy that salve might mean for him, what many of the recipes he'd flipped past could do for the people of the North. It was just what he'd had on hand. Would the boy have died without his intervention? Who was he to hoard that knowledge to himself? Why should only the nobility have access to these life-saving medicines and maesters and knowledge? Hadn't his friends, none of whom carried a drop of noble blood, shown him that magic wasn't limited to those of noble bloodlines? But did not having magic mean the rest of the Northerners were lesser? That they weren't equally as entitled to share in the benefits of John's magic? Maybe there were ways of making the North stronger beyond armies and battle magic that John had been neglecting. As he realized this, the ley lines pulsed through him approvingly. This land was steeped in the blood and fierce loyalty of its people, more than his stark blood and high magic affinity. It liked that he cared deeply for the land and those who called it home. It liked even more that he intended to do something about it. Behind him, Theon gave a low whistle. "Well," he said lightly, though his eyes lingered on the departing pair, "that'll spread faster than any raven." John knew he was right, and he felt the expectation settling across his shoulders grow heavier with each passing day. "I know," he sighed, more to himself than to anyone else, and let the pulse settle, a rhythm he could carry with him, a fire beneath his skin that would not be ignored. Notes. Updated the 14th of February 2026. For those of you who read this chapter in the first week, you'll notice I took out the end. I'm sorry for the confusion. I was so eager to update this story that I tried to tell myself it wasn't that bad, but I just really hated how the end of this chapter ended, and it's been bugging me all week. I know most of you probably didn't think it was that horrible, but it was just driving me absolutely insane. I'm going to rewrite the section I took out and put it in the next chapter, because the thought of putting something out that I didn't think was up to my preferred standard completely destroyed my motivation for this story. At the end of the day, I'm doing this for fun, and I want to enjoy what I put out. I'm hoping to have an update for you guys within a few days. Thank you to everyone who's enjoyed this story so far, and I can't wait to get back into it. Heart, heart, heart. Chapter 20, The Northern Apothecary. Summary. In the aftermath of his actions in Wintertown, John decides to put his first major plan into action, the Northern Apothecary. With Rob and John's friends, they establish the North's magical apothecary. Notes. Author note. I wanted to thank everyone who left comments while I took some time away from this story. I've really been struggling with writer's block recently, but I've been feel really inspired these last few days, so I'm hoping to have the next couple chapters out soon. Hope you enjoy. Heart. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. John was growing weary of being summoned to his father's solar like some misbehaving child, though he supposed he was a child still. It was not as though he had been playing at jests or tormenting visiting nobles. And yet, that was how it seemed, once word of his doings in Wintertown had reached Lord Stark. Though Ned had sent for him, he did not speak at once. The Lord of Winterfell let the silence stretch, studying John across the length of the room as though weighing him. At last, he said, "I am not angry with you, John." Some of the tightness eased from John's shoulders. "No. No." Ned's voice was even. "You saved a life. That matters. But you might just as easily have cost that boy his own." His grey eyes were hard as winter ice, and John felt them keenly. "It was just a healing salve. The boy was fine," John protested weakly, and they both knew it was more complicated than that. When used on mundane cuts and bruises, what he'd given the boy was a simple salve, but on infections such as frost scale, it could have easily made it worse. Ned held his gaze. "You didn't know it would work. If you were wrong, even a little, that boy would be dead." John's jaw tightened. "I understand." A brief silence. "I would sooner forbid these studies of yours," Ned went on, "but I am not blind to their worth. You may continue, but not as you have been." John frowned. "What would you have me do?" "Old Nan will oversee your work." Ned's tone left little room for argument. "And you will set it all to parchment. Every mixture, every trial. No omissions." John let out a breath, sharp with frustration. "There are hundreds of them. Even leaving aside the more dangerous. Then you will be occupied for some time." There was a sternness to Ned now, a look John knew well. "And until the task is done, you will remain within Winterfell." John blinked. "Remain? You cannot mean—" "I do," said Ned. "You may have visitors, but you will not go wandering Wintertown or the villages beyond. Not until your work is finished." John rubbed a hand through his hair. "You're serious?" "I am." A pause. John sighed. "Fine. I'll do it." Not like John had much of a choice, it was accept his father's term or be forced to dance around whatever order father gave him to stop, because stopping was not an option. Ned nodded once. "Good. Is that all?" John asked. "No," Ned went on, his tone firming, "I don't like how close you're treading to things you don't fully understand." John glanced at his father's desk, catching a quick glimpse of a pile of correspondence, a handful of seals sticking out to John, the hand of the king, the High Septon, the Baratheon crest. "No one fully understands it." John looked back up at his father, a pit of guilt beginning to stir in his gut. He suspected it wasn't simply the danger of magic his father was concerned about. "That doesn't make it safer," Ned said. "I'll be careful," John promised, and father gave a tired sigh, looking less than reassured at John's words, and swiftly dismissed him. Shortly after leaving his father's study, John found himself standing listlessly in his workshop with no idea where to start. Said workshop was one of the many hidden rooms in the bowels of Winterfell, hidden but not necessarily inaccessible as the Winter King's vault was. John had set up a small study and laboratory shortly after bringing his friends and Robb into his plans. He would die for any of them, but he could not entrust the vault to them. But he needed a place that he could work out of, that they could also join him, so he'd told them the old gods had led him here, not entirely untrue, and that he'd found a room full of books and started experimenting. Once John had mastered a recipe, John would teach Robb, Tor Owen, Rosa, Valfric, Soren and Sigrid, and evaluate the effects based on their different magic levels. One of the hardest aspects of mastering herbalism was that when it came to magical brews, the bro's magic tended to wildly alter the results. Before the gathering, the others were all on relatively the same playing field, but the gathering had skewed all of their results. Even with the post-gathering offering saturating the ley lines and breathing new life into the once withering weirwoods, the power stirring beneath the north remained unstable. It rose and fell like a sick man's breath, strong one moment, guttering the next. Only the most fundamental workings could be trusted: warging, herbalism, and, for those rare few touched deeply enough, green seeing. John had ceased hiding his magic, at least in part. He wasn't hiding it, but he hadn't been overtly open about what he was up to in his spare time. Rob and his friends knew he'd been experimenting with herbalism. Rob was in here nearly as much as John, and they had been instrumental in John's pre-gathering experimentation. Not that most of those results were even accurate anymore. Over the months leading up to the gathering, John had combed through dozens of books, pulling only the most useful and harmless. And with his friends and Rob's help, over the months they had built a catalogue of various potions, elixirs, charms and pastes that would benefit the North. In all honesty, John had been rather selective in which recipes he unearthed for mass consumption. While herbalism was less potent than many of the magics the vault contained, it was not without its dangers. John had read of more ways to kill another in these books than he could ever accomplish by sword. But healing salves, medicinal teas, pain tonics, warming elixirs, and both fertility and contraceptives were all relatively harmless. But what notes John had on the process had been completely derailed by the influx of magic after the gathering. He would have to start from scratch, which would take time that John simply didn't have. "You look as though you've swallowed something sour." John started, turning sharply as Rob's voice came from behind him. He had not heard him approach, had not felt him either, which unsettled him more than he cared to admit. "Father has decided I am to be confined here until I have written out every last recipe," John said. Rob laughed. "Then I'll come see you when you're grown." John snatched up a goblet and hurled it. Rob ducked, grinning. "If you've come only to mock me." "I've come to help," Rob said, stepping in beside him. "Gods, you're prickly." A moment later, the others began to arrive, and this time John felt them coming. He shot Rob a look. "You knew?" "The guards outside Father's office really are horrible gossips," Rob acknowledged, and warmth bloomed in John's chest. John huffed, though some of the tension in him eased. "Thank you." Rob ran a rough hand through John's curls, and knocked their skulls together for a moment before shoving John away. "Don't make a thing of it. Let's start with this one." John pointed at the healing salve, and Soren hummed in agreement from John's left. This one was simple enough, a bruise salve. It took less than an hour to make and used fairly simply ingredients. Thus began the first round of experiments, for all of them. The bruises on John's ribs, deep violet, angry against his pale skin, had healed within the hour under his own hands. Rosa's attempt had been closest to John's, taking 3 hours. Torwin and Soren had lingered around 5, Torwin edging ahead by mere minutes. Rob's had taken 9 hours, while Sigrid's, though precise in her movements, had required over 12. Later, both Old Nan and Maestlawin attempted the same recipe, and even copying John's exact movements. Old Nan's salve took at least a day and a night to heal a similar bruise, while Maestlawin's had given the unfortunate guard who'd volunteer a rather nasty rash. The message was clear: John was blessed by the gods, but while magic could be used by others, it wasn't as strong, and the old gods' magic was not for Andal hands to wield. It had taken John 3 months, but he had finally finished. After several grueling weeks of experiments and somewhat heated arguments between John, Soren, Old Nan and Maestlawin, all 312 recipes had been catalogued with proper dosage and a detailed account of each experiment. When it came time to present his findings to his father, and the North in general, John suddenly found himself with a long line of volunteers to act as guinea pigs. The healing ones in particular had been eagerly accepted by several accident-prone guardsmen, and what had started as a dubious curiosity of the castle folk over John's latest antics soon turned to awed fascination as the effects were displayed. "I'm not sure I would have believed this had I not seen it with my own eyes," Father marveled, looking down at the nearly fully healed scab that had replaced the deep jagged cut that had resided only 2 days previously on Frank Castlewood's, one of the younger Stark guardsmen, shoulder. "John's gifts are truly a blessing from the old gods," Guardsman Castlewood marveled, looking at John with wide eyes, and John smiled. Actually, John's eyes flicked up to meet his father's gaze. This one was made by Rob. The news of John's concoctions had long since spread to the people, but the fact that John had been able to teach others but only Northerners had lit a fire of national pride under the North. Then Rob showcased his own ability, if not as strong as John's, and there was a tangible shift in perception towards the Stark heir. Rob had always been well liked by the North. Despite his Southron coloring, he had proven himself a child of the North, and many respected him simply for being Lord Stark's son. But knowing that Rob's salve had not only worked proving he was more Northern than Andal, but it had worked faster than Sigrid, whose family, while not noble, contained not a drop of Andal blood. It had been the shift John had been waiting for, and he hadn't squandered the opportunity. By the time John had been dragged away, Rob's face was as red as his hair. But John had been granted permission after a thorough discussion with both Old Nan and Maester Lewin to use the approved recipes as he pleased. Unknown to his father, he would soon come to regret his wording. Despite the weeks-long delay, John hadn't forgotten the boy, nor the dozens if not hundreds of small folk who could benefit from access to John's magic. The solution was simple in theory, but complex in execution: a northern apothecary. The problem lay in the cost. It would cost 3 silver moons to make even a single batch of this. That's more than most commoners make in a moon, Rosa warned, and John agreed. Many of these recipes were expensive, the people couldn't afford to pay face value, and father couldn't justify the expense to his bannerman, but the allowance given to John as a son of House Stark, if not a Stark in name, wouldn't he be able to sustain this? Of course, that wasn't the only funds John had access to, but it was the only funds his father was aware of. He very much didn't want to tip his hand this early, but was it worth the risk waiting a few years, when John could conceivably come across the funds needed to push this particular agenda? The memory of the Wintertown boy's neck, black and rotting, flashed in his mind, then his mother's grateful face as she gripped his hand. No, John decided, it couldn't wait. This was not going to go over well. Actually setting up the apothecary in Wintertown was actually fairly simple. Since the turning festival had ended, many had returned to their homes, and there wasn't a shortage of empty shops in Wintertown's small city center. Another thing that needs to be improved, John thought to himself. Wintertown is meant to be the heart of the North, it should be to Winterfell as King's Landing was to the Red Keep. Simply better. And less smelly. But building up a city center required capital, both human and coin, and infrastructure. An influx of work would draw both once word spreads that there is available work. Currently, Wintertown could comfortably house up to 40,000, and by the time father's construction efforts ahead of the coming long winter were done, those numbers would rise to 60,000. But those people will need to eat, and the farmland surrounding Winterfell was less than ideal. The glass gardens were barely sufficient as it was. Winterfell contained only 3, and one of them entirely consisted of medicinal herbs, which was another problem that John was in the process of fixing. The building John settled on was a simple 2-story stone building in the heart of Wintertown. It had belonged to a seamstress who had passed without any apprentices and had sat empty for 4 years now. Since it had sat empty for over a turn and no one had claimed it, its ownership had reverted to House Stark, and purchasing it was as simple as submitting the funds to the treasury. The Starks weren't in the habit of hoarding property they wouldn't use, so purchasing land from the Starks was as simple as checking the registry and submitting the funds. For a shop in the heart of the town center, the price was beyond most small folk, and had John been relying on his allowance, it should have been beyond his as well. But books weren't the only thing in the Winter King's vault. "Father is going to kill you." Rob looked resigned to John's fate, and John grinned. "Probably," John said cheerfully as Wulfric and Torwin worked on anchoring the shelves, while John and Soren tackled the storerooms, which required a military-level organizational system to ensure the wrong strength potion wasn't given to a customer. Rosa was currently bossing Sigrid around as they set up the laboratory upstairs, which would be Rosa's domain, as well as sleeping quarters that Rosa would be working out of. John didn't have the time to be brewing the recipes constantly and running the shop on top of his other lessons, but Rosa had agreed to take on the brunt of the endeavor. John's experiments had unearthed a passion for herbalism that John suspected would soon far outstrip his own skill. Despite what it sounded like, herbalism dealt healing with one hand and death in the other, and Rosa had unearthed a frankly unnerving talent for both. Despite being less powerful, Rosa had a talent for healing that, had the Citadel not clung to their archaic views, could have seen Rosa becoming one of the most accomplished maesters this world had seen since the Doom. Luckily for the North, they didn't hold such beliefs, and so they would be able to reap the rewards of cultivating such a talent. Ordinarily, at not quite 2 and 10 days old, Rosa would be considered much too young to leave home, but Rosa had recently flowered and was now considered a woman grown, so John, with Rosa's permission, had asked her parents to allow him to take Rosa into his household. Even in the North, it was unusual for a bastard, acknowledged or not, to build a household, but Rosa was a commoner, and John was the son of a Lord Paramount, so it wasn't unheard of for John to take on a few servants. Usually, these servants were thinly disguised whores, but John had given Rosa's parents a vow that he would never demand that type of service from their daughter. ever. And the couple had reluctantly allowed it. John had offered them severance, and it was only the glare on Rosa's face that had forced her parents to accept the frankly exaggerated price for a third daughter of common blood. And so, John had his apothecarist and Rosa had been handed the reins of the project, allowing John to focus on his other projects. But first, John Sir Jory Castle interrupted, Lord Stark wishes to see you in his solar. Ah, John lamented, so much for avoiding his father's solar. Notes. While the apothecary will be a major development for the North, we won't see a ton of its development simply because each of John's lieutenants will be starting to establish themselves in their function to John. Rosa, as mentioned in this chapter, is taking over the regular running of the apothecary, though that is far from the extent of what she will be to John. She might call on John every once in a while, so let me know if you guys would be interested in seeing that, but it won't be a focus point in this story. Chapter 21, The Young Wolf. Summary. We take a break from John's POV in this chapter. I had planned to incorporate a lot more other POVs in this story, but I'm feeling like 90% of this story will be John's, with the occasional guest star. But let me know what you think. Hope you enjoy Heart. Rob gets some insight into John's plans, and also begins to understand some of Caitlyn's concerns. Chapter text. Rob was beginning to think John meant to send him to an early grave. The heir to Winterfell loitered outside their father's solar, shifting his weight from one foot to the other before finally slumping against the cold stone wall. He couldn't hear a thing through the door. Which, to be fair, was exactly what he should have expected. Their father was not called the Quiet Wolf because he was known for his boisterous disposition. Still. 10 minutes passed. Then 20. Rob straightened, frowning at the door as though it had personally offended him. When he and John, mostly John, managed to earn their father's ire, it rarely took long. A sharp look, a few cutting words, and it was done. Ned Stark did not rant. Another half an hour came and went. Gods, Rob muttered, scrubbing a hand over his face. At the hour mark, he was pacing. At an hour and a few minutes more, the door finally opened. John stepped out. At first glance, he looked the same as ever, but Rob knew better. There was something off about him, something tight around the eyes and mouth, like he was holding himself together out of sheer stubbornness. Rob's brows rose. Well, he said, pushing off the wall, you look like you've just survived an execution. John shot him a look that could have soured milk. Fuck off. Rob grinned. So it was bad. I was starting to think he'd forgotten you in there. John turned and started down the corridor without another word. Rob fell into step beside him easily. What was it this time? Did he finally decide to disown you? Send you to the wall? Lock you in the library? John's jaw tightened. Rob. I'm serious, Rob went on, entirely unbothered. An hour, John. I nearly went in after you. Thought I'd find your bones picked clean, and father calmly reading at his desk. John let out a sharp breath, half irritation, half something dangerously close to a laugh. He wasn't angry, John muttered. He was disappointed. That's worse, Rob said immediately. Gods, that's always worse. John dragged a hand through his hair, scowling ahead. I'd have preferred it if he had whipped me. Rob bumped his shoulder into John's, and they continued the rest of the path to John's workshop in companionable silence. The first time Rob had been in the workshop, he'd been speechless. Shelves lined the walls, crowded with jars and bundles of dried herbs hanging from hooks, glass vials filled with powders and liquids in shades Rob couldn't name. A long table dominated the center of the room, cluttered with bowls, knives, parchment, and tools of unfamiliar make. The air smelled sharp and strange bitter herbs, something sweet beneath it, and a faint metallic tang that caught at the back of the throat. Rob turned slowly, taking it all in. Gods, he said at last. You've been busy. John shrugged, suddenly looking a touch uncertain. I found it a while ago. Found it, Rob repeated, walking past a shelf and peering at a jar of something pale and stringy. Just stumbled into a hidden room full of whatever this is. The old gods led me. If anyone else had made such an outlandish claim, Rob would have thought them mad, but at this point it was pointless to deny John's connections to the old gods. Figures, Rob had thought. The old gods had kept their silence for thousands of years, and now they found their voice just in time to meddle in his brother's affairs. Now, even moons later, it still sometimes caught him off guard. Though it looked like John had added a new addition to the room. At first Rob thought John had somehow acquired, stolen, their father's model of the North, but a more than cursory inspection showed significant changes from the model Rob was familiar with. Rob was painfully familiar with the geography of the North, and he was certain that this model contained about a dozen keeps and holdings that simply didn't exist, and twice as many new roads, small towns, and villages. And a port on the western coast along the stony shores which definitely wasn't there. What is all this? Rob asked, stopping beside the model, and Rob felt a shiver of apprehension crawl up and down his spine at the unholy gleam of mischief that lit a fire behind those dark purple eyes. Don't recognize the North. Mustn't tell Maester Lewin or you'll be in remedial lessons until your children are old enough to inherit, John teased, and Rob rolled his eyes. Little brothers, Rob lamented internally. Obviously Rob stressed, I was referring to the creative liberties you've taken to our father's model. Rob huffed and John grinned. Well, he said, pointing to one of the larger markers, Moat Cailin is for Bran. He'll need a holding, and the moat sits on a nexus of green magic, the strongest in the North. He'll likely marry into House Reed. I hear their lord has a daughter a few years older than him, but of course, that's only conjecture. The match would be father's to decide. John's eyes burned with an unholy gleam, and Rob placed his hand over John's. There is no holding in Moat Cailin, only ruins, Rob cautioned, as if John had merely forgotten, and was extremely disturbed by the smirk that twisted onto his brother's pretty face. Not yet, John sang, and Rob huffed on a disbelieving laugh. The words settled heavy between them. Rob let out a short breath, something uneasy curling in his gut. Right, he said. And the rest of this? He gestured to the smaller keeps. John followed his gaze easily. The North is too spread thin. It always has been. Too much land, not enough people to hold it. These, he tapped the map lightly, will fix that. By simply building a dozen castles? Rob asked dryly. John shrugged. Not at once. Over time. It would bring more people north. Trade. Stability. Rob frowned. Or war, he said. You start raising new holds, carving out lands, naming new lords, and someone will take offense. Bannermen don't like seeing their influence cut down. John's eyes flicked to him, pleased. You'd need father's support, Rob went on. And his bannermen's. And coin gods, the amount of coin alone. There's enough, John said. Too quickly. Too certainly. Rob stilled. Enough, he repeated slowly. Rob knew John had access to some sort of mysterious fund. It was how he bought the apothecary about the amount of coin it would take to do this, John. But John had already moved on, tapping another marker. Mayhap father and Lady Stark will have a dozen more children, or they'll be given to second and third sons of your bannerman men with nothing to inherit but a name. Give them land, they give you loyalty. Or, they could go to your own children. John shrugged, and Rob choked on his breath. My children. Rob choked, and John laughed. Well, obviously. You're the heir of Winterfell, father will probably tie you to one of the daughters of the greater houses, I'm not sure who, but if he plans to marry Sansa south he'll have to appease his bannerman with a northern Lady Stark, John said blithely. Why do you assume father will marry Sansa to the south? Rob asked. Her education has alienated most of the northern houses. They won't care for how well she embroiders or if she can sing, but it's obvious Lord Stark expects the king will want to marry her to his eldest son, so he's not worried about preserving a match. John shrugged, and Rob frowned. But the south is far, Rob complained, and John's expression tightened. I know. It's likely that if Sansa becomes queen she'll never return to the north. I don't like it either, but the decision rests with the king. John looked supremely unhappy about that, something dark flashing in his eyes. Even at odds as John and Sansa currently were. Rob had a feeling that if Sansa ever decided she didn't want to be queen, the North might have another war on their hands. And Rob would be right beside him. And Arya? Rob asked, and John looked torn. If House Mormont had any sons I would suggest them, but the new Lord Mormont is childless and his sister has only daughters. Maybe a number. They teach their girls to fight, John mused, and Rob scowled. The thought of anyone snatch up his baby sister and bringing his wild little sister that close to the wall and the frequent wilderling raids made something heavy settle in the pit of his stomach. "And what about you?" Rob asked, and John blinked those large purple eyes at him. "Me? I'm a bastard. I doubt father will find many marriage alliances within the greater houses for me," John scoffed, and Rob wasn't as certain. Even disregarding John's closeness to the old gods and his magic and his budding combat prowess and his cleverness. Gods, but John was an unreasonably pretty child, Rob thought, and he knew if his brother could hear his thoughts he'd throttle him, but it was the truth. John wasn't as tall or broad as Rob, but whoever his mother was, she must have been extraordinarily beautiful because John didn't get those cheekbones from father. Between John's dark curls and heavy purple eyes, Rob was certain father would have no troubles finding John a match if for nothing else than his beauty. Something told him John wouldn't appreciate Rob's insight in this matter, so he kept his silence. Rob was finally cornered by his mother after days of ducking her attempts as he was returning to his room after his last lesson. The entire North knew about John's latest scheme. For all that Rosa had taken on the brunt of the work, it had John's fingerprints all over it. Most of the North had dismissed it as a simple case of charity, not seeing the trap John had laid, at least until recently when the first time a non-northerner had visited. A merchant from White Harbor who had heard the rumors and wished to see it for himself had gone into the apothecary seeking a simple brew salve and had been quoted an exorbitant amount. "It's called the Northern Apothecary for a reason. We of course won't turn visitors away, but they will pay Southern prices," John had told their father, and despite father attempting to negotiate for a fairer price, John had been unmoved. Technically, as Lord Stark, father could have ordered John to lower the prices, but that would have set a horrible precedent that father would avoid at all costs. Saving some so thrown as a bit of coin wasn't worth the damage it would do to House Stark's reputation. John knew this and had called father's bluff in a remarkably fearless battle of wills. Mother had been coldly furious for days, and Rob had taken to avoiding her attempts to speak to him, to no avail. Predictably, she wanted to talk about John, as Rob had known she would. "Mother, you can't honestly believe at this point that John wishes me harm," Rob sighed, and Lady Starks looked at him sternly, following Rob into his quarters. "My distrust of your father's bastard has never been about his present behavior," Caitlin said slowly. "He is still a boy, relatively harmless, but so is a shadow cat cub. And they grow." Her voice carried a tiredness that made Rob feel both worry and irritation at once. He loved his mother dearly. And he knew she loved him and his siblings, but her behavior toward John had never sat right with him. Over the years, it had shifted from active hostility to frosty indifference, to tentative peace, and back again. "But no," Caitlin said, sitting beside him on the bed, "I do not believe Jon Snow has any intention of taking your birthright. That may change as he grows into manhood, but he has had many chances to place himself above you, and he has always chosen a place at your side." Rob frowned. His mother did not look pleased by this fact, and he could not understand it. "Mother," Rob sighed, and Caitlin raised a hand to hold him. "Peace," she said softly. "I am not here to fight. I know you love him, and I will not try to separate you. Seven knows it has never worked before." Her fingers ran through Rob's red curls, and Rob's heart stuttered at the look of soft adoration and fondness in her eyes. Why couldn't she show this side to John? If anyone deserved a loving mother, it was John, so why had the gods refused him? Why couldn't his mother just love John? It wasn't even hard, if she just gave him a chance. So why, Rob pressed, if he is not a threat to me? His mother's eyes hardened, the bright tully blue turning cold as ice. Rob felt, as he had before, that perhaps the North had misjudged her. She might have been born a Tully, but she had taken the North into her heart, piece by piece, until its chill ran through her veins. "He is a threat to you, Rob," she said, her voice low but firm. "Maybe not by intent, but his very existence, his magic is a threat hanging over the entire North. Despite what the boy would have you believe, the South is not stupid. They will come for him, and I'm under no impression that either your father, you, your siblings, or the very people of the North will let him go quietly. There will be conflict coming for the North because of the boy, so, yes, his very existence has put my children in danger." Rob looked away, unable to deny her point. She was not entirely wrong. John had barely revealed even a fraction of the power Robb knew him capable of, and already rumors were spreading south. Curious minds would come seeking the snow-kissed bastard of Lord Stark. They would not like what they found, and what they did afterward. Robb did not know, but he had feared for his brother since the gathering, when the truth of Jon's abilities had finally registered. Jon was not as clever or mysterious as he thought, maybe to those who did not know him well. But Robb did. He had learned to read the schemes behind the easy smile, the careful words, the quiet observation. And Jon had been scheming for months, possibly years. Whatever had changed in Jon had begun with his coma. Getting honest answers from him was like prying blood from a stone. If father ordered Jon to speak, of course he would obey, but he would twist the meaning, and Robb would find himself excluded from the truth. Still, he had pieced together the essentials. Jon was predicting a northern separation, and was angling to place Robb on the Winter Throne by the end of it. Robb wasn't as confident as Jon that a separation was inevitable, nor was he certain he was worthy of being the first king of winter since Torrhen the Kneeler, but he would keep his silence and allow Jon his scheming because he trusted his brother to only act in the best interest of the North. Whatever threats lay in the south, Robb would stand beside Jon throughout it, be it as his brother, his lord, or his king. So, perhaps his mother had cause for concern after all. Chapter 22, Lessons Interrupted. Summary. Jon finds both answers and more questions in his blood and spends some quality time with Arya in his workshop teaching her about magic. Also, Jon and Catelyn finally have a conversation and begin to come to an understanding. Notes. This chapter is probably my longest yet and quite world-building heavy. Hope you enjoy Heart. Chapter text. In the weeks following the apothecary's successful opening with only a few slight hiccups, Jon took to spending increasing amounts of time in his workshop. Of course, Jon still diligently attended all his lessons, and visited with old Nan once a day, but any spare moment was spent in the workshop. In hindsight, Jon should have expected Arya to grow tired of it. At 4 turns old she would be turning 5 in the 7th moon of the year. Arya had become adept at escaping her captors and her attendants. She was also extremely possessive of the attention of those she considered hers, of which Jon maintained prime real estate. So Jon was unsurprised to find the rambunctious toddler had had enough of Jon's absence and decided to find him herself. He just wished she didn't have such horrible timing. As Sarin had told him all those years ago, there was no written old tongue, and without access to the First Men runes, the knowledge kept inside the memory crystals was out of reach and had remained that way for thousands of years. The loss of those crystals had wounded the North more deeply than any Andal invasion. Deprived of their living histories, the Winter Kings had turned grudgingly to the Andal common tongue to preserve what they could in ink instead of stone and spell. So all was not lost, but much had faded. The journals Jon had uncovered in the vault, the oldest barely 3,000 years, spoke of magics that had once been commonplace. Even then, the writers spoke as if recalling half-remembered dreams, rituals without steps, runes without meanings, spells reduced to prayers and children's tales. Echoes of a greater art. Even if the magic now flooding the North were whole and healthy, Jon would not have known where to begin. Every path led back to the same locked door, the memory crystals. And he could not unlock them without the runes, which Jon still had no idea how he was supposed to learn. So herbalism and minor blood magic it was. Fortunately, the vault was rich in both. Despite what the faith of the Seven would have you believe, the First Men were not big practitioners of blood magic. Sacrifices, yes, but the art of blood magic was considerably more complex than merely blood alting. Their blood magic was more about ritual and tradition than true enchantment. According to the journals, there had been few true blood mags born to the North. Old Valyria on the other hand. They had been prolific for their blood magic. Everyone knew they had been masters of battle blood magic, but what was lesser known is that they used blood magic to conquer just as much as they used it for fertility. Particularly, in the land of always summer, which was not always the fertile from legends. But that was a project for another day. It would surprise no one who knew anything about the Kings of Winter's prolific and bloody history to discover the vault contained many books from old Valyria. Jon's Valyrian was not great. But he knew enough to recognize the language and even stumble through a couple passages. There was a beginner-level blood scrying spell that Jon had translated, which, if he was reading it right, had been taught to children. It had seemed like a safe place to start. In theory, the ritual should have created a diagnosis of John's current physical, magical, mental and spiritual state. The original spell was rooted in mind magic, so for the ancient Valyrians the results would have appeared in Old Valyrian, but John's results should have been translated into Common. In hindsight, John grimaced as he looked around his somewhat destroyed lab, thankfully separate from his study where he kept most of his notes and books. It should have occurred to him that the unstable magic would make the results unpredictable. The pigskin parchment had been prepared with the tonic and left to soak for an entire moon cycle. The ink was the correct blend of herbs and John's blood, and he'd practiced the incantation for weeks. He'd been certain he'd gotten it right. And yet, John was able to pull out a few sections, the words a nearly illegible mix of Common, Old Valyrian and First Men runes. Sensate. A magical skill that explained John's increasingly sensitive connection with the ley lines. Being a warg meant a certain amount of magic sensitivity, but the connection that had unfurled between John and the three werewolves in the wake of the gathering was beyond anything John had read about in the Winter King's journals. It made sense. A sensate was a separate magical skill, an incredibly rare one, so John hadn't come upon it in his studies for warg sensitivity. Giant's blood, John thought to himself. John hadn't doubted old Nan's stories of giants and children of the forest, and especially not since his coma and finding the vault, which contained many drawing and accountings of giants living near the wall as little as 1,000 years ago. But knowing that John was however distantly related to giants was a surprise. There were certain northern houses who claimed to be descendants of giants, the Umbers in particular, but the Starks had never made such claims. Although, now that he thought about it, wasn't John's great-grandmother an Umber? His grandfather Rickon Stark had married Lyra Blackmore, whose mother had been an Umber. And the Starks had married into the Umber line at least a dozen times that John could remember. Maybe it wasn't too surprising that John's blood, which was magical, disposed to latching on to magical abilities, had held tight to the remnants of giant's blood. Regardless, it boded well for his future martial ability. John's naturally leaner frame set him apart from his stockier northern brethren, so the magical strength would come in handy. Further down, the family tree was nearly untouched by whatever had affected the rest of the ritual, and John looked down at the damning parchment, which clearly labeled himself as the child of Lyanna Stark and Rhaegar Targaryen. Though, John noticed, his own name was a jumbled swirl of letters. That didn't seem like an accident. Vjon Targstar, the letters of his name was jagged and nearly illegible. The words beneath were no better. John leaned closer, trying to force meaning from the jagged script. The door flew open with a sharp crack. There was only a moment to recognize Arya in the doorway, small and fierce, hair escaping its braid in wild tangles. There was mud on the hem of her dress and something dark staining her sleeve. She barreled into the room, heedless of the wreckage, the shattered glass, the dark smear of blood and crushed herbs that made the scene look like someone had been murdered. Arya. She barreled inside at a run, small feet thudding hard against the stone. And straight toward the scattered wreckage. John lunged. Stop. He caught her with an arm around her waist and hauled her up just as her foot came down. Glass crunched beneath his own boot instead, the hard leather of John's boots much sturdier than the slippers that had been forced on the young girl. Arya squeaked in surprise, legs kicking once in the air before he set her back a safe distance away. That was glass, John said, sharper than he meant to. You could have cut yourself. Arya blinked up at him then, just as quickly, her expression shifted. Bright. Innocent. Suspiciously so. What mischief have you caused? John asked, the edge already fading from his voice as he held the wild little brunette in his arms. Arya beamed at him. No mischief. I'm staying with you today. John snorted, entirely unconvinced. I'm sure your mother will be thrilled, he said dryly. What happened? Arya asked, her bright expression dimming as she took in the mess. John offered her a reassuring smile. Just a little magic mishap. He shifted, intending to turn her away from the worst of it, but her gaze sharpened, distress creeping in as she caught sight of the blood among the shattered glass. Are you hurt? She asked, suddenly worried. John shook his head. No, nothing like that. The spell needed a bit of my blood, and the jar broke. That's all. Arya studied him for a moment longer, as if weighing the truth of it, then slowly relaxed. Still holding her on his hip, John turned and stepped out of the laboratory and into the connected study, leaving the wreckage behind to be cleaned later. Arya's sharp gaze immediately began darting around the room, curiosity returning in full force. John carried her through the space without complaint, pausing whenever she pointed, answering each question as simply as he could. Arya quickly lost interest in the rows of jars and bundles of herbs, her attention drawn instead to the wall where John's notes had long since escaped any sense of order. A rough map of the world sprawled across the stone, Westeros, Essos, Sot Horios, and Althos, each marked in different colors. Notes and scraps of parchment had been pinned all around it, layered one atop another as John pieced together the truth from scraps in assorted journals and what Seryn had told him. John followed her gaze and smiled faintly. "This is the world," he said, pointing to the map. 4 continents, Westeros, where we live, Essos across the narrow sea, Sot Horios far to the south, and Althos, there. He traced each one carefully with his finger. Arya leaned forward, squinting at the notes. "What do the colors mean?" John glanced down at her, then huffed a quiet laugh. "Do you want to hear a story?" He settled onto a cushion, pulling her into his lap. Arya twisted eagerly in his arms, eyes bright. "Story," she demanded. "All right," John said, voice lowering slightly, as though sharing a secret. "Once, a long time ago, there was a kingdom called the Great Empire of the Dawn. The people there were not like us, not entirely. They were said to be descended from a god who walked the world, and because of that, they could wield all forms of magic. This type of magic could do anything. You could simply wish for something and it would happen." Arya's mouth fell open. "Anything?" "Anything," John nodded. "Most magic now is divided into the 4 primary elements: fire, earth, wind, water. Or, as others have called them, soul, bone, blood and mind. But the Empire could use all of them, none more so than the emperors and empresses of the Empire, who ruled the Empire for thousands of years after the god on earth ascended and left his son to rule in his place." He paused, eyes flicking briefly to the map. "They ruled the Empire for thousands of years, but something changed. The stories say the gods grew angry, certain humans had abused their gifts." Arya leaned back against him, listening intently. "So they broke it," John went on quietly. "Scattered it across the world. No more divine magic. Just pieces that were once whole." He tapped the map again, more thoughtfully now. "Each land kept only part of it. Westeros, Essos, what we have now is only what remains." Arya frowned at the map. "What about those?" she asked, pointing to Sot Horios and Althos. John's expression shifted slightly. "The stories say the magic of those lands became corrupted, no one knows how or when. Whatever magic they were given, it has since moved to more fertile land, so now Westeros hold earth and wind, and Essos holds fire and water." He shrugged lightly. Arya considered this with great seriousness, then nodded as if she understood everything perfectly. "Can we go there?" she asked. John snorted softly. "Not for a long while, little wolf." He brushed a strand of hair from her face. "For now, you stay here. Where it's safe." Arya leaned back against him, still staring at the map, her imagination clearly running wild. John's gaze lingered there too, but his thoughts were far less simple. Seryn had explained to him years ago that all magic was tied to the elements. Mastering a pathway wouldn't only give you access to that element, but the disciplines that fell under it, but you would be locked out of the others. Most people's magic tended to naturally gravitate towards one of the pathways, though it wasn't impossible to use the others before specializing, and it was impossible to master more than one pathway. Unless you're John. Basically, fire magics involved creation, destruction, persuasion, light. Water contained blood magic, shape-shifting, prophecy. Earth was centered in healing, wards, necromancy, and physical enhancement. And wind had mind, illusion, sound, memory. Westeros in particular tended to almost exclusively present as earth and wind, but there was the occasional genetic throwback. With his abilities as a sensate, John was able to feel the flickering embers of their magic and knew that Bran, Rosa and Valfric were earth. Specifically Rosa was dead earth, which is explained her gift for herbalism. Valfric and Bran were living earth, though only Bran was a green seer. Soren, Robb and Torwin were wind. Sigrid, the outlier, was one of those aforementioned throwbacks. She was fire. She would find herbalism difficult, and should she master her pathway it would be completely blocked off to her. However, as John had yet to figure out how one went about mastering a pathway, John didn't think it would be a decision she would have to face in the near future. As for Arya, she was unsettled. Her magic seemed to linger mostly earth, but every once in a while John would get a flash of another element. There was no telling what she would end up as. "Master John," Lady Arya came a voice. John looked up as one of the maids, breath slightly hurried, peered inside the workshop. John was going to have to get a lock for that door. Too many people knew where this room was now. "Lady Arya's mother, she sent me to fetch her." Arya's face fell in exaggerated disappointment. "No. I stay with John," she protested, crossing her arms. John crouched to her level, smiling gently. "I know, little wolf. But your mother worries when you wander too long. We'll come back tomorrow, all right?" She pouted again, but John could see her tiny mind weighing his words. Finally, she huffed, a resigned little sigh, and John lifted her easily into his arms. The maid stepped closer, bowing her head politely. John nodded, not letting go entirely. He glanced down at Arya, giving her a gentle squeeze, then handed her over to the maid. Arya clutched his tunic for just a heartbeat before letting go, finally conceding. "Good girl," John said, letting a small smile tug at his lips as he straightened. "And don't worry, I'll be here tomorrow, and we'll finish our lesson." The maid inclined her head respectfully, then led Arya toward the stairs. From the corner of the room, John watched as his little sister shot him a final mischievous grin over her shoulder, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Tomorrow," Arya called threateningly, and John held his hands up in surrender. "Promise," John swore, and Arya allowed the maid to carry her from the room. It took all of a day before Lady Stark found out about the blood magic mishap, thanks, inevitably, to Arya. Not surprising, really. Arya was only 4, and she didn't yet grasp the political weight of John experimenting with blood magic. She simply hadn't realized that telling her mother what she'd walked in on might get John into trouble. To her, it had simply been interesting. Lady Stark found him in the library later that night. John was perched in his usual spot by the window, a pile of journals spread across the table before him, ink-stained fingers tracing lines that spoke of half-forgotten spells. The flicker of candlelight cast his shadow long across the floor, and for a moment, he didn't notice the soft footsteps approaching. "That was an interesting story you told Arya." Lady Stark's expression was flat, and John sighed internally, bracing himself for whatever this conversation held. "Just a story," John shrugged, and Lady Stark didn't look convinced. "I'm willing to accept a lot, but blood magic." Lady Stark's expression curdled, and John rolled his eyes. "First men, blood magic isn't what you think. Most of it is similar to what you saw during the Turning Festival. Blood sacrifice and blood magic are much different," John explained, and a tense silence hung between them. Of course, it hadn't been first men blood magic John had been using, but she didn't need to know that. "As if that is any comfort when it is in the hands of a child," Lady Stark scoffed. "Look, I know you hate me," John scoffed, the words slipping out sharper than he intended. Lady Stark gave a short, humorless laugh. "You think it's so simple? That I bear some petty spite for my husband's bastard?" Her eyes hardened. "I could forgive that insult to myself. But not what you risk." John's jaw tightened. "I would never hurt Rob. I don't know how else to prove that." "Not on purpose," she cut in at once. Silence stretched between them, thin and brittle. When she continued, her voice had lost some of its edge, not softened, but steadied. "I do not believe you mean my son harm," she said. "I have eyes. I have watched you. You stand at his side, not before him." John swallowed, something tight in his chest easing just a fraction. "But that does not make you safe," she went on. "When the storm comes, and it will not care for your intentions," she said. "It will break against this house. Against my children." Her gaze held his. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. "This is about the South's reaction," John said at last, quieter now. "They will come for you." Lady Stark's face might have been carved from Winterfell's own stone. "They would have come anyway." John rolled his eyes. "As soon as the North began to grow in strength, they would have come. A strong North will always invite Southern paranoia, and for all your talk of danger," he went on, More controlled now, you see the same thing I do. The South will come. Maybe not today. Maybe not while father lives. But it will happen, and pretending otherwise is folly. Lady Stark said nothing. Jon stepped closer, not defiant, but resolute. I'd rather we be ready when it does. Silence followed, heavy as snowfall. Then Jon exhaled, some of the tension bleeding from his shoulders, though his eyes remained sharp. I'll let you in on a little secret, he said, almost lightly. The North will not always remain part of the Seven Kingdoms. Lady Stark's composure cracked, if only for a heartbeat. You intend to? I don't intend to do anything, Jon cut in. But I'm not blind. There isn't a Northerner alive who doesn't want independence. Her lips thinned, but she did not deny it. It will happen, and when it does it will be a united and stronger North that the South must contend with. Jon grinned, and there are few things stronger than the loyalty and ferocity of a united North. Unity is not as easily won as you think, Lady Stark cut in, and Jon scoffed. Maybe for the South, Jon stated, any of the other realms might roll over for the South, but I think that after all these years as Lady of Winterfell you know that we are not an easily cowed people. Lady Stark gave a grudging nod of acknowledgement. Whether it's a year, 10, or 100, Jon continued, the North will separate. Without dragons to hold the realm together, it's inevitable. And when that day comes, she asked, her voice flat as ice but not as cold as it was. The North will stand alone, Jon said. And it will need to feed itself without southern grain or favor. And how do you intend to do that? Lady Stark asked flatly. With that blood magic you so abhor, Jon grinned. Chapter 23, Fruits of Labor. Summary. Jon finally puts his plans to feed the North into action and creates waves by possibly erasing the food insecurity in the North and cutting into the Reach's profits, that couldn't possibly have future consequences. Notes. This is another very long and world-building heavy chapter as we dive into the agriculture and trade across the Seven Kingdoms. This has been the chapter I've been most excited about writing for a while, so I hope you guys like it. Fair warning, I know next to nothing about farming, so all my information came from Google. I've styled the South's farming after medieval Europe, while the North uses Native American agriculture practices. Thanks for reading. Heart. Chapter text. There was no precedent for what Jon was attempting in the wake of the gathering. Revitalizing the ley-lines, if that was even the right word for it, had not been done before. Not in any record he had found. Not in any tale old Nan could recall. It was entirely possible it had never been done within the span of human memory. There were no journals to guide him. No steps to follow. No assurances that what he was doing would lead anywhere at all. And yet, after 6 moons, Jon had expected something. Oh, he could feel the ley lines. They thrummed beneath his feet, stronger with each passing day, a slow, steady pulse of life returning to something long starved. But that was all it was. The magic remained bound to the earth, seeping into the soil like water poured onto dry ground, vanishing beneath the surface, unseen, unfelt by any but him. However, while it put Jon's plans for widespread magic use to a halt, it opened avenues in several areas. Particularly, in his plans to feed the North this coming long winter. Much of the South relied on the threefold rotation system, a method taught in Old Town and practiced across the Reach, the Stormlands, and even in the Riverlands. Planting the same crop in the same soil season after season was known to strip the land of its strength, leaching away the earth's limited store of nutrients and inviting famine. To prevent this, the South divided its farmlands into 3 plots. The first produced the realm's grain, wheat, oats, and barley. The second was seeded with stable, restorative crops such as beans and peas. The third field lay fallow for the season, left empty so the soil might breathe and recover. Even individual farmers in the South followed the threefold rotation system, dividing their modest holdings into 3 carefully tended sections. The logic was simple: no single crop should exhaust the soil completely, and every plot must serve a purpose. Each year, the crops rotated, grain to beans, beans to fallow, fallow to grain. It was a system that worked for the South, blessed as it was with an abundance of deep, fertile soil. Lords below the neck could afford to leave vast stretches of land unplanted, confident the remaining acreage would yield plenty. The North could not. Even before the loss of the gift, farming in the north had been a struggle. Most fruit came from the glass gardens, their climate-controlled walls necessary to coax the hardiest varieties to ripen. Berries were easier to grow, but anything beyond that, apples, pears, plums, required care and constant attention. Hardier vegetables fared better: squash, pumpkins, turnips, rutabaga, beets, carrots, potatoes, kale, and cabbage thrived in the hard northern soil. The neck offered a rare bounty of medicinal herbs, its humid air perfect for water-loving plants. The gift had once been one of the few northern valleys capable of producing grain, and even then barley tended to do better than wheat. Protected from the worst of the winds by mountains and the wall, its fertile soil, John had recently learned, had been enriched by volcanic deposits. With its loss, the Barrowlands and the rills remained the only reliable sources of wheat in the north. The north's poorer soil meant a single wasted acre might mean the difference between surviving winter and starving through it. Instead of the southern rotation, the north had long relied on the weave, which they had used for thousands of years. It was not rotation at all, but blending. Rather than dedicating whole fields to a single crop, the north planted several together in tight, deliberate companionship. They grew side by side, each supporting the others, one feeding the soil, another climbing its stalks, the third shading the ground to preserve precious moisture. The crops shared nutrients, minimized exhaustion of the land, and most importantly allowed every inch of northern earth to be used. The north wasted nothing. Even human waste was gathered for the fields, worked into the soil to enrich next year's harvest, while urine was sold or tithed to the tanners for their harsh craft. Nothing was discarded and everything had a purpose. It was a system born not of luxury, but of necessity. And it had sustained the north since long before the Andals sailed across the narrow sea. With the discovering of the vault and John's temporary roadblock when it came to using magic, John had delved deep into the lost herbalism of the north's past. The first men's herbalism tended to specialize in two areas, healing and agriculture. John's friendship with Tor Owen had unfortunately given John no shortages of opportunities to delve into the healing remedies of the first men, leading to the John establishing the apothecary, while the other had been an ongoing project that had yet to bear fruit. At least, until recently. Growing up in Winterfell, John hadn't exactly had any experience toiling in the fields, so when it came to setting up an experimental sample enclosure, it hadn't gone well. John didn't like to think himself egotistical, but facing his failure at farming had been a bitter swallow. John would never allow the words to form if only to spare himself the endless mocking from his friends and Rob, but he had grown used to succeeding in most his endeavors. That wasn't to say he hadn't struggled with certain concepts, but he'd always at least had mixed results. John's warging might have stalled momentarily, but he'd made do with herbalism, and any areas he was weak in he usually improved with a combination of hard work and stubbornness. It was a hard lesson, but one John took to heart. Wulfric, whose family owned one of the smaller farms just outside Winterfell and often traveled to Frostbane, the village John had met the five of them in to trade their wares, had substantially more experience than John. Thankful, once Wulfric had finished laughing at John's expense, he agreed to help him. "Are you done?" John complained, and the larger boy just kept guffawing at John's paltry attempt at establishing an enclosure in a clearing of the Wolf's Wood. "By the old gods, John! I've seen meadows plowed better by a drunken ox than this." John's cheeks flamed. "I can hear you, you know." Wulfric grinned at him. And you should. It's for your own good, Snow. You think magic alone will make the north bloom? These plants need more than hand-waving and prayers. You must listen to the land, it needs to be read, coaxed, and respected." Wulfric lectured. John had been friends with the other boy for 2 years now, and he's never heard the older boy speak with such passion nor at such length. 4 years John's elder, Wulfric was a classic Northman, stern, loyal, and steadfast. He held a biting sense of humor and his words were few, but when he did speak they were powerful. John loved Tor Owen because they matched each other's crazy, but Wulfric was a steadying presence John hadn't known he needed. He could always trust the older boy to listen to him, let him vent, and then diffuse John's moods with either dry humor or insightful advice. At now 3 and 10 namadays, the other boy was also strapping up to be an absolute giant. Already 6 feet tall with solid muscles from working in the fields and his training with a battle axe, Wulfric had the classic northern features: long face, square jaw, straight nose, stern mouth, dark hair, grey eyes. He would grow to be annoyingly handsome one day and tragically uninterested in men, and John had tried. John scowled. He had been spoiled in Winterfell, taught by maesters, knights, and his father, but none had ever spoken of the earth like this. For all they had taught him the theory, none of them understood the land, could feel the rhythm of the earth, nor spoke its language. John had an increasingly powerful connection to the ley lines. His ability to sense magic now exceeded even the most powerful battle wargs. Instead appearing like an entirely separate ability, he could feel the pulse of power that connected the north like lattice, but not even he could understand nor anticipate the needs of the land like Wulfric, who had learned each handful by feel. "I can manage," John muttered, kneeling beside a row of seedlings he had tried to plant in even spacing. They leaned drunkenly in every direction, their roots half exposed, the soil clinging in uneven clumps. Wulfric crouched beside him, shaking his head. "Manage? Ha! You'll kill half of them before they even sprout. Let me show you." And show he did. Step by step, Wulfric guided John through the proper way to till, teaching John as they worked, how to test the soil's warmth and moisture, which herbs could support which grains, how to press the seeds in without crushing them, and to build tiny embankments to protect them from runoff. "What's this?" Wulfric asked, eyeing the canvas-like rolls of fabric John had laid out on the now tilled earth. John had divided the plot into 4 different sections. He would be attempting to grow the same crops, but each section would be utilizing a different first men practice. "Spider moss. It absorbs heat from the sun and keeps it through the harshest summer snow," John explained, straightening the material and cutting small holes for the seedlings. "I've never heard of it." Wulfric frowned, and John nodded. "It was in one of the oldest journals. Some green man who lived beyond the wall," John explained, and walked Wulfric through the theory of the practice, the older boy listening intently. The spider moss was a man-made weave utilizing every drop of John's growing knowledge of herbalism, but it would conserve heat, shielding the soil from night frost and sudden summer snows, preventing flooding from snowmelt, and protecting roots from rotting. In the second plot, John used Earth Blend, a fertilizer that promised to halve the grow time. The third plot was treated with Frost Veil, a protective spray along the edges that deterred pests and animals while preventing diseases like frost rot and silver blight. Finally, the fourth plot combined all 3 techniques. "If even one of these works, this will change the North," John Wulfric said solemnly, a hint of awe in his eyes. John's cheeks pinked. "Ah, it's nothing," John demurred, but he knew Wulfric was right. Too many harvests had been lost to sudden summer snows, wild animals, and blights. If John could erase those concerns, the food scarcity in the North wouldn't be erased, but it would be lessened. John understood that strengthening the North would not come from one source alone. Magic could open doors. Power could turn heads. But even as a child, John understood one of the greatest barriers to the North's independence was its dependence on the South's crops. It was hard to raise Robb to King of the North over a realm of ghosts, and hunger could drive even the most loyal to desperate action. If the North ever wished to reach for independence, that would need to be fixed first, preferably well in advance, so the North had time to shore up their stores. The South's first strategy would be to starve them out. They would blockade their ports, preventing them from trading with Essos. In this area, magic held its advantages. But if this experience had taught John anything, it was that the magical teachings of the Vault were powerful, but they could not replace the tactile knowledge of the land itself, handed down over millennia by those who had survived hunger, frost, and war. Farming required more than raw power. It was a matter of patience, cunning, and learning from those who had tilled the same soil for thousands of years. Without Wulfric's guidance, John's attempts would have failed miserably. It's a good thing he wasn't working alone. By the time the sun had climbed high, John's sample field no longer looked like a mess. It was ordered, alive, each plot carefully planned, squash and beans intertwined, their leaves shading the soil, root vegetables tucked beneath, drawing nutrients without stealing from their neighbors. "Thank you." John hugged the other boy tightly, and laughed as Wulfric patted the top of John's head awkwardly. "Don't mention it," Wulfric grumbled. John had mostly left the bulk of the project in Wulfric's capable hands, as he had left the apothecary to Rosa. He was well aware that neither herbalism nor green magic were his strongest suits, and he had wisely delegated the work to his friend. The Green Vein Fields, or the Grinvain as John had taken to calling them, had been planted a few moons before the offering. John had chosen the site carefully, at a crossroads between two ley lines, one of which was the formerly Silver Winter Town ley line, hoping its presence would encourage growth. His father had been skeptical at first, indulging John's hobby without expecting any real result. Before the gathering, the fields had shown promise but nothing extraordinary. Yet as with all things, the gathering had stirred change. Now, with the ley lines pulsing beneath his feet, the passive magic John had woven into the small farm revealed itself more fully. Even through John's 3 months of confinement, Wulfric had continued his work in the Grinvain, with occasional help from Torwin and Rob, though neither were any better at farming than John, leaving apothecary preparations to John, Rosa, and Soren with the occasional assistance of Sigrid. Unsurprisingly, Sigrid fared worse with green magic than she had with herbalism. Wulfric had firmly removed the budding firemage from the fields under threat of dismemberment, not an idle threat, considering the boy's skill with a battle axe. By the time John's confinement ended and the apothecary launched, the Grinvain had truly flourished under Wulfric's care. The boy had even taken on a dozen apprentices John had pointed toward him, each showing a spark of green magic. As their skills had developed, a few had even been pulled to assist Rosa in the apothecary as their affinity for green magic was revealed to lean towards herbalism rather than traditional green magic. Rosa certainly hadn't refused the help, even if training up her new pupils had been a project in itself. Under father's orders, the existence of the Grinvain had been kept secret until the crop's viability could be tested. He had been cautious about exposing anyone to experimental crops and wary of desperate villagers stealing from the fields before they were deemed safe. But after allowing Lewin and the glass gardeners to run countless tests and experiments, that time had come, and 4 moons since the gathering, and only a moon since the opening of the apothecary, the latest of John's ventures was revealed. Since then, Wulfric and his budding green mage order worked alongside the Winterfell gardeners, to collect, process and store the fresh produce from the fields. Where before the crops were harvested once or twice a harvest season, now they yielded nearly thrice that. His father had to hire extra farm hands just to keep up, and work had begun on opening additional stores, and in the meantime the overflow was generously donated to the towns surrounding Winterfell. To his ire, it only served to further inflate this snow-kissed nonsense. The day before the Grinvain was announced to the north, his father called him into his study to discuss terms. Change came slowly in the north. Yet John felt certain that within a turn or two every croft from the Stony Shore to the White Knife would be using his creations. The gold the North would save from not having to purchase from greedy Reachmen alone. Not to mention the influx of small folk from the Riverlands that would begin to settle in the North's more stable lands. It was only the Riverlands' fertile lands that had kept many bound to the lands there. To the truly desperate, a conversion of faith, if they even chose to convert, the Mandalese were still followers of the Seven, was a small trade for not being slaughtered the next time the Riverlands burned during one of the South's many wars. Of course, John kept the recipes secret, refusing even Maester Lewin's requests to see them. Not that anyone without magic could make them regardless. So instead, the apothecary would be tasked with producing crates of the materials and agreed to sell them to House Stark for barely more than cost. Truthfully, he could have charged a king's ransom. But wealth had never been the purpose. "Are you certain?" Father asked him, brow furrowed with concern. "House Stark can afford to pay what you're worth. We will take the loss when we distribute it through the North." John shook his head. "No. That coin would be better served helping the people. I made these so that the North will not starve when winter comes, and this long summer cannot last much longer. Using our name to enrich myself would be stealing from the very folk I intend to help." A quiet pride softened Ned Stark's features. "Very well. What prices did you have in mind?" 1 silver moon per 10 yards of spider moss. 3 copper stars per 10 gallons of frost veil. 5 silver stags per 10 gallons of earth blend additive. You just add it to regular fertilizer, not as strong as the original but easier to transport." Ned blinked. "John, making these takes time. You deserve proper compensation." "I am being compensated," John insisted. "This covers the materials and lets me employ Rosa and her 3 assistants. They'll be doing most of the labor soon enough." Rosa's apprentices would continue the regular operations of the apothecary, while 3 of Wulfric's sisters had already accepted the positions as Rosa's assistants. For farm folk, the wages were extraordinary even before John added a small share of the profits for Wulfric's early help. John had told him that only later, loyalty deserved reward, and Wulfric had taken moons out of his time he should have been helping his family on their farm to ensure John's endeavor paid off. It only seemed fair he received some of the rewards. There will be other chances at profit, John added, a smirk tugging at his mouth, just not at the North's expense. The South, though. I've no qualms bleeding coin from them. I imagine many Southern lords would be interested in the spider moss alone. Oh? Ned asked, with that deceptively mild tone made John think this was some sort of test. How so? The obvious markets are Dorne, the Stormlands, the Riverlands, and the Iron Islands. Explain. Well, spider moss traps heat. But it could be altered to trap coolness instead to repel heat and retain water. Dornish farmers could grow crops they've never managed before. Ned's eyes widened. Such a thing is possible. With the right ingredients, John said simply. And the others? The Riverlands need flood protection. Their soil is rich, but half their harvests drown every year. The Iron Islands and Stormlands salt. If I can make a version of spider moss that shields soil from salinity, it would be worth a fortune. He continued, his voice dipping into thought. The Riverlands have fertile earth but nothing else, little lumber, little game, no mines worth mentioning. Farming is everything to them. If they could prevent even a fraction of their flood losses. While the Riverlands were more fertile than the North or even most of the South, except the Reach produce was their lifeblood because they had little else in the sense of resources. Their soil was too wet for wheat, but had fruits and vegetables aplenty. They had no mines, and thin trees meant no hunting, though they had a robust fishing industry. And the Ironborn? Ned asked. John snorted. Their soil is worse than ours, and they'd rather raid than farm. But if they were wise, which they aren't, they'd build on their strengths like the Manderleys. The Ironborn possess some of the best shipwrights and sailors in the world. Wealthy southern lords would pay handsomely for safe passage across the narrow sea. He shrugged. But no one ever accused the Ironborn of being clever. The Iron Islands were easily the poorest of the realms, mostly because they had few natural resources, but their unpleasantness meant no one wanted to trade with the Iron Scum. They made their living pillaging the shores of the Riverlands, the Westerlands, the Reach and the North instead, which just worsened the divide. And the Stormlands. Relentless storms drive salt deep into their coasts. Their mines keep them afloat and their blacksmiths are unmatched. But even they lose whole stretches of land to salt breach every year. While not as sparse as the Iron Islands, the Stormlands similarly had few natural resources. Their lumber was softer than the superior lumber of the North, making it a cheaper alternative, but one rarely utilized. It was useless for shipbuilding, and most of Westeros preferred stone buildings. Most of the Stormlands' economy depended on mining salt, iron, copper and their extremely lucrative blacksmithing trade. People traveled from all over the known world for Stormlander steel. It was the place to go in Westeros for arms. Ned considered all this, fingers steepled. How difficult would these alterations be? John hesitated. Not very, he admitted, but... He left the rest unsaid. With Maester Lewin's help, he had already calculated exactly how much he could produce before the crown demanded taxes, and more importantly, the base formulas were deliberately crafted to be useless, even harmful, anywhere south of the neck. They were made for northern soil, northern weather, northern need. Nowhere else. If he ever sold the tailored southern variants, the price would have to be high enough to justify dealing with the South at all. And that was the trouble. By the nature of the world, the realms with the fullest coffers had the least need for what John could offer. The Reach's fields were so rich they fed half the kingdoms. The Westerlands could buy anything they lacked 1,000 times over. The Vale's sheltered valleys produced fine grain without threat of storm or frost. And the Crown lands, whatever they could not grow, they took in tribute. They were powerful because they wanted for nothing. Which meant they had little interest in the ingenuity born of northern necessity. No matter. There's plenty of time to revisit this later. Our priority is the North, Ned said, rising from his chair with that quiet, immovable resolve John had always admired. Let the South tend to their own troubles. We'll strengthen our people first. Now that was a sentiment John could get behind. Chapter 24, Under Pressure. Summary. The gathering and line stirring has caused some unexpected consequences. Something is building beneath the north and John must bear the weight of it alone. At least for now. We also get some bonding between John and Rob. Chapter text. What are you brooding about? Sigrid asked, approaching him on the steps of Winterfell. The northern girl was tall and lean, her straight black hair framing a long, pale face and sharp grey eyes. To an outsider, Sigrid seemed to merge with the shadows. She was neither beautiful nor ugly, just quietly unmissable. But she carried a hidden ruthlessness, much like John and Tor Owen. The three of them possessed a raging fire in their souls, consuming and nurturing at the same time. Wulfric was as steady as the earth he worked, her twin Soren akin to still water, calm, placid, and unreadable, but capable of dark depths. Rosa drifted like the wind, nothing seeming to touch her. Yet, all six of them would die for each other. John might have known them only 2 years, but he was as certain in their loyalty as he was the magic pulsing underfoot. Careful, wouldn't want you to hurt yourself. Sigrid's tone held no inflection, but her eyes danced with humor. John rolled his eyes. The offering has borne more fruitful than I expected. The winter town line has woken and the magic here will ensure that Winterfell and the neighboring towns won't ever go hungry and the rest of the north is sure to follow as more Grinvain are opened. Father says the stores haven't been this full in years. Why do you say that as if it's a bad thing? It's not. Just. It's hard to explain. John sighed. The magic just feels off. Off how? Like a leak in a dam. It feels like building pressure and heat. John offered his arm to Sigrid, and her eyes widened when she felt his arm, the skin hot to the touch. When did this start? Sigrid asked, her eyes dark. This morning. It's tolerable right now, but I'm unsure what the cause is. The lines are healthy, the weirwoods are strong, the crops are growing, my warding is improving, but I can't help feeling like I'm missing something. John sighed. Maybe you're catching an illness between this, the apothecary, your magical studies, your regular lessons. You've barely given yourself a moment of rest since the gathering, and not even before that, Sigrid stated, and John shrugged. John huffed softly. Yeah, you're probably right. But the words felt hollow even as he said them. The heat beneath his skin did not fade. And deep beneath Winterfell, something was still building. It was getting worse. Rob finds John in the Godswood a week following John's conversation with Sigrid. The warmth he'd told Sigrid about had developed into an unshakable restlessness. John had tried everything to rid himself of it, but nothing worked. It could be nothing, but he'd been nervous and jittery all week, and had nearly been thrown by sweetness during his morning ride yesterday. He'd decided to put off any future rides until he got the energy out of his system. Okay, what's going on with you? Rob demanded. He'd found John in the Godswood, moving through the conditioning exercises he'd memorized from watching the Manderley Guards training all those years ago. The movements were deceptively hard, intended to strengthen every muscle while also increasing flexibility and endurance, and John was sweating buckets halfway through his first set. It took only 2 sets of repeating the exercises, a far cry from the Manderley Guards who'd made 10 reps look easy, for John to collapse in a heap on the grass. His skin felt like it was bubbling, though that seemed to be the new normal. His body temperature had been steadily rising for days now. Rob watched him in concern, and a little amazement. Where did you learn those moves? Rob asked, diverted from his original purpose in tracking John down. John realized that between all their moons of fighting and the chaos that had overtaken John's life since the gathering, John had never really explained how he had been training himself in the Godswood. Do you remember that group of Isozi fighters that travel with Lord Manderley? John asked. Rob froze. His eyes went wide. The Leviathan Guard, he spluttered. John, don't tell me you've been training with them. They haven't even been back to Winterfell in months. John laughed, rubbing sweat from his face. No, obviously not. But I watched their morning drills every day for the 3 moons they stayed. I memorized what I could and kept practicing, but I still can't do what they can. John pouted. Rob stared at him. John, the Leviathan Guard are elite warriors. Elite. We're 9. I'd be worried if you could keep up with them. Rude, John huffed, but that's what Rosa tells me too. John sighed, and Rob gestured at the discarded swords. The Leviathans use spears. Where did the fancy swordwork come from? I know it wasn't Sir Roderick that taught you that, he asked. John hesitated, then plucked a handful of grass and shredded it between his fingers. Well, the old god sort of showed me, he admitted. Rob's face went blank. Meaning? A few months after I started training here and bleeding all over the tree, yes, I'm aware anyway, I started having dreams. Not like green dreams, most of them were just pieces. Battle memories, maybe. I'd try them here in the clearing, and the old gods would guide me. Rob let out a slow breath and dropped into the grass beside him. For a long moment, he said nothing. If you were anyone else, Rob admitted, you'd scare me. John's heart stuttered at the honesty. He rolled onto his back. You know I'd never turn against you. Rob smiled, soft, sincere. That's why I said anyone else. But you have to admit you're every heir's worst nightmare. John blinked. What? Rob raised one finger at a time. Smart. Charming. A little ruthless. Beautiful, don't he make that face, it's true. A weapons prodigy. You speak the old tongue fluently. You're a budding mage. Even the gods are tripping over themselves to bless you. Everything you touch, you excel at: herbs, riding, fighting, magic. You're everything a lord would want in an heir. His voice had grown quieter with each word. John punched him. So are you. Rob snorted. You look the part. John rolled his eyes. I might have the hair, but you look more like father. And I might be all those things. So modest. John ignored him. But you're forgetting diplomacy. That's on you. Rob grinned. Fair. He sobered. Tell me more of the visions. How often do they come? John shook his head. I still come here to practice, but I haven't had a dream since the coma. They were starting to give me migraines. I'm not surprised I am not a greenseer. My brain isn't made to commune directly with the gods in that way. Rob frowned. But you said you can feel their power. John nodded. I'm a sensate. It's similar to warging, but different. I can feel the ley lines, touch them. But that's different. Seeing through time and space, that's greenseer work. And if you're not built for it, using that part of the mind too often can be dangerous. Rob's gaze snapped to the red leaves above them, alarm sharp on his face. Are you saying the old gods could have killed you? John shrugged. Maybe at the height of their power. But now. They are diminished. And I only did it for a short while. John. Rob's voice was firm, unyielding. No more. A breeze stirred the branches. The leaves rustled softly, almost like laughter. A pulse of warmth spread through the clearing: approval, fondness, ancient amusement. John felt it. So did Rob, his expression flickered in surprise. Looks like I'm not the only one they favor, John murmured. Rob flushed faintly, glancing away. Well, they should. I'm the heir, after all. John grinned up at the canopy. Then they chose well. Together, they lay in the grass beneath the weirwood's watchful face, immersed in the old god's power. For a brief moment, the restlessness that had plagued John the last few days abated, but it was a brief respite, and by the time Rob was dragging him from the godswood, it had returned in full force. The fever crested that night. Since his coma, John's body temperature had never quite returned to what it once was. His skin ran hot even in the harshest summer snow, breath misting less than the others, and he bore a higher resistance to frost and flame alike. But this was different. This was heat crawling beneath his skin like something alive, something with purpose. He'd ignored it through breakfast. Ignored it through lessons. Then, during training, Theon of all people had managed to catch John off balance with a lucky swing. The wooden blade thudded against his ribs. John went down hard in the dirt. And didn't get back up. The world had tilted. The clamor of practice faded to muffled echoes behind a rising roar in his ears. Heat pulsed through his veins, fever bright and dizzying, as though his blood wanted to boil out of him. Can you stand? Sir Roderick's voice rumbled beside him. John forced his eyes open. The sky wheeled overhead, too bright, too sharp. He nodded, or he tried to anyway. His head moved sluggishly, like it had been packed with molten lead. Roderick's hand was suddenly firm under his arm, lifting him before John even realized he'd tried to rise. Everything swam. He heard Theon mutter something half worry, half the usual bluster, but the words blurred. John felt the heat crest again, a wave rolling from his spine to the crown of his skull. His breath hissed between his teeth. He wasn't cold. He wasn't anything but fire. Roderick barked for the guards. Moments later John found himself half carried, half dragged from the yard, boots scraping stone, vision stuttering in and out as they made for Maester Lewin's tower. He tried to focus on his steps, on the stones, on anything but the fever clung to him like a second skin. The hallways chimed faintly with distant bells. But John realized, with a sinking clarity, that the noise wasn't real. It was inside him. A pressure. A hum. Not sound. Not exactly. Pressure. Vibration. Familiar in a way that made his stomach drop. Like the rhythmic pulse of the ley lines, but different. It gnawed rather than hummed, pulled rather than pressed, as if the magic burrowing under his skin was searching for something it had misplaced. Then the world pitched sideways again as a connection was made. The results of the offering had greater rewards and consequences than even John had expected. Not only was the Wintertown heart tree fully recovered, the ley line under it now golden, and the sapling in the south courtyard now as tall as John, a tiny trickling line of gold running through it to connect to the Winterfell and Wintertown heart trees, but in the nexus of those three connections, deep beneath the earth, the Winterfell volcano was waking up. It was reaching for any available connection to the ley lines, and had found John. If these volcanoes had taken the place of the 14 flames and now housed the Valyrian gods as the Weirwoods housed the old gods, they didn't seem to care that a single person could never hold the power of a volcano. Not all sources were equal, there were less volcanoes than heart trees for a reason, collectively their power was equal, but individually a volcano's magic was much more potent than a single heart tree. Waking a volcano, even the weakest of the Northers with only 2, and a sapling, heart trees to balance it. If forming the connection didn't kill him, the imbalance would. When John blinked next, he was on Lewin's table, the Maester's cool hands pressing urgently against his burning brow. His ears rang. His breath sounded distant. Lewin was speaking. John could see his lips move, but the words were drowned out beneath the rising thrum in John's chest. The heat answered instead. It coiled under his ribs, climbed up his spine, pooled behind his eyes. Every breath stoked it hotter, brighter, like bellows fanning a hidden forge. As if something dormant had finally decided to wake. Power unlike anything John had felt to that point, infinitely stronger than forming the connection with the Wintertown heart tree, flared through John. The magic overload fried his synapses. It had felt like John was burning alive. His skin had been so hot it had started to smolder. Maester Lewin jumped back in surprise, the palms of his hands red so no one had dared touch him. "John, I need to know if you've taken anything. What have you been experimenting with?" Lewin demanded. He waved a sharp, bitter smell under John's nose, trying to force clarity into him. It worked. Barely. No, John gasped. His voice felt wrong, thin, stretched, shaking under the weight of the heat. The magic, it's woken the V-volcano the ley lines are. He choked as another wave hit him, harder than the last, dragging him back under. His spine arched off the table, a low groan tearing from him. Lewin had donned a pair of raptor gloves and grabbed his shoulders, trying to keep him still. John, focus. What volcano? What ley lines? What is happening to you?" John tried to answer. But all he managed was a strangled sound as the pressure inside him surged, a pulse that did not belong to him, a hunger that was not his own, a rising tide of magic that felt ready to burst from his skin. The ley lines weren't humming. They were roaring. Chapter 25, The Curse of the Andals. Summary. In this chapter we see the rewards and consequences of the gathering. John is forced to make an important decision that will impact the rest of his life. And we learn more about why the Andals don't have magic and the dark truth behind the faith of the Seven. Old tongue equals bold. Valyrian equals bold plus italics. Chapter text. Hello, Descendant. John had barely started to register the dream library and Saren's voice, when the ground dropped out from under him and John found himself standing in a large cavern, But this was no mere cave. John stood inside a cavern vast enough to swallow Winterfell's great hall and still have room for the godswood. The air was warm, thick with the faint tang of burning stone and sulfur. The walls rose smooth as glass, a black so deep it stole the light from the torches set in carved sconces. But it was the patterns that froze John's breath. Spirals and sweeps and twisting sigils ran across the stone in continuous lines and so precise they looked grown, not carved. Every coil fed into another, like the movement of wings. Like flight captured in mineral and shadow. Dragons. They covered every surface, stretched along the vaulting ceiling, rearing in high relief from the walls, coiled at the base of the pillars that held the cavern aloft. Some so small he could cup them in his palm, others large enough that their heads brushed the arching roof. Gold inlay traced the edges of each scale, each talon, each folded wing. Gems glimmered in clusters: emerald, ruby, amethyst, opal worked into the stone with a precision beyond mortal craft. 1,000 jeweled eyes watched him, glittering with the witchlight's cold fire. Hello, a smooth melodic voice greeted John, and at first John didn't understand him, but then the word clicked in his mind: Valyrian, and not the bastardized trade languages of the free cities. This was old Valyrian. John exhaled and rubbed a hand across his face. I'm assuming we're related. That seems to be how these things usually go. Footsteps whispered. A figure stepped into the witchlight. John's first breath stalled. Tall and lean with shoulder-length silver hair, not grey or white, but molten silver and vibrant purple eyes. Other than that, the man was basically a copy of John, the same cheekbones, angular jawline, arched brows, wide sensual mouth, perfect, almost too perfect white teeth, cat-like eyes surrounded by thick lashes though his were silver and smooth pale skin. John wondered uneasily if this was how others would see him one day. And the man was nearly naked. He wore little more than a sheer, gauzy robe that clung where it touched and revealed everything else. A gold rope cinched it at the waist, but the cloth fell open over most of his chest and shoulders. Slits up both legs bared smooth skin and long lines of thigh. Gold chains draped him like offerings, across his wrists, ankles, hips, even threaded behind his ears to lie across the fine bones of his cheeks. It was enough gold to feed half the North for a year. The man smiled, flawless teeth flashing. My name is Aerys Targaryen. The words resounded in John's skull, translated, somehow, even though John knew his Valyrian was poor at best. John swallowed. Jon Snow. Aerys looked him over, slowly, as though committing every inch of him to memory. Then his lips thinned. You deny your true name. John folded his arms across his chest defiantly. My mother named me Vigan. A silver brow arched. And your father? John's jaw clenched. My father is Ned Stark. The agony hit instantly. A line of molten heat lanced down John's spine, nearly buckling his knees. He caught himself on trembling hands, breath tearing in and out. The cavern blurred at the edges. Aerys did not move. Try again. His hands settled on his hips, the gold chains glinting like tiny flames. You may die a child of Ned Stark, or you may acknowledge the Valyrian blood that runs in your veins. John forced himself upright, shaking. He glared through sweat-damp hair. Why do you care? Aerys's expression softened, not kindly, but with something ancient, distant, almost pitying. Because you are not so different from the magic of your land. Two halves of a whole, old and new, ice and fire. You will never find balance while denying one half of what you are. John sagged, the words striking somewhere deep. True. Obvious. Terrifying. A true name. His true name. He knew what it meant. What it cost. What doors it opened and what doors it closed forever. Part of him rebelled. Part of him reached for it like a starving man. Aerys watched him, patient as stone. A name is power. Acknowledgement is power. Without the truth of yourself, your magic will twist. Stagnate. Deform. You know this. John swallowed hard. Because he did. Because half of him burned like a volcano trying to wake, and the other half rooted him like the oldest gods would in the north. Neither would yield entirely to the other, and he could not survive both pulling in opposite directions. My name is Vigon Targaryen Stark. The Valyrian passed through his lips without his realizing, and a weight seemed to lift from his shoulder. The heat abated, but didn't fully leave, and Erisa smiled. Come along, we have much to discuss and not much time. As we speak, your old gods restore the balance and our time grows short. Erisa led him down a series of corridors, each as magnificent as the chamber he'd arrived in, until they reached a grand library. Shelves of black stone curved upward into shadow, lined with scrolls, crystal tablets, and bound tomes that seemed to hum faintly with magic. And a furious Seren. You think you can overpower me with your tricks, Dragonkin? Seren's molten silver eyes flared, and Erisa took an instinctive step back, before lifting his chin, his eyes staring coyly up at the first king, the faintest smirk curving his lips, eyes alight with teasing defiance. This was a man who knew his beauty was a weapon, and wielded it with the same precision one might swing a sword. You are not the only one with designs on our descendants' time, Erisa said, his voice smooth, almost musical, but carrying steel beneath, and we both know this is a step he would have had to take. Seren's lips pressed into a thin line. Then we shall see whether he survives the choices of gods and dragons alike, the first king whispered, and the cavern seemed to shiver with the weight of his words. Erisa's gaze flicked to Jon, indigo meeting violet, and for a fleeting moment, the world narrowed to that one bridge between past and future. Do not fear, Vigon, he murmured. You are as much Targaryen as you are Stark. Remember that. And power, true power, favors those who do not deny themselves. Jon swallowed, heat and awe tangled in his chest. What do I have to do? Jon asked. Merely accept yourself, Stark, Targaryen. First men. Valyrian. You are the first of your kind in 6,000 years, your destiny is greater than you know. Erisa's voice was deadly serious for the first time since they'd met. Jon thought deeply on it, and found. He could. He didn't hate Rhaegar Targaryen, maybe resented him a little. The man might have made many mistakes, but he wasn't alone in that endeavor. There were others at fault for the rebellion, and even still. The rebellion might have cost the Targaryens the Iron Throne, but it had given Jon a home, a family. Where would he have been, if not for the rebellion? Either a Blackfyr or a second prince to the Iron Throne. Even the thought turned his stomach. No, Jon held no ill will for his birth father. Ned Stark was the father of his heart, but perhaps there was room yet to acknowledge another. But did this acceptance extend to his name? Who was he? Jon or Vigon? Jon was the name of the bastard of Winterfell, a stain on the otherwise honorable Ned Stark, but a beloved son and brother. Vigon was the name of the secret Targaryen prince, the rightful heir to a throne neither one of them wanted any part of. Neither felt right. So he would make his own name, maybe not in this moment, but one day. For now, Jon would do. Both Seren and Erisa seemed to sense that Jon had come to a decision as attention faded from their frames, as if a great catastrophe had just been avoided. Considering these two men figments of the Empire of the Dawn and the Valyrian Freehold were the leading experts on catastrophes, that said quite a lot. What did you mean? There hasn't been another like me in 6,000 years. Jon asked, and watched as the two men exchanged a heavy look. Maybe that is a tale for another, Seren started, but Jon hardened his jaw. Tell me, Jon demanded. Erisa studied Jon's face for a moment, then acquiesced, saying, you are aware of the tale of the lone wolf, but it is not so simple as you believe. The lone wolf came to our shores when the Valyrians were little more than shepherds and miners. Their skill with the earth made them coveted and prey to Giscari slavers. Erisa lectured, voice smooth but edged with steel. The lone wolf sired 40 children in his lifetime, and from them sprang the first dragon lords. Since then, no new lines have emerged. No amount of breeding, no whisper of blood magic, could create another. Believe me, they tried, he smirked. What does this? Jon started, and Erisa raised a hand to stop him. I'm getting there, the Valyrian said with a tired sigh. The 40 dragon lords bound their bloodlines to the 14 flames, hatched the first dragons, and rained fire and blood upon the Giscari for generations. 5,000 years of dominance, and then the Andals decided they didn't like the way the wind was blowing. What did they do? Jon asked. Are you familiar with grayscale? Erisa looked weary, and Jon's jaw dropped. The Andals created grayscale? Jon demanded, and both Seren and Erisa shook their heads. No, The Church of the Starry September created grayscale Erisa stated. Like the cult. John blinked. He was the first to admit he wasn't a fan of the faith of the Seven, but if John remembered, the Seven weren't exactly the curse my enemies with blood magic type, more the torture and kill them violently type. We cursed them back, Erisa smirked, and Serin rolled his eyes grandly. And polluted the 14 flames, causing the doom. Yes, well done, Serin drawled. Wait. Are you saying Andal blood is actually cursed? But all my siblings have magic. John blinked in confusion, and Serin's lips twitched in amusement. But the Starks aren't like most other bloodlines. Of course, if they kneel to an Andal, even that won't save them, Serin warned. What do you mean? John asked. Look at the Tullys, Serin said. Once first men, but they bowed to the Andals. No amount of intermarrying could save their magic. It died with them then. This was too much. Is there a way to break the curse? John asked, and both shook their heads. It is weakened in your siblings, so it might be possible to purge it from them, but on a grand scale. No. It took incredible magic to form this curse, extremely black, dangerous magic. Inadvertently, our curse only aided the Church's mission, eradicate the native magic, Erisa stated, and John thought on that. That's why most of the Lylines are all silver south of the neck. They intermarried so much most of West AOC bloodlines are now cursed, John reflected, and Serin grimaced. There's small pockets of magic, and other foreign powers, the water mags, the dragon lords, the fox spirits have taken root, but they are young. It will take time for them to settle enough to push out the cursed to repopulate the land. Serin gave John an apologetic look. Have you ever wondered why certain regions retain certain physical characteristics? Even after thousands of years. In the north, this might be explained by the northerners' preference to not marry south, but what of the Dornish? The Westerlands? And why don't the Riverlands, Vale and Reach share a similarly distinctive appearance? They don't. The northerners are known for their dark hair and long faces, the Westerlands for their blonde hair and green eyes, and the Dornish for their dark hair and bronzed skin. But if you walk into a crowd of Reachers, you'll see a wide range of hair colors, red, brown, black, blonde, and every variant between. And this is caused by the curse? John asked dubiously. More that it's the opposite, magic is the cause of these distinctive features, and in the absence of magic these regions are unaffected. So that's why I have the Stark hair but the Valyrian eyes? John asked. Yes, though you are in a unique position. Most only retain one type of magic, but the similarity between Valyrian and First Men magic allow you access to both. Just as magic is fluid, so is your appearance. As you delve deeper into both sides of your inheritance, you might encounter physical changes. A lightening of your eyes, maybe some silvering of your hair, there's no way to tell. Silver hair might make my parentage hard to conceal, John said dryly. There's a chance it won't happen. You are just as much Stark as Targaryen, and the Stark's dark hair is distinctive, Serin said. But not particularly magical. A sign of magic, yes, but holds no connection to Stark magic. But Targaryen magic is directly linked to our appearance. It's well known that those with lighter eyes have a closer connection to magic. Targaryen's magic is distinctly physical, while the Starks are spiritual. That's why you mostly look like your father. Serin looked thoughtful. Are you saying that as I develop my magic my hair is going to turn silver? There's no way to tell, but it's likely. Just great. Chapter 26, What's in a Name? Chapter Text. Maintaining the balance will be a constant struggle, Erisa cautioned. If you master an art on the Valyrian Codex, you must also choose a pathway under the Old Gods. If you take a direwolf companion, you must bond with a dragon. This will be a constant battle for you, but it is imperative. Especially while you're young, you have no elders to keep you in check, so you must mind yourself. The world is a little short on dragons, and there's been no direwolves beyond the wall for centuries, John replied dryly. For now, but as magic comes back that will change. Both are symbols of magic. As magic gets stronger, so will they. An influx of fire magic will create dragon eggs. Remember, the first dragons came from the 14. They are beings of magic, not mere flesh and bone. The same applies to direwolves, though in their case it is wind they are connected to, Serin lectured. Wind? Jon asked, surprised. Yes. Earthsingers, dragons, direwolves and kappas are each symbolic to the four sources. The Royana turtle spirit is a kappa. They can choose to appear as an animal, the gentler aspect the Royana are familiar with, but as all the symbols they contain a darker aspect, Serin said. Earthsingers must be the true name for the children of the forest, the original inhabitants of Westeros before the first men came. Direwolves has traveled to Westeros with the transition of wind magic from Aldhose to Westeros. Similar to the Earthsingers, dragons were native to Essos, created from the first sparks of the Valyrian freehold. The Kappas came to Essos with the fall of Sot Horios, and had chosen the Rionish as their devoted. That explained the sources of water magic that had formed in Dorne. After the Valyrians had driven the Rionish out, they had planted the seeds of water magic in Dorne, and it had been growing for 1,000 years. The question was, did any of the Dornish know of their potential for magic? Despite being distant from the rest of the Seven Kingdoms as the North was, the Dornish were supposedly still followers of the Seven. Come. Our work is not done, Erisa stated, and exited the chamber with the unquestioned expectation that both of them were to follow him. Jon met Serin's eye roll with one of his own, but both of them followed. Erisa led Jon and Serin down a long hallway to a separate cavern. The dragon-carved cavern stretched around him, but it had changed. The witch light burned lower now, casting long shadows that made the stone dragon seem to shift when he wasn't looking directly at them. Erisa stood near the center of the chamber, already waiting. Serin lingered further back, half-shadowed, his presence no less suffocating for the distance. This was Valyrian business. The first king had no place here and would be delegated to an observer. At the center of the chamber sat a low, circular platform of black stone. A shallow basin had been carved into its surface, empty, polished smooth, the edges lined with the same flowing sigils that covered the walls. Jon stopped at its edge. What is this? Jon asked, and Erisa motioned to the platform. Erisa gestured lightly to the platform. A naming right, he said. A simple one, by our standards. While you remain here, our power shields you from the toll of the imbalance you have invited. If you wish to wake with your mind intact, his violet gaze sharpened slightly, you must claim a true name. One that represents all that you are. Jon's stomach sank. A name. Jon had just decided to make his own, and already circumstance demanded an answer from him. And he had none to give. Jon knew the moment he stepped onto the dais that this would not end cleanly. The heat that had been simmering under his skin for days surged, rising to meet the warmth already thick in the cavern. It wasn't painful, not yet, but it pressed against him from the inside, like something waiting to be let out. As soon as he had cleared the edge of the platform, the edges had ignited, the flames so hot they burned silver, but Jon couldn't feel the heat apart from that which came inside him. Let your blood feed the flames, Erisa said simply. Jon didn't argue this time. Walking to the basin, Jon pulled the knife at his hip free, the blade came free in one smooth motion, and he cut across his palm with practiced ease. The sting grounded him, steadying his breath as he let the blood well. It hit the basin. And the world shifted. Multicolored flames flooded the carved stone all at once, swirling violently, the colors clashing and recoiling like opposing tides. The heat spiked, sharp enough this time to make Jon's breath hitch. The heat inside him flared again, one side burning, the other pulling tight, cold and unyielding. He felt it now. The divide. It had always been there, he'd just never had the words for it. Erisa was watching him closely now. Name yourself, he said. Jon went still. That was the problem, wasn't it? Jon Snow was a lie of omission. Vhagar Targaryen was a truth he didn't want. Neither was wrong. Neither was enough. Jon could have just chosen a Targaryen name. Aegon for both the Conqueror and his lost biological brother. Aemon for the Dragon Knight, one of the greatest warriors of Westeros history, who died serving his king brother. Daeron Targaryen, the young dragon, who conquered Dorne at only 4 and 10, even if only for a short time. Baelor the Blessed, who truly united the Seven Kingdoms under Targaryen rule by brokering the marriage that brought Dorne to heel. Jaehaerys, the Conciliator, who united the Seven Kingdoms after the tyranny of Maegor the Cruel. But none of them fit. None of them felt right. If he was going to claim a name, he would make his own, not borrow one from a long-dead relative. But what was his name? Vile Rion Targaryen Zoias. The words were pulled from his mouth, and as soon as they passed his lips, something inside him clicked into place and understanding flooded him. Similar to Balerion. Vile, meaning wolf, and Rion, a diminutive of dragon. Together they spoke of balance, loyalty and strength. Wolf and dragon. Stark and Targaryen. But what the hell was Zoias? Zoias. The words rolled off Aerys's tongue like molten silver, the sound foreign yet familiar, and resonated deep in Jon's or Vile Rion. Gods, that was a mouthful. Chest is not a name, it is a title, a legacy older than Westeros itself. Aerys looked pointedly at Seryn, who was looking extraordinarily smug. Zoias. Azor Ahai. The prince that was promised. Seryn shrugged, and Vile Rion's fuck it, he was going with Rion. At least it was close to. Jon's stomach dropped out from under him. Fuck. Rion knew the legend of Azor Ahai. Of course he did. Even if it hadn't been included in Maester Lewin's lessons, which, considering Vile Rion's heritage, was rather suspicious of his father. The journals spoke of the prophecy constantly. When the red star bleeds and darkness gathers, Azor Ahai shall be born amidst smoke and salt, to wake dragons from stone, and draw forth the burning sword. Shadows shall flee before his light, yet his flame will burn his own heart first. From tears and fire shall he rise, the last light against the coming night. He shall know the song of ice and fire, and through pain forge the dawn anew. Seryn's voice was both smooth as silk and rough as the crushing grasp of the sea. I thought you said the Night King was dead. Rion protested, and Seryn shrugged. He is the king stated, but that doesn't mean the prophecy is complete. It is not the Night King's prophecy, his involvement was a side effect, not the cause. Seryn explained, and Rion slouched down to sit in a sprawl on the still smoking platform. How do we know I am really Azor Ahai? Just because a stupid ritual? Rion protested, and both men made indignant faces. You, Vile Rion Targaryen, were born under a bleeding red star, or as your maesters now call it, dawn. You were born amidst the burning of the Targaryen dynasty and the tears of your grieving mother. You woke dragons from stone when you stirred the volcano beneath Winterfell, which in due time will see the rebirth of dragon eggs, and drew forth the burning sword when you began to revive the Lylines and usher in a new age of magic. Seryn stated, and Rion thought back to the wording of the prophecy. If darkness gathers doesn't refer to the Night King, what does it mean? Rion asked, and Seryn shrugged. No one knows what the end result of the prophecy, not even the gods. That is why you are the only individual that may use divine power, Seryn said causally. I what? Rion's voice broke embarrassingly. This means you must show greater care than previously, Aerys said pointedly. I've been careful. Rion protested, earning a snort from Seryn, while Aerys rolled his eyes. The signs have been far from subtle, Descendant Aerys said dryly. What do you mean? There hasn't been a new weirwood sapling since before the first men arrived in this land, but as you stirred the volcano beneath it, the September burned and a new sapling was uncovered. You can't tell me you thought that unquestionable, Seryn explained. No, of course not. Seryn sighed, sometimes I forget you're still a child. Seryn's words stung. The volcano had been stirring since you bound yourself to it, but the offerings during the gathering was the first time it started to wake. It took offense to the September above it, and used what power it had to purge the seeds of the Black God's power. Seryn continued. Wait, so it wasn't the rioters that burned the September? Rion asked. Of course not, nothing short of wildfire could have reduced those stones to ash, Aerys stated. Rion felt their judgment unfair. It wasn't an unreasonable conclusion, it was the same one his father and Lady Stark had come to. This is significant, Descendant. This weirwood is the first of its kind, Seryn said firmly. What? Rion blinked. It is a combination of earth, wind, fire and water. It was grown by the combined power of the embers of the old gods and the Valyrian gods. It's the first form of divine power since the fall of dawn, Seryn went on. I don't suppose the Maiden Maid of Light is happy about that. She took away man's ability to use divine power as a punishment, Rion sighed. Correct, both of their voices chimed. So what do I do? Rion asked. You are possibly the only person who might be spared her wrath. You are Azor Ahai, Not only are you a direct decadent of mine and therefore the god above, but you came by your affinity for both spectrums naturally. Even the gods must bend to destiny, they would not obstruct your gift, but you must not allow anyone else to tap into the tree. Serin's tone was deadly serious and unease began to settle on Rion's shoulders. It's in the center of Winterfell, how am I supposed to do that? Rion demanded. You must sink it, encase it within the earth in a place only you may survive, the volcano. This is the only tree that will be naturally immune, Ereza said easily, as if he weren't asking a child who hadn't even learned the runes to perform great works of magic. I don't know if you noticed, but I can barely walk. I haven't even started the process to skin change. I am not even making frost or candle flame, let alone commanding the earth, Rion said dryly. Well, best work swiftly. Once the tree reaches maturity its difference will be unavoidable, Ereza said blithely. Just wonderful. Rion was staring at two of the most powerful figures in history. Serin was the bloody first king, the Emerald Prince, last scion of the great Empire of the Dawn, and not even they could tell Rion how he was supposed to learn. I hate you. Chapter 27, The New House Targaryen. Chapter text. Ereza led them back to the Grand Library. The naming ritual is merely educational and symbolic, but it, along with your connection to the ley-lines and heart trees, will allow you to bear the weight of the volcano temporarily. Had you not been a sensate, you would have been immolated the moment it stirred. Still, once you wake, you will need to repeat the process, preferably soon, Ereza warned, and Rion let out a heavy sigh. Of course. Choosing your name was only the first step, Ereza continued, gesturing for Rion to take a seat at the long table. Unless you wish to wake to Winterfell reduced to molten ruin, you will need to claim the volcano. Rion stared at him. How, exactly, does one claim a volcano? It's a similar process to the naming ritual, Serin stated. So, I just have to name it? Rion asked, and Ereza's light purple eyes flashed. There is no just naming a volcano, his voice was sharp. But essentially yes, Serin shrugged, earning the ire of the Valyrian. Each of the 40 Dragonlord houses was bound to one of the 14 flames, Ereza continued tightly, and through them, to a patron god or goddess. House Targaryen's patron is Tesserion. Ereza paused, then exhaled slowly. When you name the Winterfell volcano, you must invoke one of the 14. You will be drawing upon fragments of their essence, what remains of them buried in the corrupted lands of old Valyria. The one you choose will shape you as you grow. Rion rubbed his temple. Are there even 14 volcanoes in Westeros? He tried to think back to the map inside the vault, but at the time he had been more interested in the north. There will be, Ereza said with a faint smile. Rion did not like that answer. Ereza's gaze sharpened. This is no small decision, they will become the patron of the new house Targaryen. Rion frowned. What do you mean new house? There's only one house Targaryen. Rion was fairly certain there was only one house Targaryen, as spread out and fractured as they currently were. When you swore your vow beneath the Weirwood, Serin said mildly, you forsook the rest of House Targaryen. You agreed to found something new. Rion blinked. I did not realize it was quite so binding. It was, you were named your father's heir, and primogeniture means that you inherited the title with his death, Serin said. Ereza inclined his head. Besides, Tesserion has been removed from the old lands since the Doom. The Dreamer performed the naming of the Dragonmont and invoked their patron. They will continue Tesserion's legacy, but you must choose another. Does this mean I can only name one? What about the others? The North had 3 volcanoes alone. Rion frowned. He'd had plans for the volcano in Queenscrown. You would be binding your bloodline to the Winterfell volcano, Ereza said. That bond cannot be broken or shared other than through matrimony, only passed down to direct descendants. And a blood connection is not enough, which is why the Dragonlords of the Freehold had no need to worry of Dragoseeds. The rite of passing requires the choosing of a successor, but that successor must be your progeny, Ereza emphasized. Rion's jaw tightened as he thought, whoever claims it will hold power over Winterfell, he said slowly. That cannot fall to just anyone. There has to be a way to tie it to Robb's bloodline. Ereza raised a dubious brow. Serin hummed, considering. You could hold it in Regency, he said at last. Until one of Robb's descendants is able to take it. That would be extremely dangerous, Ereza cut in immediately. He would be unable to claim another volcano until the first is relinquished. None of the others are close to waking, Seren countered. That is irrelevant. They will wake, Erisa snapped, pale skin flushing faintly. If he takes regency, he is binding himself indefinitely. And this assumes Robb marries someone with Dragonlord blood. His gaze flicked sharply to Jon. Your entire plan hinges on Robb marrying into one of the northern houses. Rion exhaled through his nose, acknowledging his point. There are descendants of the Dragonlord houses scattered across Essos, but unless you know of one hidden in the north. There is one, Seren interrupted. Silence fell. There is, both Rion and Erisa asked, and the first king gave them both a secretive smile. It was several generations ago, he said. But nothing a simple blood rite cannot recall. Seren waved a hand, and a tapestry of the Targaryen bloodline unfurled. Threads of silver and crimson weaving themselves into a living lineage. Names of the deceased remained dark, while those of the living pulsed softly with power. It began with the Conqueror and flowed forward through centuries, ending with Jon and his siblings. Rion's breath caught. What should have been 3 names, only 2 of which living, beneath the Mad King had become 4. Rhaegar, Viserys, Daenerys, and Elena, the daughter of Ashura Dayne, who Rion knew according to rumors was the leading suspect for Jon Snow's mother. Below them, beneath Rhaegar, were 3 more, Rhaenys Targaryen Martell, Aegon Targaryen Martell, Vhagar Rion Targaryen Stark. The thread pulsed within each of the names, show indisputable truth, Jon's sibling live. They were not killed in the sacking of King's Landing. That wasn't all. Branches spread outward from the main tapestry, spiderweb thin flickering lines stretching outwards. Dragoseeds. Bastards with diluted dragon's blood or offshoots of the daughters of the Targaryen dynasty marrying into other West AOC houses. They were dim, their light ghost-like and barely present. Rion's gaze snapped back to the central line. To Elena. Her thread burned bright as his own and Rhaegar's other children. She's not a Dragoseed, Rion said slowly. Seren's lips curved, faint and knowing, no more than you are, he agreed, and Rion bit down an instinctive flinch at the mention of his previous bastardy. No, Rion was no bastard, but Rhaegar had set Elia Martell aside in order to take Lyanna Stark as his wife. Hadn't he? But if the Mad King had set his sister-wife aside for Ashura Dayne, Princess Daenerys would be a Blackfyre, and she clearly was not. They both took second wives like the Conqueror, Rion realized, and Seren's lips twisted wryly. Ironic, the first king said dryly, that the two were so alike in their thinking and yet so different. Both chased whispers of prophecy until it led to their ruin, and in the end destiny led them to you, Seren laughed. But why would Ashura Dayne agree to marry the Mad King? By all account, she had been close friends with the Mad King's good daughter, Elia Martell. It seemed highly unlikely Ashura would have married the Mad King willingly. Willingly, Rion thought in disgust, being the key word. Rion decided to set that thought aside to contemplate later, and looked further up the tapestry, which is where he found it. Further up, Visera Targaryen, daughter of the Conciliator, wed to Liman Mandali, the firstborn son of Theomore Mandali, who Visera had been engaged to when she reportedly was killed in a riding accident before they could be wed. More importantly, before Visera could have ever borne the Mandalis a child, let alone the several this tapestry reported. How would one even go about faking the death of a Targaryen princess, sneaking her out of the Targaryen center of power, and hiding her within the house she had been meant to marry into? It would have been impossible without Princess Visera's full cooperation, and even then, as Rion had mentioned earlier, it wouldn't exactly be easy to hide such distinctive Valyrian features in the north. At least without magic, but why go to all this trouble? Regardless, it could work. Rion considered it. The Mandaealis were one of the most powerful northern houses, commanders of the northern fleet, wealthy, established, loyal. If Rion intended to build a fleet under the direct command of the Starks, as the Iron Throne had a royal fleet, then aligning with the Mandaealis could be invaluable in establishing a fleet in the west. But if Rion could revive the dragon's blood in them, Rion could pass the claiming of the Winterfell volcano to Robb's betrothed, who would pass it on to Robb's children, forever binding control of the Winterfell volcano to Robb's bloodline. The question was, Winifred or Wyler? And how to explain this to either his father or Lord Mandaeli? That sounded like a problem for future vile Rion. Rion wanted to wake up now, and it seemed he was about to get his wish. The edges of his vision were beginning to darken. Well, that's just great, Rion huffed, turning on his heels to stride back towards the cavern he'd arrived in. Any other pearls of wisdom before I wake? Rion snaked, not expecting an answer. Actually, Descendant Eriza's voice rang behind him, smooth, teasing. Strong, deceptively gentle hands gripped John's shoulders, spinning him around. The Valyrian stood so close Rion felt the heat of his body. Rion had to crane his head back so he wasn't staring at the man's bare chest. A gift from my blood to yours, he breathed, leaning down. Their mouths met in a searing kiss that sent heat, literal heat, not desire, crawling through Rion's veins. Shock rooted HM in place, and by the time he tried to pull back, Eriza was already releasing him, lips shimmering faintly, as if imbued with some living magic. And then suddenly it all clicked. Old Valyrian slotted into Rion's mind as naturally as if it had been his birth tongue. Words, meanings, nuances, everything fell into place with effortless clarity. Of course, that's when Rion woke up. Chapter 28, Aftershocks. Summary. The aftershocks of waking the Winterfell volcano are beginning to be felt all across Westeros. In King's Landing, a certain golden lion in stag's clothing uncovers the sparks of a hidden power, which is sure to have interesting consequences for the future. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Far from the north, the consequences of a single boy's actions rippled silently across the Seven Kingdoms. Most would never notice the change. The winds still blew cold across the wall. Merchants still haggled in the streets of Gulltown and Lannisport. Lords still schemed in their castles while kings played their endless games for power. Yet deep beneath the bones of the world, ancient things stirred. 13 flames, all but one buried in slumber beneath stone and soil, felt their brother awaken. Most settled quickly. But 3 did not. To mortal eyes they were nothing remarkable, 3 low hills rising along the eastern spine of the Crown Lands, squat and rounded beneath thin woodland and stubborn brush. Small streams trickled lazily from their slopes toward the Blackwater Rush, feeding patches of fertile earth where shepherds grazed their flocks. The 3 sisters had borne many names, most lost to time and memory. Thrice dead hills were what the small folk called them long before 3 siblings came to their shores with aspirations of building a dynasty. Yet there was nothing dead beneath these hills. Far beneath the quiet earth, beyond roots and buried stone and the forgotten bones of ancient forests, something shifted in the darkness. Not waking. Not yet. But stirring. The movement was slow, the first stretch of limbs cramped by thousands upon thousands of years trapped beneath the world. Heat curled through ancient veins deep within the stone, faint at first, then stronger. Molten rivers flickered weakly to life far below the surface, glowing dim crimson in caverns no mortal eye would ever see. Above, the hills remained unchanged. Below, temperatures climbed by imperceptible degrees. Underground springs hissed softly as ancient warmth touched them for the first time since the Dawn Age. And none felt the change. With one exception. The First Men were not the only foreign power to reach Westeros after the fall of Dawn. Long before the Rhoynar fled their burning river kingdoms, the Andals crossed the narrow sea, or Valyria first taught dragons to kneel. Something else had come westward. Not a king. Not a god. Something both older and younger than either. Once, he had worn the shape of a man. Beautiful beyond reason. Clever beyond comprehension. Gentle when it pleased him. Cruel when it amused him. He came from lands erased so completely that even memory had rotted away, leaving behind only fragments hidden in broken myths and corrupted bloodlines. The legacy he left was gone, reduced to fragments by the curse contaminating the Andal blood, but his power was not so easily smothered. All it had needed was a spark, and thanks to a certain northern boy. It had exactly what he needed. May the world burn in his glory. Across the city, within Maegor's holdfast, Prince Joffrey Baratheon felt the shift ages before news of a tremor shaking the north and much of the Riverlands found its way south. In the span of seconds, like lighting a match, something sparked inside him, and the young prince felt a surge of warmth unlike anything he'd ever felt. He sat across from his mother in a sunlit dining chamber, a modest midday brunch spread neatly between them upon polished oak. Fresh bread still warm from the ovens. Honeyed pears glistening beneath cream. Thin slices of roasted quail beside goblets of watered wine. The familiar luxuries of court. Yet Joffrey barely tasted any of it. Little lion. Queen Cersei Lannister reached across the table, manicured fingers brushing gently along her son's cheek. Concern flickered across her beautiful features almost instantly. "You're feverish." Joffrey stiffened at the touch. Her hand felt cold, much too cold for the blistering late summer morning. "I'm fine," he replied quickly, the 7 nearly 8 name-a-day-old prince shrugging off her concern with practiced ease. "Only tired." Cersei's green eyes narrowed immediately, less than assured. No one watched her children more carefully than she did. "I will summon Grand Maester Pycelle at once." No, the word came too quickly, and for a heartbeat even Joffrey seemed surprised by the force behind it. Cersei's expression shifted subtly. Suspicion and concern rolled into one. The prince forced himself to relax, leaning back slightly as he offered her a faint, dismissive smile. "It's nothing," he said more smoothly. "The heat is unpleasant, that's all." The lie tasted strange in his mouth. The prince had never shied from telling falsehoods, but something about the newfound heat inside him detested the taste of the lie on his tongue. Instinctively, Joffrey knew that from this moment onward, no lie given to him would ever go undetected again, and should they try, the taste would surely make this small falsehood downright heavenly. Something ancient shifted within him, and suddenly Joffrey understood, with terrifying certainty, that he needed to be alone. "Now, I think I'll rest," he said abruptly, already rising from his seat. Cersei stood immediately. Joffrey barely noticed the flicker of hurt crossing her face before he turned and strode from the chamber, gold-trimmed silks whispering against stone floors as guards scrambled to open doors ahead of him. No sooner had the doors of his chambers closed behind him than the feeling he'd been unconsciously suppressing washed over him. A warmth coiling beneath his ribs, spreading slowly through his veins like molten gold. Subtle at first, yet impossible to ignore now that he noticed it. Every heartbeat fed it further. For one impossible moment, the entire room seemed to tilt around him as ecstasy built in a body not yet mature enough to respond to such urges. A whisper brushed the edges of his thoughts. The sensation of fur dragging across skin. Fire beneath flesh. Teeth bared in darkness. His pupils narrowed, not quite like a cat's, but something close. Something other. Joffrey turned slowly toward the mirror. The boy who stared back was beautiful. Of course he was. The kind of beauty that could veer between angelic one moment and inspire others to sin in the next. Golden curls framing aristocratic features. Smooth skin untouched by hardship or labor. Sharp green eyes inherited from House Lannister. But not quite the same. The green in his eyes deepened into something molten and unnatural. Gold bled through his slit irises like liquid fire beneath glass. His skin shimmered faintly as though heat distorted the air around him. Then his lips pulled back slightly. Too far. Revealing teeth just a little too sharp to belong in a human mouth. Joffrey stepped closer, breath catching. Not in fear, but in fascination. "Magnificent," he murmured. The thing inside him purred at the praise. The warmth lingered afterward, coiling deeper into muscle and marrow, settling into his bones as though it had always belonged there. As though it had only been sleeping. Waiting. Joffrey rolled his shoulders slowly as the tension bled away. A smirk curled across his lips, sharp and cruel and far too hungry for a boy of not yet 8. Whatever this power was, it belonged to him. Everything belonged to him. May the gods have mercy on anyone who told him otherwise, for he wouldn't. The end.